Then She Was Gone by Jewell. Those months leading up to her vanishing were truly the happiest, honestly. They were perfect. Each day felt like a wrapped present, offering another flawless moment just waiting to be admired. Mornings were a rush of mascara and fluttering nerves, her heart quickening as she approached the school, a wave of pure joy washing over her the moment she spotted him. School transformed from a prison into the vibrant, illuminated stage for her own personal romance. Ellie Mack could hardly believe Theo Goodman wanted to be with her. Theo was, without question, the most handsome boy in the 11th grade. He'd held that title since the 8th grade, really. Well, not in 7th. Back then, all the boys were just awkward, wide-eyed kids drowning in their uniforms. Theo had never dated anyone, leading to whispers that he might be gay. He was delicate-featured and slender, but above all, he was genuinely kind. Ellie had fantasized about him for years, regardless of the rumors. She would have been content just to be his friend. His youthful, pretty mother walked him to the gates each morning, dressed in workout clothes with her hair in a ponytail, often accompanied by a little white dog. Theo would scoop up the dog, give it a kiss on the head, set it down gently, then kiss his mom goodbye before strolling into school. He showed no embarrassment, completely self-possessed. Then last fall, just after summer break, he simply started talking to her. It began over a lunchtime homework question, and Ellie, who felt she knew so little about the world, instantly understood two things. He wasn't gay, and he was talking to her because he liked her. It was utterly clear, just like that, they were together. She'd imagined it would be more difficult, more dramatic. But one slight misstep, one tiny snag in the fabric of time, and it all unraveled. Not only their love story, but everything. Her youth, her future, Ellie Mack herself. All of it gone forever. Looking back, if she could rewind time like a tangled skein of yarn, she'd see all the knots and frayed ends, the warnings so blatantly obvious in reverse. But in that moment, knowing nothing, she walked straight into it with her eyes wide open. Laurel used her key to enter her daughter's apartment. Even on a fairly sunny day, the place was dim and dreary. A chaotic mass of wisteria choked the front window, while the rear was cast in deep shadow by the thick woods behind it. Hannah had bought the place on a whim after receiving her first bonus, desperate to invest in something tangible before the money slipped away. The previous owners had left it beautifully decorated, but Hannah never found time for shopping, leaving the rooms feeling sparse and sad, like a temporary landing after a divorce. The fact that she didn't mind her mother letting herself in to clean was proof the apartment felt more like a hotel room than a home. Out of habit, Laurel moved down the dim hallway straight to the kitchen, retrieving the cleaning supplies from under the sink. Nothing suggested Hannah had been home last night. No cereal bowl in the sink, no drops of milk on the counter, no half-closed mascara tube by the vanity mirror on the sill. A cold dread trickled down Laurel's spine. Hannah always came home. She had nowhere else to go. With trembling fingers, Laurel pulled her phone from her bag and dialed Hannah's number, fumbling when it went straight to voicemail, just as it always did when her daughter was at work. The phone slipped from her grip, bounced off the edge of her shoe, and landed intact on the floor. "Damn it," she muttered under her breath, scooping it up and gazing at the blank screen without really seeing it. Just damn it. There was no one to dial, no one to casually ask, "Hey, have you run into Hannah lately?" Her world wasn't built that way. It was a collection of isolated outposts, little islands of existence with no bridges between them. She considered the idea that Hannah might have met someone, but it felt hollow. Hannah had never had a boyfriend, not a single one. An old, cruel theory floated back to her, that Hannah denied herself romance out of some twisted loyalty because her younger sister never could. That same warped logic could explain Hannah's dreary apartment and her empty social calendar. Laurel was acutely aware of a brutal duality. Part of her knew this panic was irrational, while another, deeper part knew it was the only rational response. When your child leaves for the library, a simple 15-minute walk away, and simply vanishes from the earth, the concept of overreacting ceases to exist. So, standing in her grown daughter's kitchen, Imagining Hannah dead in a roadside ditch all because a cereal bowl wasn't in the sink wasn't madness. It was the logical conclusion of her history. With trembling fingers, she searched for Hannah's company online, clicked the contact number, and listened as the switchboard connected her. She held her breath. Hannah Mack speaking? There it was, that familiar, clipped, impersonal tone. Laurel said nothing. She simply ended the call, dropped the phone into her purse, and turned to empty the clean dishes from Hannah's dishwasher. What had her life been, a decade ago when the family count was 5 and not 4? Was she brimming with blissful purpose each dawn? Absolutely not. Laurel had always been a pessimist by nature. She could mine anxiety from a paradise and compress genuine happiness into a fleeting spark, instantly snuffed out by the next looming worry. Her mornings began with a catalogue of lacks, a bad night's sleep, even if she'd slept soundly, a stomach she deemed too soft, hair perpetually wrong, a house that never felt right, too spacious yet too cramped, a bank account echoing with emptiness, a husband she saw as indifferent children who were either a deafening riot or an unsettling quiet. She feared they would leave. She feared they would stay forever. Her gaze would catch on every flaw: the pale cat hair clinging to the black skirt draped over her chair, a single missing slipper, the shadows under Hannah's eyes, the dry cleaning pile that had become a permanent hallway fixture, the tiny tear in the wallpaper, the glaring pimple on Jake's chin, the stale scent of leftover cat food, and the overflowing trash everyone pretended not to see, its contents crushed down by the indifferent flat palms of her family. That was her perfect life, a symphony of minor irritations, neglected chores, and mounting bills. And then, one utterly ordinary morning, her girl, her sunshine, her youngest, her confidant, her entire heart, walked out the door and disappeared. What flooded her mind and heart in those first horrifying hours, washing away all those petty concerns? It was a torrent too vast for simple words: pure terror, bottomless despair, crushing grief, visceral horror, wrenching agony, chaotic turmoil, and a fear so profound it felt physical. "She's probably at Theo's," Paul had suggested with infuriating calm. Why not call his mother? She'd already known. Hannah's last words to her replayed, a mundane and now haunting script. "I'll be back for lunch. Is there any of that lasagna left?" "Just enough for one. Don't let Hannah or Jake touch it. I promise," she'd said, and then came the sound of the front door closing, the house suddenly quieter with one less person inside. There was a dishwasher to fill, a phone call to return, and a cup of lemon tea to bring upstairs to Paul, who was nursing a cold that had, until that moment, felt like the biggest nuisance in her world. "Paul's under the weather," she'd told people all day, with a tired sigh and an eye roll. "My load to carry, my reality. Feel sorry for me." Still, she'd phoned Theo's mother. "No," Becky Goodman replied. "I'm so sorry. Theo's been here all afternoon, and we haven't heard from Ellie at all. Please tell me if there's anything I can do." As the afternoon faded into early evening, after she'd called every one of Ellie's friends, after she'd gone to the library where they let her check the security footage, confirming Ellie hadn't been there, after the sun dipped below the horizon and the house sank into a chill gloom, broken every few seconds by flashes of silent lightning from a storm brewing outside, she finally surrendered to the gnawing fear that had been tightening in her chest all day and called the police. That was the first moment she felt a spike of resentment toward Paul that evening, as he stood there in his robe, barefoot, reeking of slept-in sheets and congestion, sniffling over and over, then blowing his nose with a wet, rattling sound that grated against her frayed nerves.
"Get dressed,"
she said sharply. "Please." He obeyed like a scolded child, and came down a short while later wearing cargo shorts and a brightly colored tee, a vacation outfit completely out of place. "All wrong." "Wrong, wrong, wrong, and blow your nose," she told him. "Thoroughly, get it all out, again." He did as she asked. She watched him with contempt as he crumpled the tissue and shuffled across the kitchen to toss it in the trash. Then the police arrived. And then it all started. The ordeal that never truly ended. Sometimes she wondered if Paul hadn't been sick that day, if he'd hurried home from work when she first called, still in his office clothes, full of energy and concern, if he'd sat straight beside her, his hand holding hers, if he hadn't been breathing through his mouth and sniffling and looking so pathetic, would everything have turned out differently? Would they have survived this as a team? Or would she have found some other reason to resent him? The officers left around 8:30. Not long after, Hannah appeared at the kitchen doorway. "Mom," she said, her voice small. "I'm hungry." "Sorry," Laurel said, glancing at the clock. "Goodness, yes, you must be starving." She pushed herself up and went to the refrigerator, scanning its contents with her daughter. "This?" Hannah asked, pulling out the plastic container with the last serving of lasagna. "No." Laurel took it back too abruptly. Hannah stared at her. "Why not?" "Just not that," she said, more gently this time. She made her beans on toast and sat watching her eat. Hannah, her middle child. The challenging one, the exhausting one, the one she wouldn't choose for company on a deserted island, and a horrible thought flashed through her mind, so quick she hardly caught it. It should be you who's gone, and Ellie sitting here eating beans on toast. She reached out and softly touched Hannah's cheek with her palm, then left the room. Before, the first mistake Ellie made was getting a B+ in math. If she'd studied more, if she'd been sharper, if she hadn't been so worn out the day of the exam, if her mind hadn't wandered, if she'd spent less time stifling yawns and more time focusing, if she'd earned an A instead, then none of what followed would have ever happened. But if we trace the timeline even earlier, before that disastrous math exam, if she hadn't developed feelings for Theo at all, if she'd been drawn to someone who couldn't care less about equations and grades, a boy with no particular drive, or better yet, no boy in the picture, then she wouldn't have felt that competitive urge to measure up. A B+ would have been perfectly fine. She wouldn't have rushed home that January afternoon, around 4:30 on a Wednesday, and pleaded with her mother for a private tutor. That was the real starting point, the first bend in the road. She stormed in, already irritated. It happened more often than not. She'd walk through the door and, without meaning to, all the frustration she'd swallowed down at school, where she was boxed in as the nice girl, a label that made it impossible to ever really vent, would come boiling over. "My math teacher is completely useless," she announced, tossing her backpack onto the hallway bench. "Totally incompetent. I can't stand him." She didn't actually dislike him, of course. What she hated was her own failure, but admitting that was out of the question. From the kitchen, her mother's voice floated over the sound of running water. "What's wrong, sweetheart? I just told you," which she hadn't, but details didn't matter in a meltdown. "He's terrible. I'm going to fail my GCSEs. I need a tutor. I seriously, desperately need one." She marched into the kitchen and threw herself into a chair with a dramatic sigh. "We can't afford a tutor," her mother replied gently. "Why not try the after-school math club?" And there was the second twist. If she hadn't been acting like a petulant, self-centered teenager, if she'd possessed even a sliver of awareness about her family's tight budget, or if she'd considered anything beyond her own immediate panic, the discussion would have ended right there. She would have said, "Okay, I'll give it a shot." But she didn't. She kept pushing, insisting she'd use her own savings, citing classmates from families with even less money who still managed to get extra help. Her mother, ever resourceful, suggested, "What about asking someone from school? A sixth form student might do it for a little cash and a piece of cake." No way, that would be so humiliating, and just like that, another opportunity to change course slid away, smooth and unnoticed, gone. And she had no idea what she'd lost, from the day in May 2005 when Ellie failed to return home until this very moment. There hadn't been a single solid lead in her disappearance. Not one. The last confirmed sighting came from a CCTV camera on Stroud Green Road at 10:43 p.m., capturing her pausing briefly to check her reflection in a car window for a time. Investigators wondered if she'd actually been looking at someone inside the vehicle. But the owner was tracked down and confirmed to have been on vacation, his car parked there the entire week. That was where her documented journey ended. Police conducted door-to-door searches, questioned registered sex offenders, collected every bit of security footage from local shops, and even arranged a televised appeal with Laurel and Paul that reached millions. Yet nothing ever moved the case beyond that fleeting image of Ellie adjusting her ponytail at 10:43. Her choice of clothing didn't help: a plain black tee, jeans, ordinary white sneakers from a supermarket, a navy backpack. Even her beautiful sun-streaked hair was tied back messily. It was almost as if she had consciously tried to blend into the background, to become a ghost before she ever truly vanished. For 4 hours, 2 detectives with their sleeves rolled up had meticulously combed through Ellie's bedroom. It appeared Ellie hadn't taken anything unusual. She might have packed underwear or a change of clothes, but with the overflowing wardrobe of a typical 15-year-old girl, Laurel couldn't possibly know what was missing. The folded 10-pound notes she always tucked into her piggy bank after birthdays were still there. Her toothbrush and deodorant remained in the bathroom, 2 items Ellie would never leave behind for a sleepover. After 2 years, the official search was scaled back. Laurel understood their silent conclusion. They believed Ellie had run away. How could they possibly think that when there was no trace of her on any camera at a train station, a bus stop, or walking along a road beyond the one where she vanished? That downgrade was a crushing blow. Even more crushing was Paul's reaction to the news. "I suppose it's a form of closure," he'd said. And there it was, the definitive hollow thud that sealed the fate of their crumbling marriage. Meanwhile, life for their other children chugged forward on its predetermined rails. Hannah sat for her A-levels. Jake graduated from his university in the West Country, having completed his studies to become a chartered surveyor. Paul, for his part, threw himself into seeking promotions, purchasing new suits, debating a car upgrade, and enthusiastically showing her online deals for summer resorts. Paul wasn't a bad man, he was a good man, exactly the kind she had always intended to marry. But his response to the jagged, violent tear Ellie's disappearance ripped through their lives revealed he wasn't substantial enough, not resilient enough, frankly, not even a little bit unhinged enough to match her own consuming grief. Her disappointment in him was such a minor note in the cacophony of everything else, she felt that she hardly noticed it. When he moved out a year later, it registered as barely a ripple. Looking back, those details were a blur. All she could recall from that period was a desperate, gnawing need to keep looking. "Can't we please just do one more house to house?" She had begged the police. "It's been a full year. Surely that's enough time for someone to remember something they didn't before." The detective offered a sympathetic smile. "We've discussed it," she said. "It's not considered the best use of resources right now, perhaps in another year, maybe." Then, suddenly this past January, out of nowhere, the police called. Crimwatch wanted to do a 10-year anniversary appeal, another reconstruction. It aired on the 26th of May. It yielded no new evidence, no fresh leads. It changed absolutely nothing until today. The detective on the phone had been measured, cautious. "It might be nothing, but we'd like you to come in." "What did you find?" Laurel demanded, her voice tight. "Is it a body? Tell me what it is." "Please, just come in, Mrs. Mack." A decade of silence, and now, finally, a whisper of something. She snatched her handbag and left the house. Then, a neighbor up the street had made the recommendation. Her name was Noel Donnelly. At the sound of the doorbell, Ellie rose and peered down the hall as her mother answered the door. The woman was quite old, maybe 40, with an accent that sounded Irish. "Ellie," her mum called out, "come and say hello to Noel." She had pale red hair, twisted and clipped at the nape of her neck. She smiled down at Ellie and asked, "Good afternoon, Ellie. I do hope you've got your thinking cap on." Ellie couldn't decipher if this was meant to be a joke, so she didn't smile, merely gave a solemn nod. "Good," said Noel. They had arranged a space in the dining room for Ellie's initial tutoring session, bringing down an additional lamp from her bedroom and clearing away the clutter. 2 glasses, a pitcher of water, and Ellie's pencil case decorated with black and red dots were placed neatly on the table. Laurel slipped away to the kitchen to prepare a cup of tea for Noel. Noel paused when she noticed the family cat perched on the piano bench. "My," she remarked, "he's quite a sizable fellow. What's his name?" "Teddy," Ellie replied. Teddy bear, but we usually just call him Teddy." Those were her first words to Noel, a moment she would always remember. "I can certainly see why," Noel said with a chuckle. "He does resemble a large fuzzy bear. Did she like Noel right then?" Ellie couldn't recall. She only smiled, resting her hand on her cat and gently squeezing his thick fur in her palm. She adored Teddy and was thankful he was there, a comforting presence between her and this unfamiliar woman. Noelle Donnelly carried a scent of cooking oil and hair that needed washing. She wore faded jeans and a lumpy camel-colored sweater, a Timex watch on a freckled wrist, worn brown boots, and reading glasses hanging from a green cord around her neck. Her shoulders were unusually broad, her neck slightly bent with a small hump at the base, and her legs were remarkably long and slender. She gave the impression of someone who had spent years in a space with an uncomfortably low ceiling. "All right then," Noelle said, putting on her glasses and reaching into a brown leather briefcase. "I've brought some past exam papers. We'll begin with one of these shortly to identify where you excel and where you might need support. But first, perhaps you could share in your own words what specifically worries you. What are your main concerns?" Just then, Laurel returned with a mug of tea and a small plate of chocolate chip cookies, setting them quietly and quickly on the table, as if Ellie and Noel were on a discreet date or holding a confidential briefing. Ellie wanted to call out, "Stay, Mum, please stay. I'm not ready to be alone with this stranger." She fixed her gaze on the back of her mother's head as Laurel stealthily exited, closing the door with a soft, almost apologetic click. Noelle Donnelly turned to Ellie and smiled, revealing very small teeth. "Now then," she said, pushing her glasses back up her narrow nose, "where were we?" The world seemed heavy with meaning as Laurel drove, carefully keeping close to the speed limit toward the police station in Finsbury Park. Everyone on the street appeared ominous and hinting at something, as if each person were on the brink of some shadowy act. Awnings fluttering in the sharp wind looked like the wings of birds of prey. Billboards seemed ready to topple into the road and crush her car. Adrenaline cut straight through her weariness. Laurel hadn't slept properly in years, not truly, not since 2005. She had lived alone for 7 years, first in the family home and later in the apartment she moved into 3 years ago, after Paul drove the final nail into any hope of reconciliation by somehow meeting another woman. That woman had asked him to move in, and he had said yes. Laurel never quite understood how he managed it, how he uncovered that resilient, hopeful part of himself amid the wreckage of everything else. But she didn't resent him for it. Not at all, in fact. She envied him. She wished she could do the same, pack 2 large suitcases, bid farewell to her old self, wish that version a good life, thank her for the memories, look back with one long, tender glance, and then shut the door quietly, chin up, the morning sun glowing hopefully on her hair, a shiny new future waiting just ahead. She would do it in an instant. Truly, she would. Jake and Hannah had moved on as well, of course, sooner, she suspected, and more abruptly than they might have if life hadn't derailed so completely a decade earlier. She had friends whose children were the same age as Jake and Hannah and who still lived at home, a fact that sometimes pierced her with a quiet, unexpected ache. Her friends constantly complained about the messes left behind by their own kids, the empty juice cartons in the refrigerator, the awkward sounds from behind closed doors, the loud, tipsy returns from clubs in the dead of night that would wake the dog and ruin everyone's sleep. Laurel would have given anything to hear one of her own children fumbling with keys in the early morning hours. She longed for the clutter of dirty dishes and the discarded sweatpants, still tangled with underwear, left in a heap on the floor, but her two had never glanced back once they found their way out. Jake was settled down in Devon with a woman named Blue, who kept him close and was already discussing starting a family barely a year into their romance. Meanwhile, Hannah lived just a mile from Laurel in a cramped, dim apartment, putting in brutal 14-hour days and weekend shifts in the financial district, driven by little more than the pursuit of a paycheck. Neither was exactly changing the world, but then again, whose children ever did? All those early dreams of prima ballerinas and chart-topping singers, of virtuoso pianists and pioneering researchers, they almost always faded into the fluorescent glow of an office cubicle. every single one. Laurel's own life was now contained within a modern apartment in Barnet, one bedroom for herself, another for the occasional guest, a balcony just spacious enough for a few potted plants and a small bistro set, glossy crimson kitchen cabinets, and her own designated parking spot. It wasn't the kind of home she had once pictured for herself, but it was straightforward and it felt secure. So how did she occupy her time now that her children were gone, her marriage was over, and even the family cat who had hung on valiantly for her sake until the remarkable age of 21 had passed away? She filled 3 days each week with a job in the marketing office at the High Barnet Shopping Centre. Once a week she visited her mother at a care home in Enfield. Another weekly slot was reserved for tidying Hannah's flat. The remaining hours were spent on activities she pretended mattered to her, selecting new plants from the garden center to arrange on her balcony, meeting up with friends she no longer felt deeply connected to for cups of coffee she didn't really enjoy, making conversation about topics that failed to hold her interest. She kept up a weekly swim, not for fitness, but simply because it was a long-standing habit, and she had never come across a compelling reason to quit. After so many years of routine, it felt bizarre, almost unsettling, to be leaving her home with a real sense of urgency, with an actual mission, with something that felt genuinely significant. She was on her way to be shown something. Perhaps a fragment of bone, a torn piece of stained cloth, a photograph of a waterlogged body recovered from some secluded river. After a full decade of knowing nothing, she was finally going to learn something. They might present her with proof that her daughter was still alive, or with evidence that she was dead. A heavy, sinking feeling in her chest hinted that it would be the latter. Her heart thudded, slow and dense, against her ribs as she steered the car toward Finsbury Park. Over those weekly visits through the winter, Noel Donnelly gradually became slightly more tolerable to Ellie. Not by much, but a little. Primarily because she was an exceptionally skilled tutor, and Ellie now found herself leading the top set in her class with a predicted grade of an A or A star. But there were other reasons, too. Noel often brought along a small gift, a pair of earrings from Claire's, a fruity lip balm, a particularly nice pen. For my star pupil, she would say. If Ellie tried to refuse, Noel would wave it off with a breezy, "Oh, I was just at Brent Cross anyway, it's practically nothing, really." She always inquired about Theo as well, whom she had met briefly during one of her early sessions at the house. "And how's that good-looking boyfriend of yours?" she would ask, in a manner that should have been embarrassing but somehow wasn't, mostly thanks to her charming Irish lilt, which made nearly everything she said seem wittier and more engaging than the words themselves. "He's fine," Ellie would reply, and Noel would offer her cool, measured smile and remark, "Well, hold on to that one." The GCSE examinations were now drawing ominously close. March arrived, and Ellie's exam countdown had shifted from months to weeks. Her Tuesday afternoon sessions with Noel had taken on a brisk, almost electric energy as her mind grew sharper, soaking up facts and formulas with new ease. Their lessons now moved at a clipped, high-octane pace, which made the shift in Noel's demeanor that first Tuesday in March impossible to miss. "Good afternoon, young lady," Noel said, setting her bag on the table and unzipping it. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," Ellie replied. "Glad to hear it. And how did the homework go?" Ellie slid her completed work across the table. Usually, Noel would put on her reading glasses and start grading right away, but today she just rested her fingertips on the pages, drumming them absently. "Good girl," she murmured. "You really are such a good girl." Ellie watched her from the corner of her eye, waiting for the usual signal that their lesson was starting. Instead, Noel stared blankly at the homework. "Tell me something, Ellie," she said after a moment, turning her steady gaze directly on her. "What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you?" Ellie shrugged. "What do you mean? You know?" Noel pressed, "like a pet hamster dying, something along those lines." "I've never had a hamster." "Huh, well, maybe that's it then. Maybe not having a hamster is the worst thing that's ever happened to you." Ellie shrugged again. "I never really wanted one. Then what did you want?" Noel's tone grew more intent. "What did you really truly want that you weren't allowed to have?" In the background, Ellie could hear the TV murmuring from the kitchen, the distant hum of the vacuum cleaner upstairs, her sister laughing on a phone call. Her family was just carrying on with their lives, not stuck in strange conversations about rodents with their math tutor. "Nothing major," Ellie said. "Just the usual stuff. Money for things, nicer clothes. Never wanted a dog? Not really." Noel sighed, and finally pulled Ellie's homework closer. "Well then, you are a very lucky girl, truly. I hope you appreciate just how lucky you are." Ellie nodded. "Good, because when you reach my age, there will be so many things you want. You'll watch everyone else getting them and think, surely it's my turn now. Surely, and then you'll watch those chances vanish over the horizon, and there won't be a single thing you can do about it, not one." A heavy silence settled between them. Finally, slowly, Noelle slid her glasses onto her nose, turned back the first page of Ellie's work and said,
All right then, let's see how my star pupil did this week.
Later, as they reviewed a set of equations, Noelle suddenly put down her pen. "Tell me, Ellie, what are your hopes and dreams?" Ellie stifled an inward groan. Here we go again, she thought. Noelle Donnelly was in one of those moods. "To do well on my GCSEs," she said dutifully.
Then my A levels.
"Then get into a really good university." Noelle tutted and rolled her eyes. "What is it with your generation, and this university obsession?" "Oh, the fanfare when I got into Trinity. You'd think I'd won the lottery." My mother told everyone she met, her only daughter, at Trinity. And look at me now. Honestly, I'm one of the poorest people I know. Ellie offered a faint smile, unsure how to respond. "No, there's far more to life than university, Miss Smarty Pants. More than certificates and qualifications. I have those coming out of my ears, and yet here I sit, in your lovely warm house, drinking your lovely Earl Grey, getting paid a pittance to pour my knowledge into your head. Then I go home to nothing." She turned sharply, fixing Ellie with a piercing look. "To absolutely nothing, I swear it." Then, just as suddenly, she sighed, her expression softening. The glasses went back up her nose, her gaze shifted to the textbook, and the lesson resumed. Afterward, Ellie found her mother in the kitchen. "Mom," she said, "I want to stop the tutoring." Her mother turned, a questioning look on her face. "Oh, why's that?" Ellie hesitated, weighing whether to tell her the truth. She considered confessing everything. How Noel was unsettling her with bizarre comments, how she desperately wanted to end their weekly sessions, how she wished she had just been honest. Perhaps if she had spoken up, her mother could have pieced it all together and changed the course of everything. But she held back. Maybe she feared her mother would dismiss it as a foolish excuse to quit tutoring so near her exams. Or maybe she didn't want to cause trouble for Noel to avoid stirring up drama. Instead, she offered a carefully crafted excuse. "I really feel I've learned all I can from Noel," she said, flashing a persuasive smile. "I have all the practice materials she gave me. I can review those on my own, and it would save some money, too." Her mother looked thoughtful. "It does seem a little odd, with your tests so close."
Exactly.
Ellie agreed, seizing the opening. "I could use the time for other subjects, geography, for instance. I could definitely use extra study hours there." This was a complete fabrication. Ellie was already ahead in all her classes. The extra hour would change nothing. But she kept that pleasing, daughterly smile in place, letting the suggestion linger between them. "Well, sweetheart, it's your decision," her mother finally replied. Ellie nodded, encouragement in her eyes, even as the memory of Noel's weighted words washed over her. The stale scent of old meals and unwashed hair, the erratic moods and those slightly off-kilter questions. "If you're certain, it would be nice to cut the extra cost," her mother added.
Exactly.
Ellie said, relief pouring through her.
Exactly.
"All right," her mother said, turning to open the refrigerator, pulling out a container of bolognese sauce. "I'll call her tomorrow and let her know." "Great," Ellie replied brightly, feeling a strange, grimy weight lift from her spirit. "Thank you." The officer who met Laurel was young, pale, and noticeably anxious, his handshake damp and tentative. He escorted her to an interview room. Thank you for coming, he said, as if she'd had a choice in the matter. Sorry, I'm booked solid today, maybe next week? Someone brought her a cup of water, and shortly after, the door opened again. In walked Paul. Paul, of course, Paul. She hadn't even considered him. She'd reacted as if this burden were hers alone, but clearly the station had tracked him down. He entered with a gust of energy, his silver hair tousled, his suit wrinkled, carrying the faint, dry scent of the city on his skin. As he passed, his hand brushed her shoulder, but she couldn't bring herself to fully turn toward him, offering only a tight, perfunctory smile for anyone observing. He took the seat beside her, pressing a hand to his tie as he settled in. Someone fetched him tea from a vending machine. She felt a spike of irritation about the tea, about Paul's presence. We've been examining a site near Dover, Detective Dane began. A dog walker contacted us. His terrier unearthed a bag. A bag? Laurel nodded vigorously. A bag was not a body. Dane retrieved several large photographs from a stiff envelope and slid them across the table to Laurel and Paul. Do you recognize any of these items? Laurel drew the pictures closer. It was Ellie's backpack, the same one slung over her shoulder when she left for the library all those years ago. There was the small red logo that had been so crucial to the police appeals, virtually the only distinctive feature Ellie had carried that day. The next photo showed a black t-shirt, loose with a slashed neck and cap sleeves, its tag reading "New Look." She'd worn it half-tucked into her jeans. The third was a bra, gray jersey dotted with small black polka dots, labeled Atmosphere. The fourth was a pair of pale denim jeans. The tag inside read Top Shop. Next came a pair of worn white sneakers, followed by a simple black hoodie with a white drawstring, its label from Next. A set of house keys had a small plastic owl fob, its eyes lighting up when its stomach was pressed. There was a stack of exercise books and textbooks, their covers green and mildewed from damp. A pencil case, black with red polka dots, was stuffed with pens and pencils. A swollen packet of tampons was there, then a tiny leather purse in purple and red patchwork, its zip running around 3 sides and topped with a red pom-pom. An older, slightly battered-looking laptop was next. The final item was a passport. Laurel pulled the photo closer. Paul leaned in and she placed it between them. A passport. Ellie had not taken her passport. Laurel still kept Ellie's in a box of her things, taking it out sometimes to gaze at her daughter's faded picture and think of the trips she'd never make. But staring at this one, she realized it wasn't Ellie's. It was Hannah's. I don't understand, Laurel said, her fingers tracing the edges of the photo. This is my older daughter's passport. We thought it was lost years ago. But it's here. In Ellie's bag? Where was this found? In some thick woods, Dane answered. Not far from the ferry terminal. One line of inquiry is that she might have been heading to Europe, given the passport. A hot surge of anger and disbelief shot through Laurel. They were just hunting for anything to support their old theory that Ellie had run off. But her bag, she countered, her voice tightening. It has the same things she had when she left at 15. Are you seriously suggesting she packed these identical items to leave the country years later? That makes no sense. Dane looked at her with an almost pitying patience. The clothing has been analyzed. It shows signs of prolonged, heavy use. Laurel's hand flew to her chest, a sharp pain blooming at the thought of her always pristine girl who smelled of soap and sunshine, wandering for years in the same grimy clothes.
Then where is she?
Her voice was a strained whisper.
Where's Ellie? We're searching,
Dane said. She could feel Paul's eyes on her, needing her to connect, to help him sort through this chaotic information, but she couldn't meet his look. She had nothing to give him. You know, she began, her thoughts drifting to a different memory. Our house was broken into a few years after Ellie vanished. I told the police then that I felt it was her. The specific things that were taken, no sign of forced entry, just this feeling. She stopped herself from mentioning a mother's intuition. She must have taken Hannah's passport then. She must have. Her words faded. Could the police have been right all along? Had Ellie run away? Was she planning an escape? But from what, and to where, why? The door opened then, and another officer entered. He walked to Dane, whispering something that made both men turn their eyes toward Laurel and Paul. Dane straightened his tie, sat up taller, and said, "They've found human remains." Laurel's hand found Paul's instinctively. She gripped it so fiercely she felt the bones in his fingers protest. "Then, what should we do this summer?" Theo, who was lying with his head in Ellie's lap, tilted his face up to hers and grinned. "Absolutely nothing," he declared. "Let's master the art of total laziness." Ellie set her paperback aside and cupped his cheek. "No chance," she said, her eyes bright. "I want to do it all, everything that doesn't involve textbooks or exams. I want to go paragliding. Should we? Should we go jump off a mountain?" "So your grand summer plan is essentially to plummet to your death?" Theo laughed, shaking his head. "You are genuinely the strangest person." She gave his cheek a soft, playful tap. "I'm not strange. I'm just ready to be airborne. Like, literally?" "Yes, Theo, literally." "Oh, and Mom said we could stay at Grammy's lake house for a few days if we wanted." Ellie offered, a smile playing on her lips. Theo's face lit up instantly. "For real? Just the two of us?" "We could bring some friends along," she added. "Or maybe just us," he suggested, his head nodding with a hopeful, playful energy that made Ellie laugh. "Yeah, okay," she agreed. It was a Saturday in May, the weekend before their final exams began. They were taking a study break in Ellie's room, the afternoon sun streaming through the window. Her cat, Teddy Bear, was curled up nearby, and the air outside smelled like cut grass and possibility. Ellie's mom always called May the Friday night of summer. That whole stretch of bright, empty days just waiting to be filled. Ellie could feel it, a whole world of freedom shimmering on the other side of this dark exam tunnel. She imagined lazy, warm evenings, long afternoons with no schedule, all the books she'd finally have time to read. The beach trips, the county fairs, the simple joy of having nowhere she needed to be. The thought was so exhilarating it almost stole her breath, a fizzy, nervous excitement turning her stomach and making her heart skip. "I just can't wait," she sighed, leaning back against her bed. "I cannot wait for all of this to finally be over." The police never did solve the break-in at Laurel's house. No useful fingerprints were found. Security camera reviews from the neighborhood during the time Laurel was out showed no one matching Ellie's description, nor any teenage girl at all. The intruder had taken an old laptop, Paul's outdated cell phone, some cash from Laurel's dresser, a pair of Art Deco silver candlesticks, a wedding gift from people they no longer spoke to, and, oddly, an uniced cake Hannah had made, left sitting on the kitchen counter. They left behind all of Laurel's jewelry, including her wedding and engagement rings, which she hadn't worn in months and which were in plain view on her bedroom dresser. They ignored the newer, more valuable desktop computer and didn't touch her credit cards, which she kept in a kitchen drawer specifically to avoid loss during a street robbery. They might have been spooked and cut their time short, one of the responding officers had theorized at her doorstep. Or it could have been a targeted theft, someone knowing what items would move quickly. "It just feels off," Laurel had insisted, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if she were cold. "My daughter vanished 4 years ago." "Ellie Mack. You remember the case?" The two officers shared a brief, knowing look before turning back to her. "I felt her," Laurel said, the words sounding unhinged even to her own ears, but she pressed on. "When I walked in, I could feel my daughter's presence in this house." They exchanged another glance. "Was anything of hers taken?" Laurel shook her head, then shrugged helplessly. "I don't think so. Her room, it's exactly as she left it." A heavy silence followed, broken only by the soft shuffle of the officers shifting their weight. "We didn't find any signs of forced entry on the doors or windows. How do you think they got in?" Laurel blinked, the question catching her off guard. "I don't know." "Were any windows left unlocked or open?" "No, I don't think so." She hadn't even checked. "Do you keep a spare key outside?" "Never." "Give one to a neighbor or a friend?" "No. Just family. Me, my husband, our kids." As the words left her mouth, A cold dread began to pool in her stomach, her palms growing clammy. "Ellie?" she whispered, the realization dawning like a physical blow. Ellie had a house key in her backpack when she disappeared. What if she came back? What if she was the one here and she was desperate? It made a strange kind of sense, focusing on the things that were missing. Those candlesticks, for instance, she'd never liked them, always joked about hauling them to Antiques Roadshow to cash in. And the cake of all things. The cake? The officer had asked. Yes, a chocolate cake right there on the counter. Her daughter Hannah had baked it. What burglar stops to steal a homemade cake? A hungry one, he'd offered? But Laurel knew. No, she said, the idea hardening into certainty. Ellie would have taken it. She adored Hannah's baking. It was her absolute favorite. She cut herself off then, realizing she was racing ahead, pushing away the very people trying to help. No witnesses had come forward. Most neighbors weren't even home. None of the stolen items were ever found. Another dead end. Another hollow space carved into her life. For years afterward, Laurel barely left the house, clinging to the faint hope that Ellie might return. Every time she stepped back inside, she'd inhale deeply, searching the air for a trace of her lost daughter. It was during that long, suspended wait that she drifted from her other children. She had nothing left to give, and their patience wore thin. 3 years ago, she finally surrendered. She accepted the official story, a random burglary, and decided to start over somewhere new. Walking backward out of Ellie's bedroom for the last time, she closed the door with a whisper-soft click that felt like a death inside her. For 3 years, she disciplined her mind, locking thoughts of Ellie away. She wrapped herself in a rigid new routine like a straitjacket, internalizing the grief, sharing it with no one. But now the madness was back. Sitting in her car near the police station, she shifted into reverse, then paused. She tried to force the rising turmoil back down to swallow it whole. But the image flashed, strangers in rubber gloves placing her daughter's bones into plastic bags. The madness erupted. A raw, guttural roar tore through the silence of the car. Her fists hammered the steering wheel again and again until her knuckles ached. Then she saw him, Paul, across the street, heading to his own car. His face was drawn, shoulders slumped. He stared at her, shock clear in his eyes as he took in her fury. He began to walk toward her, without a second thought. Laurel shoved the car into drive and sped away. Ellie hadn't given Noel Donnelly much thought since their last tutoring session. Her mother had mentioned Noel was a bit put out, complaining about the short notice and an empty slot she couldn't fill. She's just the type to take offense, her mother had said, brushing it off. She'll be fine. Someone panicking about exams will snatch up that spot. Reassured, Ellie had filed Noel away in the part of her mind reserved for resolved matters, so it took her a moment to place the woman when she saw her on the high street that Thursday morning during May half-term. Ellie was escaping to the library. Her sister had a friend over whose laugh was like a fire alarm, and she desperately needed quiet. Plus, she had a history project on 19th-century workhouses. Later, she could have blamed that grating laugh for putting her in the wrong place at the wrong time, but she didn't want to give it that much credit. The weight of assigning fault could be utterly draining. It had a way of unraveling your sanity, all those tiny branching possibilities, each decision fracturing into countless others, leading you down a road with no clear return. When Noel spotted Ellie, her expression twisted into a complex, unreadable smile. Ellie's mind raced, searching some hidden mental compartment for just a moment before finding the appropriate response and mirroring the gesture. "My star pupil!" Noel exclaimed. "Hello there! How are things? Everything's good. Really great. The math prep is coming along perfectly. Oh well, that's wonderful to hear." Noel wore a khaki raincoat, despite the predicted warm and sunny day. Her vibrant red hair was pinned back with tortoiseshell clips. On her feet were inexpensive black sneakers, and she held a cream-colored canvas tote tightly against her shoulder. "All set for the big exam?" "Absolutely," Ellie affirmed, perhaps too forcefully, keen to avoid any lecture about ending their tutoring sessions. It's this Tuesday, right? That's correct. 10 in the morning. Then the second test the following week? Noel gave a slow nod, her gaze locked on Ellie. You know, she began, I've been working with a particular practice exam from my other students. They all say it's incredibly useful. And from what I've picked up, it has significant overlap with this year's actual paper. If you'd like, I could get you a copy. Internally, Ellie was screaming, a loud, desperate no. I do not want your practice paper. But the version of Ellie standing on the sidewalk, the one dreaming of a summer spent paragliding and personal milestones, the one with pizza plans for tonight and a boyfriend to see tomorrow, that Ellie heard herself say, "Oh, okay. Yes, that might be helpful. Let me think," said Noel, tapping her forefinger against her lips. "I could swing by your place this evening. I'll be in the neighborhood." "Sounds good," Ellie replied. "Yes, that would work. Or, actually," Noel glanced at her watch and then over her shoulder. "Maybe this is even easier. I'm just right here." She pointed toward a side street. "Literally a few houses down. Why not come by now? It'll only take a minute." The Thursday morning bustle swirled around them. People streamed past on both sides. Later, Ellie would wonder about those strangers, questioning if anyone had paid attention, if somewhere in a forgotten memory there existed a snapshot of a girl with a backpack, wearing a black tee and jeans, talking to a woman in a khaki coat with a bookshop tote. She pictured a true crime reenactment of these very moments. Who would they get to play her? Probably her friend Hannah. They were nearly the same height now. They'd have some red-haired officer stuffed into an unflattering green jacket, pretending to be Noel. "Were you there?" a serious news anchor would ask later, peering into the camera. "On the morning of Thursday, May 26th? Did you witness a middle-aged woman with red hair speaking to Ellie Mack? They were outside the charity shop on Stroud Green Road around 10:45. You might recall the weather that day. It was when that sudden electrical storm rolled over London. Did you see the woman in the green coat walking with Ellie Mack toward Harlow Road?" The screen would cut to blurry security footage of the two walking together, Ellie looking small and exposed, turning that final corner toward her destiny like a complete fool. "Please," the anchor would urge, "if you remember anything from that morning, if you saw Ellie Mack on Harlow Road, get in touch. We're waiting for your call." But no one had noticed Ellie that morning. No one saw her in conversation with a red-haired woman. No one witnessed them walking together toward Harlow Road. No one observed Noel Donnelly unlock the door of a modest, somewhat untidy house with a blossoming cherry tree out front, turning to Ellie with the words, "All right then, come on in." No one saw Ellie step across that threshold, and no one heard the door shut firmly behind her. On a bright afternoon at the end of a lingering warm spell, Paul and Laurel laid to rest the fragments of their daughter. They buried the long bones of her legs and the largest pieces of her skull. The forensic findings described a terrible sequence. She had been struck by a car, her injured form then pulled through the trees, placed in a shallow hole, and left. Scavengers had later carried her remains deeper into the forest. For days, search dogs combed the area hoping to recover more, but found nothing. Investigators checked repair shops for vehicles with damage consistent with such an impact. Flyers were distributed across nearby towns, asking if anyone recalled a teenage girl with a dark blue backpack. Had she gotten a ride, boarded a bus, or sought shelter? Did anyone recognize the face of the 15-year-old, or the aged-up image showing how she might have looked at 25? Photos of Laurel's stolen candlesticks were also circulated, but no leads emerged. No one had seen anything. No one knew anything. After 3 months of intense effort, the case grew cold once more. Now Ellie was confirmed gone. That fragile hope was extinguished. Laurel felt utterly alone, her family shattered, facing a void of nothingness. Then, a month after Ellie's funeral, Laurel met Floyd. Laurel passed a 2-pound coin to the young assistant who had washed her hair. "Thank you, Dora," she said with a warm smile. She then handed a 5-pound note to the stylist. "Thanks, Tania. It looks wonderful, really. I appreciate it." She gave her reflection a final glance in the full-length mirror before stepping out. Her hair fell to her shoulders, a glossy, swinging blonde utterly misrepresentative of the turmoil beneath. If she could pay someone in Stroud Green to give her inner self a sleek, polished blowout, she would, and the tip would be far more generous. Outside, a gusty autumn wind tugged at her. Her hair felt insubstantial as it swirled around her face. It was getting late, and hunger decided for her. She wouldn't wait until she got home. She pushed into the cafe a few doors down and ordered a grilled cheese sandwich and a decaf cappuccino. She ate quickly, the melted cheese stretching into messy strands that snapped and stuck to her chin. She was dabbing her chin with a paper napkin when a man entered. He was of medium height and build, perhaps in his 50s. His hair was cropped short, graying at the temples and thinning darker on top. He wore well-fitting jeans, a crisp shirt, leather shoes, and tortoise-shell glasses, the kind of understated, quality attire Paul would choose. And whatever her tangled, painful feelings were about Paul now, she had to admit he always presented himself well. To her surprise, she felt a flicker of appreciation for the man in the doorway. There was a quiet confidence about him, a certain, dare she think it, sparkle in his gaze. She watched as he waited in line, noting more details, a trim waist, capable hands, one ear that stuck out a bit more than the other. He wasn't classically handsome, but he carried the ease of a man who had made peace with his looks long ago and poured his energy into his presence. He ordered a piece of carrot cake and a black coffee. His accent was ambiguous, possibly American, or someone who'd learned English from Americans, and then carried his order to the table right beside hers. Laurel's breath hitched. He hadn't seemed to notice her staring, yet he'd chosen the closest table in a cafe full of empty ones. A spike of panic went through her. Had she somehow unconsciously invited this attention? She didn't want his attention. She didn't want anyone's. For a long moment, they simply sit there together. He keeps his gaze averted, yet Laurel senses a focused energy coming from him. The man taps at his phone screen. She finishes her sandwich with deliberate small bites. Eventually, she wonders if the tension was just in her head. She sips her coffee and prepares to go. Then his voice stops her. "You have really beautiful hair?" She turns, startled, and manages a soft, "Oh, seriously, it's lovely. Thanks." Her hand rises automatically to touch it. "I just came from the salon. It never looks this good on a normal day." He offers a warm smile. "Have you ever tried their carrot cake?" She shakes her head. "It's incredible. Would you like a taste?" She gives a nervous laugh. "No, that's okay. I really shouldn't. Honestly, I have a clean spoon right here." He slides it across the table toward her. "Please, I'll never finish this whole piece." Just then, a sharp beam of sunlight cuts through the cafe window, brilliant as a spotlight. It catches the spoon, making it gleam. The cake bears the marks of his fork. The situation feels strangely personal, and Laurel's first instinct is to retreat. But as she watches the light dance on the silver, something inside her softens, a faint, unfamiliar flicker of possibility. She picks up the spoon and takes a small scoop from the side he hasn't touched. He introduces himself as Floyd Dunn, extending a hand. "Pleased to meet you, Laurel Mack." His handshake is solid and warm. "What's your accent?" she asks, sliding her chair a little closer, feeling the sun warm her neck. "Ah," he says, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "The easier question is, where isn't it from? My parents were ambitious Americans chasing careers across the globe. We lived all over, 4 years in the States, 2 in Canada, another 4 back home, 4 in Germany, a year in Singapore, then 3 in the UK. My folks returned to the States. I decided to stay. So you've been here a long time then. Let's see." He closes his eyes to calculate. 37 years. I have a British passport, British kids, a British ex-wife. I even listen to the Archers. I'd say I'm fully converted. He smiles and she laughs, then catches herself. Here she is in a cafe in the middle of a weekday, chatting and laughing with a complete stranger. How did this happen today, of all days after the hundreds of bleak days since Ellie disappeared? Is this what comes with closure, with finally laying your child to rest? Does life just resume? "Do you live nearby?" he asks. "No," she replies. "I live in Barnet now, but I used to live around here. Years ago. That's why I still come to this hairdresser. She gestures toward the salon down the street. I have a total phobia of letting anyone new near my hair, so I make the pilgrimage every month. Well, he says, his eyes appraising her hair. It looks like the trip is worth it. His tone is unmistakably flirtatious, and it triggers her internal alarm system. Is he strange? Is there something off about him? Is she missing obvious red flags? Could he be a con artist, a predator, someone dangerous? She runs these silent, frantic questions through her mind with everyone she meets now. She was never particularly trusting, even before her daughter vanished and was found dead a decade later. Her partner, Paul, used to joke that dating her was a long-term rehabilitation project. She'd refused to marry him until their son, Jake, was walking, terrified he'd get cold feet and leave her at the altar. But these doubts scream louder now because she knows the worst imaginable thing isn't just a remote possibility, it's a reality she's lived. Yet, as she studies this man, his gray eyes, his soft skin, his nice shoes, she can't pinpoint a single thing that feels wrong, except perhaps the simple, bewildering fact that he is choosing to talk to her. Thank you, she says again, accepting the compliment. She pushed her chair back toward the table, caught between the urge to leave and a quiet hope he might ask her to stay. Do you have to go? He asked. I should, she replied, scrambling for an excuse. I'm going to see my daughter. The lie was a familiar ache. She never saw her daughter. Oh, you have a daughter, he said. Yes, and a son, one of each. Exactly, she said, the phantom pain of her absent daughter sharp in her chest. One of each. I've got 2 girls myself. She nodded, slinging her bag over her shoulder. How old are they? 21 and 9. Do they live with you? The 9-year-old does. The older one is with her mother. I see. He offered a wry smile. It's complicated. Isn't everything? She returned the smile. Then he tore a corner from a discarded newspaper on the neighboring table, fished a pen from his coat pocket, and scribbled. Here, I've really enjoyed this. It wasn't nearly long enough.
I'd love to take you to dinner.
He passed her the scrap of paper.
Call me. So direct, so uncomplicated. She couldn't fathom being that certain. She took the paper, rolling it between her fingers. All right, she said, then hedging. Well, maybe. He laughed, a flash of silver fillings catching the light. Maybe works for me. Maybe is just fine. She left the cafe quickly, not glancing back.
That evening, Laurel did something entirely new. She dropped by her older daughter Hannah's house unannounced. The look on Hannah's face when she opened the door was a mix of sheer alarm and mild concern. Mum? Hello, love. Hannah glanced over her shoulder, as if searching for some obvious catastrophe that might explain her mother's sudden appearance. Is everything okay? Yes, I'm fine. I was just in the neighborhood and realized it had been a while. You were here on Sunday. Hannah had stopped by just long enough to drop off an old laptop, never stepping inside. I know, but that wasn't a proper visit. Hannah shifted her weight from one bare foot to the other. Do you want to come in? That would be lovely, thank you. Hannah was wearing joggers and a tight white tee with cherry printed across the front. She'd never been one for fashion, preferring a simple black suit from Banana Republic for work and inexpensive loungewear at home. Laurel had no idea what she wore in the evenings. They never went out together after dark. Would you like some tea? A bit late for tea for me, I'm afraid. Hannah rolled her eyes, having little patience for what she saw as her mother's invented sensitivity to caffeine. Well, I'm having coffee. What can I get you? Nothing, really. I'm fine. Laurel watched her daughter move around the small kitchen, opening and closing cabinets with a closed-off, subdued energy. She wondered if there had ever been a time when they were truly close. So where were you coming from? Hannah asked. Sorry? You said you were passing by?
Oh, right. A hair appointment.
She touched her hair, feeling the white lye prickle her skin. It looks nice. Thank you, darling. The piece of newspaper with the scribbled number and the name Floyd was in her pocket. She brushed her fingers against it. Something funny happened today, she began. Hannah shot her a look of pure dread, the same expression she always wore when Laurel tried to start any conversation, as if terrified of being pulled into an emotional quagmire. A man gave me his number, asked me out to dinner. The dread twisted into outright horror. In that moment, Laurel would have given anything, paid any price to be having this conversation with Ellie instead. Ellie would have whooped with joy, beamed, and thrown her arms around her, declaring it amazing and incredible and awesome. And somehow, Ellie would have made it feel exactly that way. Of course I won't call him. The thought is absurd, yet it lingers, pulling my mind toward us, toward this fractured unit of people drifting in our own isolated orbits. Well, yes. Hannah's tone carries a sharp edge of blame. It's been years, and we still haven't figured out how to be a family. We're all frozen, trapped in that single moment. Just look at you. She regrets the words instantly. What? Hannah straightens her hands, pulling apart. What about me? You're incredible, truly, and I'm so proud of your dedication and everything you've accomplished. But doesn't it ever feel narrow? You don't even have a pet goldfish. A goldfish? Are you serious? How could I possibly manage a pet? I'm never home. I'd forget to feed it. Laurel reaches a hand toward her daughter. Forget the goldfish, she says. It was just an illustration. All these hours you work, isn't there anything else? Another layer to your life? A close friend? A relationship? Hannah stares at her, blinking slowly. Why are you asking about relationships? You know I don't have time for that. I don't have time for anything. I barely have time for this chat. Laurel sighs, her fingers brushing the nape of her neck. I've just observed, she says, a couple times lately when I've come to clean, your bed hadn't been slept in. Hannah flushes, then scowls. Oh, she says, you assumed I had a boyfriend? Well, yes, the possibility crossed my mind. Hannah offers a condescending smile. No, Mother, she says, unfortunately not. No boyfriend, just, social events, gatherings, I crash at friends' apartments. She shrugs and picks at a cuticle. Laurel studies her parties. Hannah, her daughter's posture is all wrong. The story doesn't fit. And Laurel doesn't buy it. But she lets it go. She manufactures a smile and says, I understand. Hannah's expression softens, and she leans in. I'm still young, Mom. There will be time for men. And goldfish, just not right now. But what about us? Laurel aches to ask, when does this cease being our existence? When do we get to be a family again? When do any of us genuinely laugh or smile without that shadow of guilt? She doesn't voice it. Instead, she takes Hannah's hand across the table and says, I know, sweetheart. I really do. I just want so much for you to be happy. I want all of us to find happiness. You want Ellie back. Laurel looks up, startled. Yes, she says. Yes, I want Ellie back. Me too, says Hannah. But we know the truth now. We know she's not coming back, and we just have to keep moving forward. Yes, Laurel whispers. Yes, you're completely right. Her fingers find the slip of paper in her pocket again. They trace its edge, and a cold tremor runs down her spine. Hello? Floyd? It's Laurel. Laurel Mack. Mrs. Mack. That easy, laid-back transatlantic accent. Or is it Ms.? I'm a Ms., she replies. Ms. Mack, then. What a wonderful surprise. I'm genuinely thrilled. Laurel smiles. Good. Are we arranging a dinner? Well, yes, I suppose, unless… There is no unless. Unless you have unless you'd like to propose. She laughs. No, I have no unless to propose. Excellent, he says. How does Friday evening sound? Perfect, she says, already certain her calendar is clear. Wonderful. Shall we venture into the city, see some neon, or somewhere near my place, somewhere near yours? Neon sounds ideal, she says, her voice coming out a bit breathless, almost youthful. I was hoping you'd suggest that. Do you enjoy Thai food? I adore Thai.
Leave it to me then, he says. I'll secure us a reservation. I'll text you the details later.
Wow, okay. You are proactive?
Proactive, yes. And dashing.
She laughs again. That wasn't my next word.
No, but it's accurate. I am a remarkably thrilling individual. A ceaseless fountain of fun and escapades. That's just my style. You're hilarious. Thanks. Friday then. Absolutely, he replies. Unless, Laurel has always maintained her appearance.
Even during the darkest weeks after Ellie vanished, she would shower, select her outfits with intention, mask the exhaustion under her eyes with expensive concealer, and brush her hair until it gleamed. She never allowed herself to fall apart. Back then, her own person was all she truly possessed. She has consistently kept herself presentable, but the effort to look genuinely pretty faded long ago. In fact, that pursuit ended around 1985, not long after she and Paul started living together. So this current moment, her frustrated reflection in the mirror, the scattered makeup bags, the jittery adrenaline causing her to swipe mascara where eyeliner should go, the harsh, angry critique of her own aging face, for not being beautiful, for not having been blessed with Christy Turlington's bone structure, it all feels foreign and unsettling. She scowls, scrubbing away the mistake with a cleansing cloth. Damn it, she whispers to herself. Just perfect. Piled on her bed behind her is a selection from her closet. The weather tonight is odd, unseasonably humid with predicted showers and a gusty wind. While her figure remains unchanged, a reliable size 6, all her nicer going-out clothes date back to her 40s. They're now too short, too patterned, too revealing at the sleeves or neckline. Nothing fits the moment, not a single piece. She finally gives up, settling on a simple charcoal long-sleeved top and wide-leg black trousers. Boring, but safe. It's now 7:05. She has to leave in 10 minutes to be punctual for her date with Floyd. She rushes through the rest of her makeup, unsure if she's improved her look or made it worse, but there's no more time to fret. Pausing at her apartment's front door, she glances at the small console table where she keeps framed photos of her 3 children. She finds comfort in their faces, greeting her and wishing her well. She picks up the picture of Ellie. It was taken during October break, just before she disappeared. They were in Wales. Ellie's cheeks were rosy from the sea air and playing ball on the beach with her siblings. Her mouth was wide open in laughter, and she wore a cream-colored knitted hat with an enormous pom-pom. Her hands were tucked into the sleeves of a baggy hoodie. "I'm going on a date, Ellie," Laurel tells her daughter, "with a kind man named Floyd. I have a feeling you'd approve." She runs her thumb over her daughter's beaming face, over the fluffy pom-pom. "That's great, Mom," she imagines Ellie saying. "I'm really happy for you. Go have a good time. I'll do my best." Laurel answers the quiet room. "I'll try." The restaurant Floyd selected has forgiving lighting. The walls are a glossy blend of black and gold, the furniture is deep-toned, and the lampshades are crafted from strands of amethyst beads draped over soft bulbs. He's already seated when she arrives, 2 minutes behind schedule. She thinks he looks younger in this glow, so maybe I do too. The thought steadies her as she walks over and allows him to stand and greet her with a kiss on each cheek. "You look wonderfully elegant," he says. "Thank you," she replies. "You do as well." He's wearing a black and gray houndstooth shirt under a black corduroy blazer. His hair appears freshly trimmed since their last meeting, and he carries a scent of cedar and lime. "Do you like the place?" he asks, feigning nervousness unconvincingly. "Of course I like it," she says. "It's beautiful." "Phew," he says, and she smiles. "Have you been here before?" "I have, but only for lunch. I always wanted to return in the evening when it would be all moody and shadowy, filled with dubious characters." Laurel scans the other diners, who mostly look like they've come from the office or are on similar dates. "Not terribly dubious," she observes. "Yeah, I noticed." He sighs with mock dismay, a real letdown. She laughs softly as he hands her a menu. "Starving," she admits, and it's the truth. Nerves had stolen her appetite all day, but seeing him now, remembering exactly why she'd agreed to share a cake and make this call, her hunger returned with a vengeance. "Do you handle heat?"
I live for it!
He grins, his relief palpable. Thank goodness I have a strict policy about only liking people who appreciate spicy food. That could have been a deal breaker right out of the gate. They barely glance at the menu at first, Floyd too busy with his rapid-fire questions about her job, her siblings, her apartment, her hobbies. Then, before their drinks even hit the table, he asks, "So, how old are your children?" "Oh," she fiddles with her napkin. "They're 27 and 29. "No way," he says, looking genuinely surprised. "You look like you could have teenagers at the absolute most." She knows it's a ridiculous thing to say. Losing a child etches years into you faster than any sun-drenched vice. "I'm almost 55, she states flatly. "And I look every day of it." "Well, I disagree," he insists, his tone light. "I had you pegged in your 40s, you look fantastic." She brushes the comment aside, finding it frivolous. With a warm smile, Floyd retrieves a pair of reading glasses from his jacket and puts them on. "Shall we figure out what to eat?" They end up ordering far too much. Plate after plate arrives, each one more generously portioned than expected, forcing them into a comical, ongoing reshuffle of glasses, water bottles, and phones to make room. Is this the last one? They keep asking the server, half in hope, half in dread. "Please tell us that's everything." They start with beer, then switch to white wine. Floyd shares the story of his divorce from his older daughter's mother. The girl's name is Sarah Jade. "I liked Sarah Jane. She preferred Jade. It was an easy compromise, I suppose. I call her Sarah. Her mom calls her Jade. She goes by SJ. He gives a philosophical shrug. You can pick any name you want, but kids always end up making it their own. What's she like, Sarah?" For a moment, a subtle shadow passes over Floyd's normally bubbly demeanor. She's unique. Well, he searches for the right words. You'd really have to meet her to understand. "Do you see her often?" "Quite a bit, actually. She still lives with my ex. They clash a lot, so I'm her escape route, most weekends in fact. It's a blessing and a curse," he says with a wry smile. "And your other daughter? What's her name?" "Poppy." His whole face brightens at the sound of it. "What's she like? Is she very different from Sarah Jade?" "Oh, completely," he nods, his expression turning theatrical. "Poppy is incredible. She's a math genius, has this sharp, wicked sense of humor, and doesn't tolerate any nonsense. She keeps me humble, reminds me I'm not the center of the universe. Honestly, she runs circles around me in every way." "She sounds wonderful," Laurel says, the description stirring a familiar, aching echo within her. "She is," he agrees softly. "I'm very lucky." "So how did she come to live with you?" "Ah, that's the complicated bit. Poppy and Sarah Jade have different mothers. Poppy's mum was more of a fleeting connection that overstayed its welcome, if you catch my drift. Poppy wasn't planned, not at all. We tried for a little while to make a go of it as a couple, but it never really worked. Then, when Poppy was 4, her mother vanished." "Vanished?" The word hits Laurel like a physical blow, her heart lurching. "Yes. She left Poppy on my doorstep, emptied her bank account, walked away from her house and her job. She was just gone." He picks up his wine glass, taking a slow, deliberate sip as if giving Laurel space to absorb it. Her hand flies to her throat, her breath catching. She felt a sudden, deep certainty that none of this was accidental. Her encounter with this compelling man seemed destined, as if they had each sensed the unique voids within the other, spaces shaped for those extraordinary individuals who appear as if summoned from nowhere. "Wow," she murmured. "Poor Poppy." Floyd's eyes dropped to the tablecloth. He idly rolled a single grain of rice beneath his finger. "Yes," he said quietly. "Absolutely. What do you believe became of her? Poppy's mother?" He let out a soft sigh. "Honestly, I haven't a clue. She was an unusual person. She could have gone anywhere," he said, his voice trailing off. "Truly, anywhere at all." Laurel studied him, weighing whether to press further. "Do you ever wonder if she might be dead?" His gaze lifted, dark and unreadable, and she instantly knew she'd crossed a line. "It's possible," he replied flatly. "Anything's possible, then." Just as quickly, his easy smile returned. The conversation drifted onward. They ordered another glass of wine, the evening's lightness restored, and the date continued. Back at her apartment, Laurel went directly to her laptop, slipped on her reading glasses, and typed Floyd Dunn's name into the search bar. They had talked for hours until the restaurant staff kindly hinted it was time to go. Floyd had mentioned a quiet members club. Nothing pretentious, just a cozy bar with armchairs, really. But Laurel didn't want to navigate the late-night trip back to High Barnet, so they parted at Piccadilly Circus. On the tube ride home, she had grinned sleepily at her own reflection in the window, wrapped in a warm, wine-soft haze. Now in her pajamas with a toothbrush in her mouth, she ignored the clothes tossed over the chair and the makeup scattered across her dresser. She wanted to stay inside the delicate bubble she and Floyd had created, to keep the ordinary world from seeping in. The search results appeared almost instantly. Floyd Dunn was the author of several acclaimed books on number theory and mathematical physics. She clicked to the images, staring at photos of him across different years. In earlier author photos, he looked much younger, long-haired, wearing an unbuttoned shirt, reminiscent of a solitary academic from another era. She smiled to herself. She might have hesitated to share a dessert with that version of him. The more recent pictures showed the man she'd just dined with. Hair a little messier, clothes more casual, but undeniably the same person. She wanted to know everything about him. She longed to lose herself in his intriguing world. She wanted to see him again and again. Then, unbidden, the thought of Paul surfaced, Paul and his Bonnie, the stunned numbness she'd felt when he announced he'd met someone, and they were moving in together. Back then, she couldn't fathom how he'd reached that place of giddy anticipation, of making plans and feeling that flutter in your chest. And now here she was, feeling it herself, with a sudden, fierce urge to call him. Paul, she imagined saying, "I've met someone incredible. He's brilliant, witty, handsome, and so kind." It struck her that this was the first time in years she'd wanted to talk to Paul about anything other than Ellie. The following day passed in an agonizing quiet. Saturdays usually meant meeting her longtime friends Jackie and Belle. The three had been inseparable since their school days in Portsmouth, decades ago. When they were all living in London, they'd met at a Soho bar where Jackie and Belle shared that they had fallen in love. Then, about 11 years back, Belle had given birth to twin boys, adding a new, joyful layer to their chosen family. Laurel had just left the family area when they entered it, and in the years following Ellie's disappearance, their Edmonton home, overflowing with diapers, plastic toys, and squeezable pink yogurt tubes, had been a sanctuary for her. This weekend, however, they were away, taking their sons to a rugby competition in Shropshire. Time now crawled by, the air in her apartment growing thick and still, every sound from her neighbors' doors clicking shut, parents calling to kids, engines starting, the jingle of dog leashes only sharpened her sense of isolation. There was no call from Floyd, no text, and she felt far too old for this anxious waiting. By Saturday night she had talked herself down. The whole idea was absurd. She was a wounded woman carrying heavy, unattractive baggage, while Floyd, with his easy charm, had likely just been securing a pleasant evening out, something he could probably arrange any night of the week. He was probably in some cafe right now, sharing a slice of carrot cake with another woman. On Sunday, Laurel decided to visit her mother. Her usual visit was on Thursday. Keeping it a weekly appointment made it harder to invent an excuse not to go, but she couldn't endure another solitary day at home. She simply couldn't. Her mother's care home in Enfield, a 20-minute drive away, was a modern red brick building with tinted windows, as if to shield passers-by from glimpsing the difficult futures within. Ruby, her mum, had suffered 3 strokes. Her vocabulary was limited, her vision half gone, and her memory was full of holes. She was also profoundly unhappy and could usually muster the words to express her wish to die. When Laurel arrived at 11:30, her mother was seated in a chair. Beside her was a plate of oat-like biscuits and a cup of milk, arranged as if for a small child. Laurel took her mother's hand, stroking the paper-thin skin. She gazed into her dark eyes, searching, as she always did, for the vibrant woman who used to pick her up by an arm and a leg to toss her into swimming pools, who chased her across beaches, braided her hair, and made her eggs over easy after Laurel saw them on an American TV show. Her mother's energy had once been limitless, her curly black hair forever escaping its clips and bands, her heels always low so she could sprint for buses, leap over walls, and even chase down a mugger once. The first stroke had struck just 4 months after Ellie vanished, and she had never been the same. "I went on a date last week," Laurel told her. Her mother nodded, pinching her mouth into a tight smile. She struggled to form a word. F, it's all right, Mum. I know you're happy for me." "Fantastic," her mother suddenly exclaimed. "Yes," Laurel said, smiling widely. "It was, except now I'm acting like a nervous teenager staring at my phone, willing him to call. It's completely pathetic." Her mother offered another smile, or the closest approximation her injured brain would allow. "And name?" "His name is Floyd Dunn. He's American. Around my age, ridiculously smart, nice-looking, funny. He has 2 daughters, one lives with him, the other is grown up." Her mother nodded, still smiling. You. Laurel ran her thumb over her mother's hand and smiled encouragingly. You call him?" her mother finally managed. Laurel laughed. "I can't do that." Her mum shook her head irritably and tutted. "No, really. I called him first. I already made the initial move. The next one is up to him." Her mother tutted again, a sound of clear disapproval. "I suppose," Laurel mused, "I could send him a quick text, just to say thank you. Then the ball would be in his court." Her mum nodded and clasped Laurel's hand in hers, giving it a gentle squeeze. Her mother had adored Paul. From the very beginning she'd said, "Well done, my darling, you found a good man. Now please be kind to him. Please don't let him go." Her mother had urged, and Laurel had offered a wry smile in return, saying only, "We'll see." Laurel had never been one for fairy tale endings. Her mother, interestingly, had taken the news of the split between Laurel and Paul with a calm acceptance, a blend of romantic hope and clear-eyed realism that, in truth, was a pretty perfect way to be. Her mother reached over now, her hand searching for Laurel's bag. She found it, retrieved the phone, and passed it over. "What? Right now?" Laurel asked, her voice heavy with reluctance. Her mother simply nodded. With a deep sigh, Laurel began to type. "I'm holding you personally accountable," she said, trying to sound stern but not quite managing it. "If this completely backfires on me..." Then she hit send, powered the phone off, and shoved it back into her bag, immediately horrified by her own action. "Damn it," she muttered, dragging her hands down her face. She turned to her mother. "You are a terrible influence. I can't believe you talked me into that." Her mother let out a laugh then, a odd, strained sound that seemed to catch in her throat. But it was a laugh unmistakably. It was the first genuine laugh Laurel could recall hearing from her in what felt like an age. Mere seconds later, Laurel's phone began to vibrate. It was him. Their second date fell on a Tuesday. This time they stayed close to home, choosing an Eritrean restaurant near Floyd's place that Laurel had always wanted to try. Paul had always vetoed it, pointing to the 3-star hygiene rating displayed in the window. Floyd was dressed casually in a dark green polo shirt layered under a black sweater, paired with jeans. Laurel wore a tailored linen pinafore over a simple white blouse, her hair pulled back, with black tights and boots. The overall effect, she thought, was vaguely reminiscent of a very fashionable nun. It wasn't until she met Floyd that she realized how severe, almost clerical, her entire wardrobe had become. "You look incredible," he said, completely missing her internal fashion critique. "You're far too stylish for me. I feel like a complete slob."
You look wonderful,
she replied, taking her seat.
you always do.
She was surprised by how at ease she felt. None of the nervous tension from their first meeting last week lingered. The restaurant was a bit worn and brightly lit, but she found she didn't care about how she looked or whether she seemed old. She watched his hands as he gestured, feeling a sudden, intense urge to catch them midair and press them to her face. Her eyes followed the turn of his head, lingered on the fine lines fanning from his eyes when he smiled, and occasionally dropped to the glimpse of chest hair visible where the top button of his polo shirt was undone. The sheer force of her desire to be intimate with him struck her then, shocking her into a brief, flustered silence. "Everything all right, Laurel?" he asked, picking up on her sudden stillness. "Oh yes, absolutely fine," she said, offering a quick smile. He seemed reassured, and their conversation flowed on. He chatted warmly with the waitstaff, who clearly knew him well, bringing over extra little dishes for him to sample. "You know," Laurel said, tearing a piece of injera bread to scoop up some spicy lamb stew, "my ex would never bring me here because of that hygiene rating." She felt a twinge of guilt immediately, reducing Paul to a single unflattering detail for a stranger when he was, of course, so much more.
"Well, hygiene schmeegene," Floyd said with a wave of his hand. "I've been eating here for years and never had a single stomach issue. These folks know exactly what they're doing. So how long have you lived in this neighborhood?"
"Oh, forever, really? Since my parents returned to the States, they gave me a chunk of money and told me to buy something a bit rough around the edges but centrally located. I found this house. It was all divided into awful little bedsits. Just disgusting. The way some people live, honestly. Dead rodents, clogged plumbing, filth on the walls." He gave a theatrical shudder. "But it turned out to be the best decision I ever made. You wouldn't believe what the place is worth now." Laurel could believe it, having sold her own place in Stroud Green not too many years before. "Do you think you'll ever move back to the States?" He shook his head firmly. "No, never. It never really felt like home to me. I never felt truly at home anywhere until I arrived here." "What about your parents? Are they living?" he inquired. "Yes, they are. They had me young, so they're still quite active." "And yours?" he asked. "Are your parents still alive?" She gave a small shake of her head. "My father passed when I was 26. My mother is in a care facility now. She's very weak. I don't imagine she'll still be here a year from now." Then her expression softened. "Actually, she was the one who insisted I phone you." This past Sunday, she struggles to speak, each word a monumental effort. Most days, all she discusses is dying. But she told me to call you. She said it was wonderful that I'd met you. She practically pressed the phone into my hand. Laurel looked down. "It's the most motherly gesture she's made in 10 years, the most present she's been in months. It meant the world to me." Floyd then stretched his hand across the table, covering hers with his own, his kind gray eyes holding her gaze. "God bless your amazing mother," he said softly. She laced her fingers with his, giving a gentle squeeze. His touch was firm, yet tender, intimate but safe. It awakened sensations she believed were lost forever, feelings she'd forgotten she even possessed. His thumbs traced circles over her wrists, finding her pulse. His fingertips drew light patterns along the sensitive skin of her inner arms. She toyed with the soft hair on his forearms before sliding her hands up into the cozy wool of his sweater sleeves. They found each other's elbows, hands clasping tightly across the table in a silent, charged moment before slowly releasing. They asked for the check. His home was startlingly familiar, just a few streets over from where she once lived. It was a Victorian semi-detached with distinctive gables and a little balcony above the front porch. A tiled walkway led to a door flanked by stained glass panels, with a matching fanlight overhead. The small front garden was neatly kept, with 2 recycling bins tucked down the side passage. Laurel already knew the interior layout before Floyd turned his key because it mirrored her old house. And there it was, just as she'd pictured. The tiled entry hall with a broad staircase ahead, the banister curling into a generous spiral, a single step down into a spacious kitchen. To the left, a doorway revealed a room lined with books, the glow of a television and a pair of bare feet crossed at the ankle. She watched as the feet uncrossed and settled on the polished wood floor. Then a face appeared, small, apprehensive, framed by a shock of pale blonde hair adorned with a constellation of earrings and a bold swipe of blue eyeliner. "Dad?" The head quickly withdrew at the sight of Laurel in the hallway. "Hey, sweetie," Floyd said, turning to mouth Sarah to Laurel before leaning into the room. "How was your night?" "Fine," came Sarah Jade's voice, soft and low. "How was Poppy?" "She was good." "What time did she go to sleep?" "About 30 minutes ago."
You're back early?
Laurel saw the slender figure lean forward slightly, then pull back. "Sarah?" Floyd said, turning and reaching for Laurel's hand. "I have someone for you to meet." He guided Laurel toward the doorway, gently ushering her ahead. "This is Laurel. This is my older daughter, Sarah Jade."
S.J., corrected the petite girl in the armchair, slowly rising to her feet.
She offered a small hand. "Nice to meet you." Then she sank back into the chair, tucking her slender, blue-veined feet beneath her. She wore an oversized black t-shirt and black velvet leggings. Laurel noted her thinness, wondering if it was by nature or by struggle. On the TV, a reality show featured strangers on awkward, brightly lit dinner dates. By SJ's feet sat an empty plate with smears of ketchup and a drained can of Diet Coke. A crumpled Galaxy bar wrapper lay on the arm of the chair. Laurel took this as confirmation of a natural physique and instantly conjured an image of Sarah Jade's mother, a delicate, wide-eyed woman in designer jeans. A sharp, pathetic pang of jealousy shot through her.
Right?
Floyd said. "We'll be in the kitchen. Can I get you anything?" Sarah Jade gave a silent shake of her head. Laurel trailed Floyd into a kitchen that matched her expectations. Sleek cream cabinetry with large wooden handles, a dark green stove, and a central island with stools. It hadn't been opened into a rear extension like her old place. Instead, it stretched back to a cluttered area with a pine table. The table was buried under papers and magazines, flanked by 2 laptops, a pink faux fur coat draped over one chair, and a suit jacket on another. She perched on a stool, watching him prepare a mug of chamomile tea for her and a coffee from a drip machine for himself. "You have a beautiful home," she offered. "Why, thank you," he replied, a playful glint in his eye. "Though I feel I should warn you, the exact spot you're sitting is where the previous tenant in the back room kept his chamber pot. He left it behind when he moved, full." "Oh, that's disgusting." Laurel laughed, a genuine sound of revulsion. "You're telling me, this house is identical to my old one. Not in decor, obviously, but the floor plan, the design, it's the same. All these streets," he mused, passing her the tea. "These were modern developments once, built around the same time for city professionals." He smiled. "It's strange to think one day our descendants might be charmed by a tract housing estate, desperately preserving the period features." "Don't you dare touch that plastic crown molding, it's historic," Laurel grinned. "Can you believe the people before me actually ripped out the original mirrored sliding closet doors?" Floyd laughed, his gaze warm. Then the laughter faded, and his expression turned serious. "Look," he began, his voice lower. "I looked you up after our first dinner." The smile stiffened on Laurel's face. "I know about Ellie." Her hands tightened around the warm mug. "Oh, you knew I would, didn't you?" She offered a sad, thin smile. "I suppose the thought crossed my mind. I was going to tell you soon. I was right on the edge of it. It just never felt like first date conversation." "No," he said softly. "I understand completely." She rotated the mug in her hands, the new direction of the conversation leaving her adrift. "I'm so sorry," he continued, sighing heavily. I can't even fathom it. Actually, that's not true. I can imagine it all too clearly, and that's what makes it unbearable. Not that my bearing it matters at all, but the thought of you and your daughter, it's just God." He sighed again. "And I wanted to say something all evening. It felt so wrong, making small talk with you while carrying this knowledge you didn't know I had." "I'm a fool," she murmured. "I should have realized." "No," he insisted. "I'm the fool. I should have waited for you to tell me when you were ready." Laurel looked up, meeting his misty eyes, then glanced at his hands, the same hands that had traced her arms so gently at the restaurant. She took in the warmth of his lived-in home and found a new steadiness within herself. "I am ready now," she said, her voice clear. "I can talk about it now." He reached across the counter and placed his hand on her shoulder. She instinctively leaned her cheek against it. Are you sure? Yes, she said. The word firm and final, I'm sure. It was almost 1 in the morning when Floyd finally guided Laurel upstairs. Sarah Jade had taken a taxi home at midnight, bidding her father a quiet goodbye without a glance toward Laurel. His bedroom was painted a deep burgundy, adorned with intriguing, somewhat ugly abstract oil paintings he insisted he'd discovered in the basement during renovations. They're kind of awful, I suppose, he said, but I like them. I like that I saved them from being forgotten, gave them a chance to live and breathe. Which room is Poppy's? She asks quietly. He gestures upward and behind them. She won't hear a thing, and honestly, she sleeps like a rock. Then he's undoing the back of her dress, and she's pulling at the sleeves of his soft, warm sweater, and they become a mess of arms and legs and clothes and stockings. Even though Laurel had decided years ago that her time with intimacy was finished, only minutes later it's happening. She's having sex, and not just any sex, but the best she's ever experienced. Almost immediately afterward, she wants to do it all over again. They drift off as a pale, grayish dawn seeps through the gaps in his curtains, curled tightly in each other's arms. Morning? Are you Laurel? Laurel gives a small start. It's 10 o'clock, and she'd thought Floyd's daughter would already be at school. Yes, she answers, switching on a friendly smile. That's me, and you must be Poppy. Yep, I'm Poppy. She grins at Laurel, showing slightly crooked teeth and a little dimple in her left cheek. Laurel has to grab onto the nearest thing, the doorframe, and she holds it tightly, completely speechless for a moment. Wow, she manages, finally. Sorry, you look. But she doesn't finish. She doesn't say, you look exactly like my missing daughter. The dimple, the wide forehead, the sleepy eyes, the way you tilt your head when you're figuring someone out. Instead, she says, you remind me of someone. Sorry. And lets out a laugh that's a little too loud. After Ellie first disappeared, Laurel used to see girls who resembled her everywhere. She never got to the point of running after them in the street, shouting her daughter's name and grabbing their shoulder like people do in movies. But she'd feel those butterflies that catch in her breath, the sudden hope that her world was about to be put back together with overwhelming relief. Those moments never lasted, and it hadn't happened in years. Poppy smiles and asks, "Can I get you something? Tea? Coffee?" "Oh," says Laurel, surprised by such polished hosting from a 9-year-old. "Yes, please, coffee would be great, if that's all right." She glances behind her, wondering where Floyd is. He'd said he'd be down in 2 minutes. He hadn't mentioned his daughter would be here. "Dad said you were really pretty," Poppy remarks, her back turned as she fills the coffee maker from the tap. "And you are?" "Goodness," Laurel replies. "Thank you, though I'm sure I look a mess." She runs a hand through her hair, trying to smooth the tangles that this child's father put there with his hands last night. She's wearing Floyd's t-shirt, and she knows she smells distinctly of sex. "Did you have a nice evening?" Poppy asks, measuring coffee grounds into the machine. "Yes, thank you. We really did." "Did you go to the Ethiopian place?" "We did. That's my favorite restaurant," Poppy says. "My dad's been taking me there since I was really little." "Oh," Laurel responds. "You must have quite the refined taste. There's almost nothing I won't eat," she declares, "except prunes. Prunes are the worst." Poppy is dressed in a loose blue and white striped cotton dress with dark tights and a pair of simple leather flats. Her brown hair is pulled back and fastened with 2 small red clips. It strikes Laurel as a very grown-up outfit for a young girl, the kind she would have had to negotiate hard with her own daughters to wear at that age. "No school today?" she asks. "Nope. No school any day." "I don't go to school." "Oh," Laurel says, Dad teaches me." "Has he always taught you?" "Always. I was reading chapter books when I was 3, basic algebra by 4. No regular school could have really handled me." She laughs, a clear, almost adult sound, and turns on the coffee maker. "Can I offer you some granola and yogurt? Maybe a piece of toast?" Laurel glanced back once more, but Floyd was nowhere to be seen. "You know," she offered, "I think I'll grab a quick shower first. I'm feeling a bit off." She managed a tight smile. I won't take long, of course, Poppy replied warmly. Go ahead. I'll have your coffee ready when you're done. Nodding, Laurel began to retreat from the kitchen. On the staircase, she encountered Floyd, freshly showered with his damp hair swept back, his skin smooth from a recent shave. He slipped an arm around her waist, nuzzling into her shoulder.
I met Poppy.
Laurel murmured. You never mentioned you homeschooled her, didn't I? He replied, his tone light.
No, you didn't.
She gently eased away from another affectionate advance.
I'm heading for the shower. I can't exactly sit and chat with your daughter smelling like I've been out all night with her father.
Floyd chuckled. You smell wonderful, he insisted, his hand brushing suggestively against her, leaving her torn between leaning into his touch and pushing him away. Stop that, she said, though her tone was fond. He laughed again. So what did you think? He pressed. Of my Poppy? She's absolutely charming, Laurel answered, completely delightful. He beamed at the praise. Isn't she, though? Isn't she just extraordinary? He leaned in, giving her a soft kiss before continuing down the stairs. Laurel heard his cheerful greeting float from the kitchen. Good morning, my remarkable girl. How are you today? She continued upstairs, taking a long, thoughtful shower in her lover's ensuite bathroom. A vague sense of unease settled over her. A peculiar wrongness she couldn't quite pinpoint. Later that day, Laurel went to clean her daughter Hannah's apartment. To an outsider, the $30 left for her under a vase might seem odd, but Laurel had grown accustomed to this weekly ritual. Every family has its quirks, and this was simply one of theirs. Each week, she tucked the cash into a special savings account, a future fund for spoiling her yet-to-be-born grandchildren. After securing the money in her purse, she began her now routine detective sweep of the apartment, a habit she'd developed since Hannah stopped sleeping there regularly. Hannah's explanation of late nights and sleepovers, a sudden surge of parties and socializing, didn't sit right with Laurel. That simply wasn't the daughter she knew. Hannah had never been one for chasing fun. The bouquet on the table caught her eye, not a last-minute bundle from the grocery store, but an arranged mix of dusky roses, baby's breath, lilac hyacinths, and eucalyptus. The stems still bore the faint spiral marks from their binding twine. In the kitchen, Laurel surveyed the counters for any clues as she gathered her cleaning supplies. The absence of a cereal bowl or the usual makeup clutter confirmed Hannah hadn't been home the previous night. The real problem, Laurel realized, was that if there was a man involved, Hannah was likely spending all her time at his place, leaving no evidence behind here. With a sigh, she bent to remove the half-full trash bag, which, as usual, was practically weightless, a testament to Hannah's seemingly barren social life. As she compressed the bag to tie it off, she heard the crinkle of cellophane. Quickly, she reached inside and pulled out the discarded flower wrapping. Taped to it was a small card with a message scrawled in florist's handwriting. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Please don't be late. I love you so much, TX. Laurel held the card, staring at it for a long moment. Then she shoved it back into the bag and tied a firm knot. There it was, the confirmation. Hannah had moved on. Hannah had a man, but the question lingered, sharp and unanswerable. Why wasn't her daughter telling her about it? It had been months since Laurel last saw Paul, not since the day they buried Ellie. They stood together at the funeral. He came alone, never mentioning Bonnie or asking to bring her. He was, in every sense, a good man. That day, when her knees threatened to buckle as the casket vanished behind the curtain to the strains of Keen's Somewhere Only We Know, it was Paul who steadied her. Later, at his mother's house, he brought her tea, then found her hiding in the garden and coaxed her back inside with the offer of a Bailey's over ice, her absolute favorite. Once the others had left, they sat together, swirling the ice in their glasses, sharing quiet laughs, and Laurel felt her emotions twist into something complex, both luminous and shadowed. He never glanced at his phone or fretted about getting home to Bonnie. They left together around 10, walking unsteadily toward the idling cabs on the street. She let him hold her close, her face buried in the soft, well-worn cotton of his shirt, breathing in his familiar scent. For a heartbeat, she almost turned her face up and kissed him. The next morning, she woke feeling as if her entire world had been flipped and rearranged, and she hadn't spoken to him since. Now, however, that fog of confusion had lifted, she felt clear, renewed, ready to see him again. So, after returning from Hannah's apartment, she called. "Hello, Laurel," he said, his voice always so warm. Paul did everything warmly. There was a time, during the long years Ellie was missing, when that very warmth made her despise him. The way he'd smile so sincerely at detectives, reporters, even the prying neighbors, how he'd grasp their hands in both of his, maintain eye contact, ask about their well-being, all while minimizing their own living nightmare in a constant, futile effort to make everyone feel better. Back then, she had fantasized about wrapping her hands around his neck and squeezing, but now his tone perfectly mirrored her own calm. Now she could see him clearly again. "Dear, lovely Paul Mack, such a decent man. How are you?" he asked. "I'm all right, thanks," she replied. "And you?" "Oh, you know how it is." She did know. "I was thinking," she began. "Next week is mine and Hannah's birthday. I thought maybe we could do something, all of us together, if that's possible." Hannah had made her dramatic entrance into the world just 2 minutes past midnight on Laurel's 27th birthday, a family joke being that she arrived intent on stealing the spotlight from day one. "You mean everyone? You, me, the kids?" "Yes, the kids, partners too, if that works." "Wow, absolutely." He sounded like a child offered a brand new bike. "That's a wonderful idea. It's on Wednesday, right?" "Yes, I haven't asked Hannah yet, though. She might be busy. But after everything this year, finding Ellie, finally saying goodbye, we've been so broken apart for so long. Maybe it's time we to come back together," he finished for her. "It's brilliant. I'd love to. I'll talk to Bonnie." "Well," Laurel said, "let me check with the kids first. You know how schedules are, but fingers crossed." "Definitely. Thank you, Laurel." "You're welcome. It's been a long road, hasn't it? Exhausting. I've missed you terribly. I've missed you too. And, Paul? Yes?" She hesitated, took a deep breath, and dug for a word she never imagined saying to him. "I'm sorry. What for? Oh, come on, Paul. Don't pretend. I was awful to you. You know I was." "Laurel." He sighed softly. "You were never awful." "No," she insisted, the old bitterness now just a faint echo. "I was worse than awful. You were never anything but a mother, Laurel." "That's all," Laurel said, ending one thought before beginning another. "Other women have lost children without losing their husbands in the process," she pointed out, the words hanging between them. "You haven't lost me, Laurel. I'm still yours, always will be." She gave a small, humorless laugh. "Well, that's not entirely accurate, is it?" Paul let out a long breath. "Where it truly matters," he insisted. "As the father of our children, as your friend, as the person who walked beside you on that long road, as someone who still loves and cares for you, marriage isn't required for any of that. Those bonds run deeper than any legal document. They're permanent." Laurel sighed then, a strained smile touching her lips. "Thank you, Paul. I mean that." She ended the call and sat for a moment, phone cradled in her lap, gazing blankly ahead. An unexpected calm settled over her, a peace she'd believed was lost to her forever. Later, when she broached the idea to Hannah, the reaction was immediate irritation. "What do you mean, all of us?" Hannah's voice was sharp. "I mean everyone. Me, you, your father, Jake, Bonnie, Blue." A groan came through the line. "Oh, God." Laurel held her ground. She'd anticipated resistance. "You said it yourself," she reminded her daughter. "It's time we all moved forward. We're healing. This is a step in that direction. Maybe for you. You've never even met Bonnie. How is that not going to be incredibly weird?" "It won't be, because your father and I won't allow it to be." The phrase felt strange on her tongue after so long. "Your father and I. We're all adults, Hannah. No more hiding. You're nearly 28. I'm practically collecting my pension. We buried Ellie. Your father has someone in his life. He loves her. I need to accept that and welcome her into this family. The same goes for Jake and Blue and, of course, for you, for me." "Yes. You. And whoever sent you those lovely flowers? A chilly silence followed. What flowers? The arrangement on your kitchen table. There is no arrangement. Oh, my mistake then. The imaginary bunch with the imaginary pink roses. That one. Hannah made a sound of exasperation. It's not an arrangement, it's just some flowers. I bought them for myself. Laurel sighed, adopting a breezy, insincere tone. Oh, I see, sorry. Will you please stop trying to manufacture a boyfriend for me? There isn't one. Okay? Fine, yes, sorry. And I genuinely hate this idea of a big family dinner. It's just too strange. Are you free? A pause. No. No, not on the actual day. On our birthday, no. But I could do another day next week. What are you doing on our actual birthday then? Just drinks after work. Nothing major. Laurel blinked slowly. She knew her daughter was lying. That mysterious tea was clearly taking her somewhere special. But she said nothing. All right then. How about Friday?
Fine.
Hannah relented, though her tone was grim. But if this turns into a complete nightmare, I'm blaming you for the rest of my life. Laurel almost smiled, as if that were anything new. She arranged to see Floyd again on Thursday evening. This time, there was no anxious waiting. His text had arrived just 30 minutes after she'd left his house on Wednesday morning, as her train emerged from the tunnel into the stark daylight of East Finchley. That was the best date I've ever had, and Poppy adores you. Can I see you again, please, tomorrow? She'd tucked her smile away and replied, maybe, unless... She'd surprised herself by inviting him to her flat for dinner. He'd accepted eagerly, saying he'd arrange for SJ to stay over at his place. Now she was shopping for that dinner, both daunted and thrilled by the sheer number of choices before her. For years, her life had operated on autopilot, driven by bare necessity. She'd eaten the same meals, built from the same ingredients, collected from the same supermarket aisles. Every meal was a calculation: 300 calories for breakfast, 400 for lunch, 300 for dinner, leaving room for a chocolate bar at work or 2 glasses of wine in the evening. Food had become mere numbers, a daily equation to be solved without joy. But tonight, she selected fresh herbs and a cut of meat she never bought, feeling a flicker of something forgotten. Anticipation. The day Ellie vanished, Laurel stopped preparing meals for Paul and the children. Gradually, they worked their way through everything in the refrigerator, then moved on to the freezer. Eventually, Paul and Hannah made a trip to the supermarket, returning with a cart overflowing with basic supplies: pasta, canned tuna, sausages, frozen chicken, and Paul simply assumed control of the kitchen. He meant well, but the man couldn't cook to save his life. His dishes were bland and utterly lacking in imagination. Still, the food appeared, they ate, and nobody starved. That was what counted, she told herself. Now, however, she faces the task of cooking for a man she has slept with, a man she will sleep with again, a man who, she recalls, once took his toddler daughter to an Eritrean restaurant. The whole idea leaves her feeling utterly unprepared. She stands in her kitchen clutching a printed Jamie Oliver recipe for jambalaya: rice, peppers, onions, chicken, chorizo. How difficult could it be? It's everything else that overwhelms her. What does one serve beforehand? What about drinks or dessert? She has no clue. In a panic, she fills her cart with exotic-sounding lentil crisps and pita chips, then tosses in a bag of plain potato chips for good measure. She grabs tubs of tara masalada and hummus, only to put them back when she realizes they won't match the main dish. What do people in Louisiana nibble on before dinner? She hasn't the faintest idea, so she grabs a Tex-Mex dip assortment that looks like something a college kid would buy for a party. For dessert, she covers all her bases: a New York cheesecake because he's American, and a sticky toffee pudding because he loves England. But what if he's too full? What if he doesn't like sweets? She adds a box of After 8 mints, imagining some playful remark about how you haven't truly lived until you've tried one. With a sigh of relief, she pays and loads everything into her car. Her apartment presents the next challenge. It's clean enough, a quick vacuum and tidying would make it presentable, but it feels sterile and impersonal. When she moved, she let the children take most of the belongings from the old house and donated plenty to charity. She brought only the bare minimum, as if she expected to simply fade away here. Now she regrets that emptiness. After showering and primping, she cooks in her pajamas to keep her clothes clean, and she finds the rhythm of chopping, measuring, and stirring unexpectedly soothing. It reminds her that she used to do this every day, sometimes twice a day. She cooked interesting, healthy meals for her family as an act of love, a way to nurture and protect them. Then her daughter disappeared, only to be found later as a scattering of bones in a forest, her body ravaged by animals. All those carefully prepared meals hadn't kept Ellie safe. So what was the point? But as she stirs the pot, a realization dawns. Cooking nurtures the person making the food, too. It's not just for the one who eats it. At 7 o'clock, she changes into a black sleeveless top and a full red skirt, adding a pair of red stilettos she won't have to walk in. At 7:15, her phone chimes with a text. It's a message from him. Change of plans. SJ canceled. I can bring Poppy, or we can reschedule. Your call. Laurel takes a deep, steadying breath. At first, she feels a sharp spike of irritation. All that work, all the grooming, not to mention stripping the bed. But the annoyance fades as quickly as it came, and a new thought takes its place. Why not, really? An evening with Floyd and his daughter could be nice, a chance to understand the girl a little more. And honestly, those sheets were due for a wash anyway. She smiles and sends a reply.
Please bring Poppy. It would be lovely. Floyd's response is instant. That's wonderful, thank you. Just a quick note, she's fascinated by photographs in other people's homes. If you have any pictures of Ellie out, it might be best to tuck them away. I haven't mentioned Ellie to her and think it's better she doesn't know. I hope that's all right. Poppy arrives in a knee-length black velvet dress, a bright red bolero jacket, and red shoes adorned with little bows. The outfit gives Laurel another pang of discomfort. It speaks of a childhood without the subtle guidance of friends or a mother's eye. She pushes the feeling aside and ushers them into the living room. Candles flicker, throwing soft, moving shadows across the plain walls. Bowls of chips and Tex-Mex dips, neatly transferred to glass dishes, wait on the coffee table. Mellow music fills the small, boxy room, smoothing its sharp corners. A bottle of Cava chills in a cooler, and glasses catch the candlelight. What a charming apartment, Floyd says, handing her a bottle of wine and gently prompting Poppy, who offers the bunch of lilies she'd been holding. It's fine, Laurel replies. It serves its purpose. Poppy's gaze sweeps the room, lingering on the family photos arranged on the windowsills and shelves. Is this your little girl? She asks, leaning close to a picture of Hannah at 6 or 7. Yes, Laurel says. That's Hannah. She's not so little anymore, though. She'll be 28 next week. And is this your son? That's Jake, my eldest. He turns 30 in January. He looks kind, Poppy observes. Is he kind? Laurel places the wine in the refrigerator and turns back. Well, yes, he's very kind. I don't see him much these days, unfortunately. He lives in Devon. Does he have a girlfriend? He does. Her name is Blue. They share a quaint little cottage with chickens in the yard. Jake's a surveyor. I'm not entirely sure what Blue does. Something involving knitting, I believe. Do you like her? It sounds like you don't. Laurel and Floyd share another glance. She expects him to gently steer his daughter back, to set a boundary, but he doesn't. He watches Poppy with something close to wonder, as if curious to see just how far her directness will go. I hardly know her, Laurel says, softening her tone. She seems perfectly fine, maybe a tad managerial, she shrugs. But Jake's a grown man. If he chooses to be managed by another person, I suppose that's his business. She invites them to sit and help themselves to the chips. Floyd does, but Poppy continues her exploration of the room. Do you have a picture of your husband? She asks. Ex-husband, Laurel corrects gently. And no, not on display, but I'm sure I have one somewhere. What's his name? Paul, Poppy nods thoughtfully. What's he like?
Laurel smiles at Floyd, hoping for a rescue, but he looks just as interested in hearing about Paul as his daughter is. "Oh, Paul," she begins. "He's genuinely lovely, a very gentle, kind man, a bit silly in the best way." Then why did you split up? There it was. How had she not seen that conversational dead end coming? And still, Floyd offers no lifeline, simply spreading some dip on a pita chip and eating it. We just grew apart. We wanted different things. Once the kids were grown and out of the house, we realized we didn't want to spend the rest of our lives together. Did he marry someone else? Not exactly, no. But he has a partner. They live together? Is she nice? Do you like her? I've never met her. But my children have. They say she's very sweet, Laurel remarked, watching Poppy finally settle onto the sofa beside her father. Floyd gave his daughter's knee a firm, approving squeeze, a silent well done for her earlier questioning. He then reached for the bottle of cava on the coffee table. "Shall I?" he asked. "Please do," Laurel replied. "How did you get here? Are you driving?" "We took the tube," Floyd answered. "Do you have an extra glass?" For a moment, Laurel was puzzled, then understood he meant a glass for Poppy. "Oh," she said, feeling slightly flustered. "Sorry, I didn't think. It's the French way, isn't it?" "What's the French way?" Poppy inquired. "Letting children have a little champagne," Laurel explained. "It's not very common elsewhere. Only a sip," Floyd clarified, pouring the sparkling wine, "and only for very special occasions." They raised their glasses in a toast to themselves, to Laurel, and even to SJ for not coming, which meant Poppy could stay up late in her pretty dress. "That really is a lovely dress," Laurel said, seizing the opportunity. "Who helps you pick out your clothes?" "Dad does," Poppy answered. "We mostly shop online together. Sometimes we go to Oxford Street. Do you have a favorite store?" "Not really. Marks and Spencer is nice, I suppose, and we always stop in John Lewis. What about places like H&M or Gap?" "I'm not really that kind of girl," Poppy said with a slight lift of her chin. "Jeans and hoodies aren't for me. I prefer to look polished." Floyd's hand returned to her knee for another proud squeeze. "So," Laurel continued, shifting topics, "tell me about the homeschooling. How does that work for you?" "It's just like regular school," Poppy stated. "I sit and learn. When I'm done, I relax." "How many hours a day do you study?" 2 or 3 with Dad, she said. "He has to work, of course. The rest I do on my own. And you never feel lonely? Or wish you had kids your own age to spend time with?" "No," Poppy insisted, shaking her head decisively. "Never." "Poppy is basically 40 years old," Floyd said with admiration. "You know how when you hit 40, you suddenly stop caring about all the trivial things you used to worry about? Well, Poppy's already there. When I'm around kids my age, I usually just roll my eyes." Poppy added with a light laugh, taking a small sip of champagne. "They think I'm stuck up. They probably think I'm a real jerk." She shrugged, as if it were of little consequence. Laurel simply nodded, observing this remarkably self-assured child. She could see how Poppy might come across to other children, but she didn't believe it had to be that way. In her mind, Poppy could learn to connect with her peers, to ease up on the judgment and the eye-rolling. She doesn't realize, Laurel thought, that this isn't how you grow up. That wearing fancy shoes with bows and dismissing other kids isn't a mark of maturity. It's a sign you've skipped some important steps along the way. The realization hit Laurel with a sudden physical force. This child needs a mother. And, she admitted to herself, she needs a child. Poppy was so strikingly like Ellie. The contours of her face, the shape of her hairline, the way her ears met her head, the movements of her mouth, even the exact curve of her Cupid's bow felt mathematically similar. Yet the differences were clear, too. Poppy's eyebrows were fuller, her neck longer, her hair a different shade of brown and parted differently. Ellie's eyes had been a warm hazel, Poppy's were a deep chocolate. They were not identical, but the resemblance was unsettling and compelling, something Laurel couldn't ignore. "Maybe you and I could go shopping together sometime?" Laurel suggested brightly. "Would you like that?" Poppy finally glanced at her father for a hint of approval before turning back to Laurel with a genuine smile. I would absolutely love that. Yes, please. Laurel went to work on Friday. She works 3 days a week at the mall close to her apartment, holding the title of marketing coordinator. It's the kind of job you take to fill empty hours and cover the bills for things like new outfits. A mom job, really. Something local and undemanding. She shows up, offers her practiced smile, makes the calls, drafts the emails, and sits through meetings about topics she's paid to act invested in, then leaves it all behind until her next shift. Today, though, she's relieved to be here. After the peculiarity of last night, it's comforting to be around coworkers who know her face and name, even if only on the surface. Waking up this morning, she'd half convinced herself the whole evening was a dream. Her apartment felt subtly rearranged by her guest's presence. The sofa cushions were in a different order after Poppy's attempt to tidy. Leftovers sat in unfamiliar spots in the refrigerator, and a stack of hand-washed dishes sat drying, despite Laurel's insistence that everything could go straight into the dishwasher. The lilies on the table released a heavy, almost funereal scent, and Floyd's soft gray scarf, a Ted Baker piece, hung from a hook in the hall like a wisp of lingering smoke. Getting out felt necessary, creating space between herself and the lingering oddness of it all. Yet even as she booted up her computer and stirred sweetener into her coffee, even while listening to voicemails, the feeling clung to her. A low, dark echo. Something wasn't right, something tied to Floyd and Poppy. Though she couldn't pinpoint it, Poppy was an undeniably strange girl, both endearingly innocent and disconcertingly poised. She was sharper than she needed to be, yet not quite as sharp as she believed herself to be. And Floyd, who in their time alone seemed nearly perfect, shifted into something far more complex when his daughter was present. Laurel finally put words to it while chatting with her colleague Helen over lunch. It was like, she explained, when you plan a casual drink with a friend and they unexpectedly bring their partner, and suddenly you're the odd one out in a triangle. The night had essentially been the Floyd and Poppy show, with Poppy as the headline act and Laurel as the somewhat bewildered audience of one. They shared a private wavelength of humor, setting up jokes for each other with seamless timing. Floyd's gaze rarely left his precocious daughter, shining with unmistakable pride. Not a single conversation unfolded without Poppy's input, and Laurel never once felt more interesting or important than the girl. She'd closed the door on them near midnight, feeling strangely drained and off balance. Sounds like classic only child behavior, Helen offered, neatly packaging the unease into a manageable, familiar concept. And you know how some dads and daughters are, total daddy's girls. They often grow into women who mostly befriend men. Laurel nodded, grateful for the sensible explanation. Yes, she'd seen that kind of bond before, just not with her own daughters. Ellie had been attached to both parents equally, and Hannah had always followed her own rules. Maybe her own discomfort said more about her than about them. Poppy was entertainingly awkward in her way, and Floyd was clearly a devoted, loving father. By the time she left the office at 5:30 and stepped into her car in the underground garage, her head felt clear and her footing sure. She couldn't wait to see Floyd again. In fact, they ended up spending the entire next weekend together. It hadn't been a conscious plan, but leaving his place simply never felt necessary. Their weekend unfolded in a seamless, comfortable blur: dinner out Friday, a lazy Saturday breakfast, an afternoon at the movies with Poppy, followed by a quick stop for essentials, takeout that night, and a Sunday brunch at a local spot before Laurel finally returned to her own flat, preparing for the week ahead. Back at the office, she felt strangely renewed, as if she'd emerged from an old shell. This shift felt significant, demanding some kind of ceremonial acknowledgement. She dialed Hannah. "How would you feel," she began, her voice cautious, "if I brought my new boyfriend to our birthday dinner?" The silence on the line felt dense and impenetrable. Laurel rushed to fill it. "It's completely fine if you say no. I totally get it. I just thought, maybe in the spirit of everyone moving forward? Embracing a new chapter?" The quiet stretched, growing heavier. "Boyfriend?" Hannah finally said. "Since when is there a boyfriend?" You know, Laurel replied, the man I mentioned. Floyd. I know who he is, Hannah countered. I just didn't realize he'd been officially promoted. Well, if you ever picked up your phone. Hannah sighed. Laurel immediately sighed too, recognizing she'd just broken a long-held personal vow. When her own children were young, her mother would sometimes make pointed comments about infrequent calls or visits, leaving Laurel feeling guilty. She had sworn she would never emotionally manipulate her own kids when they grew up, never demand more than they could freely give. Sorry, she said quickly. I didn't mean to sound like that. It's just, things are progressing quickly. I've met his children, I've stayed over, we talk constantly, we just spent the entire weekend together. I just thought. She suddenly saw the absurdity of it. Actually, forget I even asked. I haven't even mentioned it to Floyd yet. He'd probably rather walk on hot coals, pretend I never said a word. Another silence followed, but this one felt gentler. Whatever, Hannah said, her tone resigned. Invite him. I don't care. The whole evening is going to be awkward anyway, so we might as well go all out. Floyd, of course, said yes. He had made his intentions unmistakably clear from early on, showing no interest in games or pretense. I'd love to, he said warmly. As long as your family is comfortable with it? Paul had been surprised but agreeable. Jake said it was fine. No one was throwing a party over the idea, but no one had called it a disaster. And Poppy? Laurel added, half hoping he'd decline. Would she like to come too? She'd be delighted, Floyd said. She keeps talking about how much she wants to meet your kids, and my ex-husband. And my ex-husband's girlfriend. The full package, he replied. The full package, going all out. She booked a table for 8 at a famously trendy restaurant in Islington, tucked down a narrow cobblestone lane off the main street. She must be out of her mind, she told herself. This was absolute madness. On her birthday, a large bouquet arrived from Floyd, filled with purple hyacinths and sprigs of laurel. Paul had always included laurel in her bouquets, too. But instead of dampening her joy, the gesture only highlighted Floyd's consideration, and drawing a favorable comparison to her ex-husband wasn't such a bad thing. Later, he took her to a bar in Covent Garden named Champagne and Fromage, which lived up to its straightforward promise. All evening, Laurel found herself scanning the room, hoping for a glimpse of Hannah, who had vaguely mentioned going somewhere in the city with friends when asked about her birthday plans. But Hannah was nowhere to be seen, leaving the mystery of the man called T tantalizingly unresolved. When's your birthday? She asked Floyd, her knife slicing through a piece of tartine. July 31st, he answered. More or less. More or less. He gave a shrug and a faint smile. Things were pretty messy around the time I was born. Really? Yeah. My parents had a wild ride. Went from the gutter all the way to the stars. And the gutter was... He paused, and she heard the soft catch of his breath. My mom was 14 when I came along. Dad was 16. Nobody wanted anything to do with them. They were homeless for a while. I was born in a public restroom, I think, in a park somewhere. They brought me to a hospital and then they left. Laurel felt her own breath tighten. I was dressed in a little blue outfit and a clean diaper wrapped in a blanket. I had on a soft hat and mittens, tucked into a box with a cushion inside. They'd written my name on a scrap of paper. This is Floyd, please look after him. My parents came back for me 3 days later, but by then I'd already been placed in emergency foster care. No one was going to hand an abandoned baby back to 2 skinny teenagers with no way to provide. It took them almost a year to get me back. I think that fight, that whole struggle, is what lit a fire under them. It's what drove them to build something better. How did you find out about all this? Did they tell you? Oh, they told me all right, constantly. If I ever acted up, they'd trot it out. Maybe we should have left you at that hospital. Want us to take you back? A muscle flickered in Floyd's jaw. But do you remember any of it? Laurel pressed. Anything from those early days? Not a thing, he said. My very first memory is my dad coming home with a plastic car. It had a little ignition key, he mimed turning it, and it made a starting engine sound when you twisted it. I remember sitting in that car for what felt like hours, just turning that key over and over. I was about 4 by then. We were living in a Boston apartment with a balcony, looking out over the city lights and the ocean. So no, I don't remember the hard times. Not at all. You know, Laurel said, you're the first person I've ever met who didn't know their exact birthday. He smiled. Yeah, me too. Laurel let her gaze drift around the room. For so long, she had been the story, the woman whose daughter vanished, the face at the press conferences, the name in the papers, the mother who buried her child in fragments. But here was another person carrying a weight just as heavy. How many other stories were unfolding around her, she wondered, while she'd been swallowed by her own. Your parents sound incredible, she offered. Floyd blinked, his smile tinged with sadness. In a lot of ways, I guess they are. But his tone held a sliver of ice, something mournful and private he wasn't ready to share. And that was okay. She understood not everything was meant to be spoken aloud. After dinner, they returned to Floyd's house. Sarah Jade was curled in the large armchair again, a laptop on her knees, headphones on. She startled slightly when they walked in. Happy birthday, she said softly. Did you have a nice time? Laurel was surprised by the gesture. Yes, she replied. Yes, thank you, we did. Floyd gave Laurel's shoulder a gentle squeeze. Just running to the restroom, back in a minute, he said. And she knew he was stepping away on purpose, hoping she and SJ might finally connect.
I'm a little buzzed,
Laurel admitted to SJ. We went to a champagne and cheese spot. Definitely had more champagne than cheese. SJ offered a tentative smile. How old are you? She asked. If that's okay to ask? Of course it is. I've never understood why people treat age like some kind of failure. I'm 55, Laurel said, as of a few hours ago. SJ nodded. Are you staying over tonight? No, SJ replied. I think I'll head home. I'd rather sleep in my own bed.
I have to work tomorrow, she mentioned.
Oh, Laurel responded. What kind of work do you do? A little of this and that. Some childcare, walking dogs. She closed her laptop and stretched her legs. Tomorrow I'm modeling for a figure drawing class. Interesting. Is that with clothes or completely nude? SJ stated. Just like you said there's no shame in aging, I believe there's no shame in being unclothed. And honestly, she went on, if people argue that banning burkinis at the beach is wrong, then logically, full nudity shouldn't be prohibited either. Who gets to decide which parts of a body are acceptable to show in public? If you insist one woman must cover her chest and private areas, how can you turn around and tell another woman she can't cover her legs or arms? It doesn't add up. Laurel nodded with a laugh. That's a fair argument, she admitted. I never considered it from that angle. Exactly, SJ said. Nobody really thinks things through anymore. Everyone just swallows whatever narrative they see online. It's all manipulation. Even when it's packaged as progressive ideology, we've become a society of followers. Laurel felt the alcohol hit her all at once and fought the urge to bleat like a sheep. She gave a serious nod instead. It had been years since she genuinely listened to another person's viewpoint. She was no conformist. Your daughter was Ellie Mack? SJ said, seemingly tracking the shift in Laurel's thoughts. Yes, Laurel answered, taken aback. Did your father mention it? No, SJ replied. I looked you up. I've read everything online about the case. It's truly heartbreaking. Yes, Laurel agreed softly. It is. She was very beautiful. Thank you. She was. She looks a lot like Poppy, wouldn't you say? Laurel's mind snapped into focus, a defensive edge creeping into her voice. Not really? No. Maybe a slight resemblance around the mouth. But plenty of people share similarities, don't they? True, SJ said. They do. The following day, Laurel went to see her mother. During their last visit, her mom had seemed brighter, curious about Laurel's new relationship, holding her hand tightly with a lively gleam in her dark eyes. No mentions of dying, no distant stares. Laurel hoped to find her in that same spirit today, but the warmth had faded in the days between visits. Her mother appeared ashen and drained again. The first words out of her mouth were, I don't think I have much time left now. She said it smoothly, without a stumble. Laurel sat down quickly beside her. "Oh, Mom, I thought you were doing better." "Better," her mother echoed. Then she nodded. "Better. So why are we talking about dying again?" "Because—" She tapped her collarbone with rigid fingers. "Old—" Laurel managed a smile. "Yes, you are old, but you still have life in you." Her mother shook her head firmly. "No, no life left. And you, happy now." Laurel drew a sharp breath, understanding dawning. "Have you been holding on here for me?" she asked, tears thickening her throat. "Yes, for you. Yes. And now that I'm happy, you're ready to leave?" A wide, radiant smile spread across her mother's face, and she squeezed Laurel's hand. "Yes, yes." A single heavy tear traced down Laurel's cheek. "Oh, Mom, I still need you." "No," her mother said gently. "Not now. Ellie is found. You are happy. She pointed to her collarbone again. "I go." Laurel wiped the tear away with the back of her hand and forced a smile. "It's your life, Mom. I can't decide when to let you go." "No," her mother whispered. "No one can." That afternoon, Laurel took Poppy shopping. With rain coming down, she suggested Brent Cross Mall instead of Oxford Street. Poppy met her at the door wearing tailored pants, a jade green cardigan, and a floral raincoat, her hair divided into two neat braids resting on her shoulders. Linking arms with Laurel, they dashed through the downpour to her car parked across the street. Poppy quickly rolled down her window, waving energetically at her father, who stood in the doorway in his socks, returning the gesture. As Laurel pulled away from the curb, she glanced over. "So, how are you holding up?" she asked.
I'm incredibly excited, Poppy beamed. That's good, Laurel replied, focusing on the slick road. And how are you really? Oh, all right, I suppose. Still feeling a bit rough from last night. Too much champagne. Laurel gave a tired smile. Exactly. Too much champagne and not nearly enough sleep. Well, Poppy said, patting Laurel's hand reassuringly, it was your birthday. You're allowed. Yes, it was.
The rain hammered against the windshield, and Laurel flicked on the headlights, setting the wipers to their fastest speed. "So, what did you do this morning?" Poppy continued, with that curiously mature tone Laurel was starting to recognize. Laurel mused. "I went to visit my mother." "You have a mother?" "Yes, of course. Doesn't everyone have a mother?" "I don't." "Well, maybe not one you can see, but you had a mother, somewhere. If you can't see something, it doesn't exist." "That doesn't hold up logically?" "It makes perfect sense to me." Laurel shot her a puzzled look. "All right then, what about New York?" "I can't see it right now. You can't either." "Does that mean New York isn't real?" "That's different," Poppy countered. "We could pull up 1,000 live feeds from New York this second. We could call someone there and ask for a picture. But with my mum, I can't see her on a screen or in a photo. I can't call her. I can't even visit a gravesite. So, for me, she does not exist." Laurel felt momentarily disoriented, taking a sharp breath. "Would you want her to exist? Do you miss her?" "No, I practically never think about her." "But she was your mother. You must think of her sometimes, surely." "Never. I hated her." Laurel's eyes flicked to Poppy before returning to the road. "Why did you hate her?" "Because she hated me first. She was cruel and unattractive, and she ignored me. She couldn't have been all that unattractive, not if she had a daughter as lovely as you. She looked nothing like me. She was awful, that's all I remember. Awful, and her hair always smelled like French fries." "French fries? Yes." Her hair Poppy peered through the rain-streaked glass. It was reddish, and it smelled like greasy fries. Laurel struggled for a response. This portrait of a spiteful woman with oily hair seemed utterly disconnected from the poised, polished, and vibrant girl beside her, and from the image of Floyd as a romantic partner. Then she recalled the older photos of Floyd she'd found online, from a time when he looked somewhat unkempt, and it struck her that people bloom at different stages. Perhaps Floyd was in full bloom now, emerging from a past that was considerably darker. "Would you say your father is happier these days than he was back then, Poppy?" It was a pointed question, but she needed some perspective. She'd only known Floyd for a few weeks. He was a man without context, who'd walked into a bakery and turned her life inside out. A little insight from someone who'd known him intimately for years would be invaluable. The answer she received, however, was not what she anticipated. Instead of a placid reassurance, Poppy said, "What does happy have to do with anything? Look, we're here for absolutely no reason at all. You get that, right? People pretend there's some grand purpose, a hidden meaning, like it all adds up to something. But it doesn't. We're just a collection of oddities. That's it. A big bunch of silly, insignificant oddities. We don't have to be happy. We don't have to be normal. We don't even have to be alive if we don't want to be. We can do whatever we please, as long as we don't cause anyone harm." Laurel let out a long, audible breath. "Wow," she said. "That's quite a worldview you've got." "It's not a worldview," Poppy stated flatly. "It's just how things are. Once you truly see the world for what it is, once you stop forcing it to fit into a neat little box, the truth hits you like a spotlight." Laurel spins to face Poppy. "You're not like most people, are you?" "Absolutely not," Poppy states with conviction. They make a beeline for Nando's in the mall, as Laurel is ravenous after skipping lunch. Settling at their table, Laurel asks, "What's your take on SJ's mom, Kate? Is that her name?" "Kate Virtue." "She's lovely, genuinely kind, though not the sharpest tool in the shed." "And you and SJ? Are you tight, sort of?" "We're opposites, really." Poppy leans back. She's quiet. I'm loud. She's an artist. I'm a numbers person. She worries about the world. I couldn't care less. She has no sense of humor. I'm a riot. She's distant from our dad, and I'm his shadow. A smile plays on her lips. "Any guesses why that is?" Laurel shrugs. "You just take after him more, I suppose." Their food arrives, halting the conversation. Laurel observes Poppy's intense concentration on a stubborn ketchup bottle, the furrow in her brow, and is violently yanked from the present. For a heartbeat, she isn't here with Poppy, she's in this exact booth with Ellie. The memory is disorienting and isolated. Where were Jake and Hannah that day? A teacher training day, perhaps? The world tilts. She clutches the table's edge, drawing a steadying breath. When she blinks, the present rushes back. It's Poppy, unmistakably Poppy, who remains oblivious, finally thumping the bottle to free the sauce. "I'm excited to meet your family tomorrow," Poppy says, screwing the lid back on. "Do you think they'll approve of me?" Laurel takes a moment to respond. "I'm shocked you'd even wonder." "I don't wonder," Poppy corrects, her tone matter of fact. "I'm curious about your prediction. Wondering and being curious are entirely separate states of mind." "Right," Laurel says, a smile returning. "Yes, they'll like you. You'll be a welcome change of pace." "Excellent," Poppy replies. "I enjoy other people's families. Sometimes I just imagine." She trails off. Laurel raises an eyebrow, but Poppy shakes her head. "Never mind, it's nothing." Laurel leads a determined shopping tour through New Look, Gap, H&M, Zara, and Topshop. Poppy, however, rejects every trendy suggestion outright. They finally land in the John Lewis Kids section, where Poppy beelines for a rack of patterned jersey dresses. "This," she declares, "this is what I like. But you already own one just like it, don't you?" Laurel asks, recalling a similar dress from the weekend. "I have this print," Poppy confirms, sliding one dress aside.
But they have a new pattern now. See?
She holds up another. "I don't have this one." Laurel sighs, fingering the soft fabric. "It's cute, but I thought the goal was to maybe try something different, step a little outside your comfort zone." Poppy lets out a sigh of her own, looking sadly at the dress and then at Laurel. "We did say that, didn't we?" Laurel nods. "All that other clothing in those stores, it's meant to be fun and casual. A little edgy, even. But it all looks so cheap and messy." Poppy protests. "That's the beauty of being your age," Laurel insists, her tone shifting from earnest to gently teasing. "You can wear a potato sack and make it look intentional. Cheap and messy is a style when you're young. Save the sensible clothes for when you're older and boring, like me." "Come on," she coaxes, a playful glint in her eye. "One more quick lap through H&M, as a personal favor to your weary guide?" Poppy's face brightens into a grin.
Okay, she agrees.
"For you."
Okay.
They choose a pair of leggings with a bold pattern, a soft sweatshirt with a deep neckline, a brushed flannel shirt in a check design, a fitted tee printed with a mustache, and a gray party dress featuring a chiffon skirt and a jersey top. Laurel waits outside the changing room, a familiar position from countless shopping trips over the years, anticipating the curtain's pull. When it opens, there stands Poppy, looking serious and unsure in the leggings and tee. "I look awful," Poppy declares. "Not at all," Laurel insists, her hands instinctively adjusting the waistband of the leggings to smooth them out. "Try this." She takes the flannel shirt from its hanger and helps Poppy slide her arms into the sleeves. "There," Laurel says softly. "That's better." Then, she carefully removes the neat bands from the ends of Poppy's braids, gently unravels them, and spreads the crimped waves of hair over her shoulders. "There," she repeats, her voice catching. "You look amazing. You look just." Laurel has to turn away then, pressing her knuckles to her mouth. The realization hits her with a cold, startling clarity. She has essentially dressed this girl to mirror her own lost daughter. The effect is deeply unsettling. "You look beautiful," she manages, her voice slightly unsteady. "But if you don't feel good in it, that's perfectly fine. We can go back to the department store. We'll get you that other dress. Come on." Poppy, however, doesn't seem to hear the suggestion. She's captivated by her own reflection, turning slowly from side to side. She runs her palms down the fabric of the leggings, fiddles with the cuffs of the shirt, and strikes a few experimental poses. "You know what?" she says, a new confidence in her tone. "I really like this. Can I get it?" Laurel blinks in surprise. "Yes, of course you can. Are you absolutely sure?" "I'm completely sure," Poppy affirms. "I want to try something new. It'll be fun." "All right then," Laurel agrees. "It will be. Maybe you could try something new too," Poppy suggests, her head tilting. "New? What do you mean? You always wear gray and black. Everything looks so serious, like a uniform. Maybe we should find you something with a little swish to it?" "Swishy?" Laurel echoed, a faint smile touching her lips. "Yeah. Or something colorful, something with lace or flowers, something pretty." Laurel's smile widened. "Funny you should say that. I was just thinking the same thing." On Friday evening, Laurel drives to Hannah's apartment, where they plan to share an Uber to the restaurant in Islington. "Wow," Hannah exclaims as she opens the door. "Mom, you look stunning." Laurel gives a playful swirl, showing off the skirt of her new dress. It's black with an intricate print of birds and blossoms, featuring a halter neckline, a button front, and is made of silk. "Thank you," she says brightly. "Ellie helped me pick it out." An awkward, echoing silence immediately falls between them. "Oh," Laurel says, her hand flying to her mouth. "Did I just say Ellie?" "Yes, you did. I meant Poppy, obviously. I'm sorry. All this shopping with teenagers must be scrambling my brain, must be," Hannah replies evenly. "And you look lovely, too," Laurel adds quickly, eager to move past her slip. "Did you get your hair done?" "Yes, I had it cut and styled on Wednesday. Probably for your big romantic evening with tea," Laurel thinks, but wisely keeps the comment to herself. "It looks very nice. I like it at that length." They ride in a comfortable quiet in the back of the car. It has always been this way with Hannah, who rarely feels compelled to fill the silence. It took Laurel years to stop interpreting that quiet as a reflection of her own shortcomings as a mother. Outside the restaurant, Laurel takes a deep, steadying breath. They're 2 minutes early, and she has no idea what awaits inside or who might be at the table. The possibilities for awkward combinations are endless, with the most dreadful scenario involving Paul, Bonnie, Floyd, and Poppy all together. The mere thought makes her skin prickle, and she wishes she'd arranged to meet Floyd separately first. But as the host leads them through the dining room toward a glass-enclosed area at the back, she sees only Floyd and Poppy seated there, and a wave of relief washes over her. Floyd stands to greet them both. He looks remarkably handsome tonight. He wore a tailored navy suit with a slim black tie, his salt and pepper hair styled back neatly. Poppy looked refreshingly down to earth in her new plaid shirt, layered over a simple jersey dress and black lace-up boots. To Laurel, they fit right in. They looked like family. "It's wonderful to meet you," Floyd said warmly, extending his hand to Hannah, his eyes bright with sincerity. Hannah shook it and replied, "Likewise," then Poppy followed, adding with a direct smile, "You're really pretty. I'm so glad we're meeting." Hannah flushed slightly at the frank compliment and murmured something Laurel couldn't catch. They had just settled into their seats when Paul, Bonnie, Jake, and Blue arrived, prompting everyone to rise again. Laurel clenched her hands into fists, fixing a practiced smile on her face. Her children had assured her Bonnie was kind and easy to like, but the moment felt enormous, amplified by Floyd's presence and the introductions still to come. For a heartbeat, Laurel feared she might simply melt into a puddle on the floor, but Bonnie saved her from her nerves, striding straight over, meeting Laurel's gaze and clasping her forearms before pulling her into a soft, fragrant hug that smelled of violets and baby powder. In a voice weathered by life's ups and downs, Bonnie said, "Finally. Bloody finally." Meanwhile, Floyd had moved to Paul, shaking his hand and calling it an honor. They shared a laugh upon realizing they were dressed almost identically, right down to the same designer socks. "Look at us," Paul said, stepping beside Floyd. Twins, considering the potential awkwardness of exes, new partners, and a sordid family all in one room, Laurel thought this was going remarkably well. She took a seat between Floyd and Bonnie, with Paul beside Bonnie and Hannah at the head of the table. Across from them sat Jake, Poppy, and Blue, who wore a sour expression that spoke volumes about her reluctance to be there. Laurel could only imagine the effort Jake had poured into persuading his daughter to come. If it were up to Blue, she'd never leave their cottage. Yet aside from Blue's simmering discontent, the scene felt surprisingly harmonious. Looking around, Laurel saw a best-case scenario unfolding. No outsider would guess how uniquely strange or wonderfully extraordinary this gathering truly was. Even Hannah was smiling as she chatted with her father and unwrapped his gift. A waiter brought 2 bottles of pre-ordered champagne and filled their glasses. Someone clearly needed to propose a toast to the birthday women, but a hesitant silence lingered. Who should speak? Without Floyd, Paul would have been the obvious choice, father to one, former husband to the other. But Floyd's presence complicated the unspoken etiquette, and the pause stretched until, unexpectedly, Poppy rose to her feet. She cradled her half-full glass and looked steadily at each person around the table. "I've only known Laurel for a few weeks," she began, her diction clear and her poise unshakable. "But in that short time, I've come to see her as a true and beautiful friend. She's incredibly kind and generous, and my dad and I feel so lucky to have her in our lives, and now I can see she's not the only lovely person in her family. Even though we've just met, I can feel how much you all care for each other, and I'm honored to be included." To Laurel, she lifted her glass, and to Hannah, the toast hung in the air for a brittle moment, the irony of Poppy's flawless delivery and her mention of happy families acknowledged in the quiet. Then, the others lifted their glasses. To Hannah, to Laurel, happy birthday. From his seat, Paul caught Laurel's eye and shot her a look of pure, conspiratorial bewilderment. She offered a tight smile in return. Part of her wanted to share in his wry judgment, but a strange sense of loyalty toward Poppy held her back. The girl was young, motherless, adrift without school. She simply didn't know any better. As they set their glasses down, Bonnie leaned toward her. "I hope you know," she said softly. "I've wanted this for an awfully long time." Bonnie's face was a study in delightful asymmetry, a wide, mobile mouth, a nose with a gentle dip and curve, mismatched eyebrows, and a scar tracing her chin. Yet it all coalesced into something undeniably beautiful. "Yes," Laurel replied. "I know, I'm sorry I wasn't ready sooner. It was never about you, I promise." Bonnie's hand with its short, red-painted nails covered hers. "Of course I know that. And Paul has never spoken of you with anything but kindness. I've always understood. I understand now, too. You're moving forward because you finally can. There's a right time for everything, don't you think?" Laurel nodded and smiled, though internally she bristled. Well, maybe not. Perhaps there's never a right time to lose a child. She kept the thought to herself. This kind woman was trying her hardest, and this conversation would set the tone for a relationship that might span decades. Paul passed a wrapped gift across the table. "Happy birthday," Laurel tutted. "Oh, Paul, you didn't have to. That's just too much." "It's nothing, really," he insisted. "Shall I open it now?" He shrugged. "Sure, why not?" She peeled back the paper to reveal a book, The Goldfinch by Donna Tartt. "I hope you haven't read it?" "No," Laurel said, turning it over to scan the summary. It had been a decade since she'd last finished a novel. "Ooh, that book is brilliant," Poppy interjected. Paul looked surprised. "You've read it?" "Yes," Poppy said. "I read at least 2 books a week." "Wow," said Paul. "And you liked it?" "Loved it." She took the book from Laurel, cradling it almost reverently. It's about a boy whose mother is killed in a bombing at a museum. In the chaos, he steals a small painting and spends his whole life afterward trying to keep it hidden. It's set in New York. "Sounds fascinating," Laurel remarked. Poppy's face lit up. "It really, really is." Laurel studied her. "I must say, for someone who finds humanity a tedious mistake, you have tremendous enthusiasm for fiction. What is it about stories that you love?" Poppy's hands rested on the book's cover. "Stories," she stated plainly, "are the only real thing in this world. Everything else is just a dream." Laurel and Paul exchanged smiles and nods, but their shared glance this time carried a thread of unease. Ellie had also devoured 2 books a week, and when teased for always having her nose in a page, she would say, "When I'm reading, it feels like real life. Putting the book down is like waking back into a dream." Laurel lifted her champagne glass toward Poppy. "Cheers to that, Poppy." Cheers to that. The evening, overall, was a pleasant success. Poppy did make occasional attempts to steer the conversation, but as the clear youngest at the table, and with everyone silently grateful for any social glue to hold the delicate gathering together, she was gently indulged. As they left the restaurant just after 11, Paul whispered in Laurel's ear, "What a truly unique girl." Laurel already knows what he's about to say before the words leave his mouth. "Yes," she replies softly. "In certain ways, she really does." That whole idea about the book, the line between what's real and what's imagined, he shakes his head, a little amazed. "It's strange, isn't it? And she even resembles her a little, don't you think?" "A little," Laurel agrees. "I suppose so. It's funny," he says, lifting his jacket from the hook, "how you've ended up with a family of lookalikes." "A what?" "Well, he bears a slight resemblance to me too, doesn't he?" His tone is playful, but Laurel feels a sudden chill.
Oh, not really.
She says quickly. "Maybe the hair and the way he dresses?" Paul watches her with affection, recognizing he's nudged one of her invisible boundaries, lines he knows all too well. "You're right," he says gently. "I do like him, though. He seems decent." "Well," Laurel answers, her voice turning brisk, "it's still early. We'll just have to wait and see." "Exactly," he smiles. "There's still plenty of time for him to reveal he's a complete lunatic. Plenty of time." She laughs, comforted by talking to someone who understands her better than anyone. "You know," Paul continues, "you do realize you deserve this, don't you? You're allowed to have something good." Laurel shrugs, warmth rising behind her eyes. "Maybe," she murmurs. "Maybe I am." The next morning, Laurel slips from Floyd's bed just after 8. He groans and glances at the clock. "Come back," he grumbles, stretching an arm across the empty space. "It's Saturday. This is way too early." "I have to go home," she says, curling her fingers around his where they rest on the rumpled sheets. "No, you don't." She laughs. "Yes, I do. I told you I'm having lunch at a friend's place." Floyd pretends to surrender, falling back against his pillow. "So you use me and then just leave me here. Fine, see if I mind." "I could come back later," she offers. "If you can forgive my terrible betrayal." He shifts his pale, bare frame across the bed, takes both her hands in his, and brings them to his lips, kissing each knuckle slowly. "I would really love it if you came back, you know," he adds, guiding her palms over the light stubble on his cheeks. I'm getting dangerously close to the can't leave without you stage. Seriously close. Is that completely pathetic? The confession feels both startling and utterly expected. Laurel needs a moment to absorb it, and a brief silence hangs between them. Oh no, he says. Did I ruin everything? Is there some secret dating rule I just broke? No, Laurel says, bringing his hands to her own mouth and pressing a firm kiss against them. It's just, I'm a bit of a skeptic when it comes to love. I can feel things deeply, but saying them out loud is harder. I want things, and then I get scared of wanting them. I'm a total pain in the ass. Yes, she smiles, relieved.
Exactly, but for what it's worth, you have every right to not want to live without me. I don't mind that one bit. Well then, he replies, I'll just wait here patiently for you to return and hope that by then you won't be able to live without me, either.
She laughs and gently pulls her hands free. See, he says, you're taking your hands away. Is this how it's always going to be with us? You pull away first? You close the door without a backward glance? You hang up the phone before I do? You're always the one to leave, and I'm just left here, trailing behind. Probably, Laurel admits. I think that's just how I'm built. Then I'll take whatever I can get, he says, rolling to his side of the bed and tugging the comforter up. Whatever you're willing to give. Downstairs, the house is quiet, washed in patches of morning sunlight. Laurel peeks into the kitchen, but Poppy isn't there. She stepped into the kitchen, the worn soles of last night's tights snagging on the uneven floorboards, and flicked on the kettle. Outside the window, a neighborhood cat perched on the garden wall, watching her with detached curiosity. On the counter sat a half-eaten loaf of white bread. She sliced a piece and rummaged in the refrigerator for butter, finding inside a snapshot of the life Floyd and Poppy led in her absence. Takeout containers wrapped in foil, opened packages of ham and cheese, small pots of yogurt, the evidence of meals eaten on the go. She spread the butter thickly on the bread, made a mug of strong tea, and carried both to the small table by the window. Alone with her thoughts, she turned over Floyd's declaration from the night before. Part of her had been waiting for it, even hoping for it. Yet now that the words were out in the open, she couldn't stop worrying at them, picking them apart. What exactly had he seen in her that day in the cafe a month ago? What made him so sure he couldn't live without her? And what did that phrase even mean? She remembered when her children were small, they would sometimes ask, "What would you do if I died?" Her answer was always the same, "I would die too, because I couldn't live without you." Then one of her children did die, and she discovered against all odds that she could keep living. She had woken up morning after morning for 100 days, then 1,000, then more, and life had stubbornly, painfully gone on. So perhaps what Floyd really meant was that his life felt less complete, less meaningful without her in it. And if that was it, then maybe, just maybe, she felt the same way about him. Paul had never spoken in such grand terms. His "I love you" had been quiet, steady, and she had made him wait months before saying it back. She brushed the crumbs from her plate into the trash, left the mug in the sink, and gathered her coat and handbag in the hallway. She found last night's heels and slipped them on, immediately regretting not bringing a more practical pair. As she turned to leave, she remembered the bag of birthday gifts still in the kitchen, Paul's book, a necklace from Jake, and Blue, a bottle of her favorite perfume from Hannah. When she returned to the hallway, she noticed a silhouette through the frosted glass of the front door. A metallic clatter followed as a bundle of mail was shoved through the letter slot and landed on the mat. She picked it up and set it on the console table. The envelope on top caught her eye as she turned, a formal, thick A4-sized one addressed to Miss Noel Donnelly. The name felt familiar, and for a second she wondered why a stranger's mail would come here. Then it clicked, of course. Noel Donnelly must be Poppy's mother. Stepping out into the front garden, she glanced up and saw Floyd standing at his bedroom window. He'd pressed his hands against the glass, his mouth curved into an exaggerated, sad face. She smiled and waved. He smiled back, blew her a kiss, and used his breath to trace a foggy heart on the window pane. Paul had been right, she thought. She was allowed to have this. She just had to figure out how to let herself believe it. Later that day, at Jackie and Belle's house, there were more birthday gifts waiting. The twins presented her with a box of homemade chocolate truffles, some convincingly round, others more abstract. Jackie and Belle had pooled together for gift vouchers to a spa in Hadley Wood. They'd baked her a cake too, her first of the day, a Victoria sponge, her absolute favorite. She blew out the candles while the boys sang Happy Birthday with cheerful, off-key enthusiasm. Sipping a glass of champagne, she recounted the details of her evening with Floyd, leaving her friends wide-eyed and full of questions. They told her she looked radiant, her hair shone, her eyes sparkled, she had never looked better. They promised to have her and Floyd over for lunch the following week, Poppy included if she'd like to come, eager to finally meet the man who has restored some brightness to their friend's life. All the while, Laurel sits with the strange duality of the afternoon. It carries the familiar comfort of a typical Saturday at Jackie and Belle's, yet it feels entirely different. For the first time in years, there's a pull of energy outside herself, something that belongs to her but doesn't originate from within. It tugs at her, and rather than lingering over tea and dessert as she usually would, rather than clinging to every scrap of normalcy with her dearest friends, she finds herself reaching for her purse by 5, offering thanks and goodbyes. In the hallway, her friends hug her tightly, and a shared understanding passes between them. Things have shifted just as they did when Jackie and Belle first announced they were a couple, when Ellie vanished, when the twins arrived, and when Paul walked out. The tides of need and priority were shifting once more, and Laurel recognized she wouldn't depend on these Saturdays the way she once had. She gets into her car and drives straight back to Floyd's almost impatiently. The letter remains on the console when she enters, but now someone has crossed out the address and scrawled "Return to sender," not known at this address across it. The name leaps out at her again. Noel Donnelly, Noel Donnelly. Why does it ring a bell? How was lunch? Floyd asks. Really lovely, she replies, showing him the box of handmade truffles. The boys made these for me. Isn't that thoughtful? And we're invited as a couple next weekend if you're interested.
I'd love to,
He says, taking her coat and scarf. Poppy dashes downstairs at the sound of Laurel's voice and wraps her in a hug.
Oh,
Laurel exclaims.
that's so sweet. I missed you this morning.
Poppy says, I thought I'd see you. Sorry, Laurel answers. I had to head home to get ready. Floyd has opened a bottle of wine in the kitchen and poured Laurel a generous glass, waiting for her on the counter. Funny, she muses, sliding onto a stool. I think I might know someone who once lived here. He returns the bottle to the refrigerator and turns, one eyebrow raised. Oh, yes. There's a letter on your console addressed to Noel Donnelly. I can't quite place how I know the name, but I do. I even wondered, she adds cautiously, for a second if it might be Poppy's mother. Floyd goes still. After a moment, he faces the fridge and says, Well, actually it is. Laurel blinks, recalling Poppy's description of her mother's red hair and the scent of cooking oil. Was she Irish? She asks. Yes. Noel was Irish. Laurel gazes into her glass, watching the halogen lights shimmer on the wine's surface. Something stirs in the back of her mind, a connection between the name, the hair color, an Irish accent, and she realizes she knows this woman. She knows her. Did she have other children? She presses. Older ones, perhaps? Maybe she was a parent from the school. No, just Poppy. Did she work around here, locally? In a way, Floyd says, she was a tutor, math. I believe she taught quite a few kids in the area. Oh, Laurel exclaims. Of course. That's it. She must have tutored Ellie. Ellie did have a tutor briefly, right before her words trail off. Well, Floyd remarks, what an incredible coincidence, truly, to think our paths nearly crossed. Just 1 degree of separation.
Yes,
Laurel says, her grip tightening on the wine glass.
what a coincidence.
She brings it up with Hannah when she calls her on Monday.
Remember,
Laurel began, that tutor Ellie had, the year everything happened?
not really.
Hannah replied, her voice distracted. Laurel could hear the faint tapping of a keyboard in the background. Wait, was she the tall one with red hair, came on Tuesdays? Maybe, Laurel said, swallowing a flicker of impatience. Well, here's the strange part. It turns out she was Poppy's mother. Who was? The tutor. Ellie's old math tutor. A brief silence hung between them before Hannah spoke. Oh, right. I remember her now. Ellie couldn't stand her. A nervous laugh escaped Laurel. No, that's not right. Ellie adored her, thought she was a godsend. Well, Hannah said, a hint of victory in her tone, a familiar echo of their old rivalry for Ellie's focus. That's not how I recall it. Ellie told me the woman gave her the creeps. That's why she quit the lessons. But Laurel paused, sifting through her memories. She never said anything like that to me. She told me she needed time for other subjects. Something along those lines. She told me she was weird and didn't like her. Hannah's statement was firm. Anyway, Laurel pushed on, her words feeling clumsy and inadequate. Isn't that a bizarre coincidence? Such a small world. In the quiet hours since learning Noel Donnelly was Poppy's mother, details had rushed back to Laurel. The woman's slight stoop, the faintly musty smell of her practical coat, the squeak of her sensible shoes on the hall tiles, that odd mix of nervousness and haughtiness. Her pretty, unkempt red hair always hastily pinned back. Laurel couldn't mesh that image with Floyd, who wasn't classically handsome, but was always put together, clean, and smelled of citrus and soap. How had those two worlds ever collided? How did they fit? And more bewilderingly, how did they create a child together? She kept these thoughts to herself, sighing as her mental energy waned. How was Friday night? She asked, shifting topics. It was fun, wasn't it? Yeah, it was good. Really nice, actually. Just being all together like that. Thanks, Mum. For what? For setting it up, for suggesting it, for being the first one in this family to do something brave since Ellie vanished.
Oh,
Laurel said, caught off guard. Thank you. But I think Floyd deserves some credit. He's the one who's given me a bit of courage. He's changed things for me.
no.
Hannah insisted. You changed you. You wouldn't be with him otherwise. I'm genuinely happy for you, Mum. You deserve this. Did you like him, Hans? Floyd?
Yeah, he seems all right, coming from Hannah. That was high praise indeed.
Laurel didn't see Floyd that evening, but at 7 on the dot, just as he'd promised, her phone rang. She felt a surprising twinge of irritation. He'd said 7, and here he was, punctual to a fault, robbing her of a few moments of delicious anticipation. For a second, she considered letting it go to voicemail, but she stopped herself. This was her old pattern, holding too much of herself in reserve. It was the very thing that had eroded her marriage to Paul after Ellie disappeared. She had never fully let herself be absorbed into their partnership, had quietly resented his deep, unwavering love, feeling smothered by its completeness. When despair hit them both, she had retreated into the hollow space inside herself she'd kept carefully vacant for years. Hi, she answered, forcing brightness into her voice. How are you? I'm excellent. Well, apart from the massive aching void in my chest where you should be right now, of course. Stop it, she said, half teasing, half serious. Don't you have a void in your heart, Laurel? No, she replied. No void. But I am missing you. I'll accept that, Floyd said. What are you doing right now? He asked. Having a glass of wine, obviously, she replied. Are you dressed? Completely. I even have my slippers on. Slippers, excellent. Go on, what else? A massive cardigan. Oh, nice. A massive cardigan. How massive are we talking? It's enormous, colossal. The sleeves are so long they swallow my hands. There's even a little tear along the bottom. So, it's a bit worn out? A shabby cardigan? Extremely shabby, tragically shabby, she chuckled. Wait, don't stop there, he teased. I need more details about this tragic, oversized cardigan. She laughed again, then glanced at her phone as a second call buzzed through. Jake's name flashed on the screen. Jake only ever called on Wednesdays, so a surge of instinctive alarm shot through her.
Floyd, I have to call you right back. Jake is trying to reach me. Hurry then. What color is it? Please tell me it's brown. No, she said. It's black. I have to go. I'll call you back. Switching lines, she said. Jake? A woman's voice answered. No, it's not Jake. It's blue. Oh, Laurel said. Hello, is everything okay? Is Jake all right? Yes, Jake's fine. He's right here next to me.
Laurel's pulse steadied and she sank back into her couch cushions. What can I do for you, Blue? Look, Blue began, her tone strained. I've been struggling with this all weekend. I can't get it out of my head, your boyfriend. Laurel's heart began to thump again. I have this intuition, you know, a kind of sixth sense, and your boyfriend, his energy is completely off. It's heavy, dark. I'm sorry. Laurel gave her head a small shake as if to clear her hearing. I have this ability. I can see past the surface into the deeper layers of a person's mind, past their conscious self, right into the subconscious. And I'm truly sorry, but the moment I saw him, the second our eyes met, I just knew. Knew what? That he's keeping secrets. I know you and I aren't close, Laurel, and I know that's mostly my fault because I guard myself so tightly. But I do care about you. You're the mother of the man I love, and I want you to be safe. Laurel paused, collecting herself before responding. What came out was a short, derisive laugh. Good Lord, she said. Could you please put Jake on the phone? Jake feels the same way, Blue insisted. It's all we've discussed this whole weekend. He completely agrees with me. Just put Jake on the phone, Blue, now. She heard Blue click her tongue in annoyance, then her son's voice. Hi, Mum. Jake? Laurel said, her voice tight. Seriously, what is all this nonsense? I don't know. It's just a feeling. What, Jake? What feeling? I can't really describe it. It's like Blue said. Oh, come on, Jake. I know you better than that. You're not like her. That's not you. You don't have some mystical intuition. You're the kid who never noticed when a girl was flirting with you. The only one in the family who didn't see Grandma Deirdre starting to slip. Reading people has never been your strong suit. So don't hand me that. What on earth is going on?
Nothing, Mum. We just got a weird feeling from him. From Floyd.
No, she cut in sharply. Blue got a weird feeling. You just adopted whatever feeling Blue told you to have because you follow her around like a devoted puppy. Jake went quiet. Laurel held her breath. In all the years Jake and Blue had been together, she had never once voiced her concerns about their lopsided relationship. Mum, he started, his voice taking on a pleading tone. The sound of her grown son whining was too much. Not now, not when her life was finally falling into a good place, not when happiness felt within reach for the first time in years. No, Jake, I'm sorry. I know she's your girlfriend and the center of your world, and I know you love her deeply. She's your anchor, I understand that, but I have been sad for so very long, and shattered for so very long, and now I finally have something good, something truly special. I'm not going to let you and your eccentric girlfriend tell me it's wrong. Your father liked him, your sister liked him. And for me, that is more than enough. I'm sorry, Mum, Jake said quietly. She could still detect that whining tone in his voice, and it grated on her nerves. In a hushed, steady voice, she said, I'm ending the call now, Jake. Please tell Blue I appreciate her concern, but I don't wish to discuss any more of her unusual ideas. Her hands trembled as she set the phone down, a wave of nausea washing over her. She reached for her wineglass and took a large swallow. She knew she should call Floyd back, but the words wouldn't come. What could she possibly say? That her son's partner sensed a dark energy around him, and now she was too unsettled for light-hearted chats about sweaters. Instead, she remained seated, deliberately finishing her wine over the next hour until the shaking subsided enough to send a text. Sorry about that. Jake needed a long talk. I'm exhausted and heading to bed. I'll be in some well-worn gray pajamas. His reply came moments later. That gives me plenty to imagine tonight. Sleep well, my lovely. Talk tomorrow, X. She powered off her phone, turned on the TV, found some empty entertainment, and poured another glass. For a solid hour, she floated in a pleasant numbness, as if wrapped in a thick, comforting blanket. Only when she felt completely detached did she finally retreat to her bedroom. The next evening at Floyd's house, Laurel walked into the kitchen and paused. Oh, she said. Hello, SJ. I didn't expect to see you here tonight. SJ stood by the sink, holding a tall glass of water. I wasn't planning to be, she admitted. My mum and I had a huge argument last night. She shrugged, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. She wore a black lace top with black joggers and slightly worn silver sneakers. A collection of hoop and drop earrings sparkled at her ears, making Laurel think of a melancholy fairy named Silvermist from an old children's book, a mysterious androgynous figure always dressed in black. Floyd entered behind Laurel and let out a weary sigh.
To be honest,
He said, as if Laurel had spoken.
it's been ages since Kate and SJ had a real blow-up. We didn't blow up.
SJ retorted sharply.
Fine, we fought. Whatever. What was it about?
Laurel asked gently.
You don't have to tell me, of course.
Sarah Jade lowered her long-lashed eyes to the floor. She hates my new boyfriend. Floyd made an odd choked sound behind her, and Laurel turned to give him a puzzled look. He's 49, SJ stated flatly. Floyd made another noise and glanced meaningfully between Sarah Jade and Laurel. And he's married, Sarah Jade added. Well, kind of. He's in a long-term relationship. Oh, Laurel said, immediately regretting her question. He has 4 kids. The youngest is 8. Oh, Laurel repeated softly. I've already told her not to come here looking for approval or an excuse to ignore basic decency, Floyd interjected. Right, Laurel murmured. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for a place to land. Then SJ began to cry, her slender arms folded tightly across her chest, and she rushed from the kitchen. Laurel looked from the empty doorway to Floyd and back.
You can go after her if you want,
He said calmly.
I've said everything I have to say on the matter.
Laurel glanced toward the hallway. SJ seemed fragile, much like Hannah, but Hannah never cried. Sometimes Hannah looked on the verge of tears, yet her eyes stayed dry, leaving Laurel without an opening to comfort or hold her. It was that long-dormant maternal instinct that propelled Laurel out of the kitchen and into the hall, where SJ was grabbing her coat from the rack, sobbing uncontrollably. Sarah, Laurel began. SJ, come sit with me in the living room. Come on, we can talk. What's left to talk about? SJ wailed, I'm terrible. I'm a horrible person. There's nothing else to say. Well, actually, Laurel said, her tone shifting from gentle concern to something firmer, almost wry. That's not true at all. She takes a deep breath. Come sit with me, please. Stay hangs her coat back up and follows Laurel into the living room. She tucks herself into the armchair, her wet lashes framing her gaze as she looks across at Laurel, who settles into the sofa opposite. When I was very young, Laurel begins, I was involved with a married man. SJ blinks, her expression unreadable. For what it's worth, Laurel continues, he didn't have children. They'd only been married about a year. Our affair lasted 2. It was during my university years. Was he a professor? No, nothing like that. Just someone I knew. What happened in the end? Did he choose you? Laurel offers a faint, knowing smile. No, he didn't. I graduated, moved to London, and we were convinced we couldn't live apart. We had grand plans for secret romantic weekends away. She lets out a soft sigh. It all fell apart in less than 2 months. As it turned out, he and his wife separated later that same year. They'd married too young. We all were. Did you know the human brain isn't fully developed for complex decision-making until around 25? SJ gives a slight shrug. Laurel leans forward slightly. Who is it? It's the program director. SJ admits quietly. At the art college where I work as a model.
How long has this been happening?
SJ bows her head, her voice dropping to a murmur.
A few months. And how often do you meet?
Most days, she whispers. Where? At the college? In his office. She shrugs again, a defensive gesture. Sometimes at his brother's apartment when he's away. Does he ever take you out? For a meal? Or just to talk somewhere? SJ shakes her head, her fingers nervously twisting the cord of her sweatpants. So it's purely physical? SJ's head snaps up.
No,
she insists, her voice firm.
it's so much more than that. We talk for hours and he sketches me. I'm his muse.
Yes, exactly. Laurel sighs inwardly. It was all so painfully predictable.
Sarah Jade,
She says, choosing her words with care. You are a truly beautiful young woman. SJ lets out a dismissive sound. You are beautiful and you are special. This man, what's his name? Simon. Simon clearly has an eye for quality. I'm sure he's a remarkable person. He is, SJ affirms, her voice softening. He really is. I don't doubt it. You wouldn't be with him otherwise. Has he said he'll leave his partner? She's not his wife. They're partners. Wife, partner, the label isn't the point. They share a home. They have children. Has he promised to leave her for you? SJ shakes her head. Do you want him to? She nods, then immediately shakes her head again. No, of course not. I think about his children, especially the youngest. And I know what that's like. I've lived through it. How old were you when your parents separated? 6, SJ says, almost the same age as Simon's boy, so you don't actually want him to leave. Not in a way that causes real pain, only in a perfect imaginary scenario where no one gets hurt. But what if she discovers the truth? What if his partner finds out and leaves him because of it? She won't find out. How can you be so sure? Because we're careful. SJ, we live in a world without secrets. Everyone knows everything, all the time. Think about how quickly you looked me up after we met, how you learned about Ellie. Someone will notice, someone might tell her, and then everything shatters, for good. The only way to prevent that is to end it, to walk away. SJ sniffles, her fingers tying anxious knots in the drawstring. Do you love him? Yes. Do you love him enough to cause profound hurt to people who don't deserve it? How am I supposed to answer that? It's a brutal question, but you need to find an answer. Not right this second, but in the coming days. I won't tell you that in a decade you'll look back and cringe, because I remember being 21 and believing my identity was fixed, that my feelings were permanent. I know now that who we are is always shifting. So what you're feeling right now, however powerful, is not forever. The impact on that family, once they uncover their father's betrayal, will echo for generations. The wound will never truly close. Heavy tears gather at the edges of SJ's eyes before spilling down her cheeks. Laurel catches a faint nod, or maybe it's just a trick of the light. What ended your marriage? SJ asks. It was Ellie, because my husband's grief didn't seem to match the depth of mine. Because he kept insisting we could find a way to be okay again, and I couldn't bear the idea of ever being okay. The words feel raw, even now. Did it hurt your kids, the split? Do they hate you for it? Laurel is struck by the present tense. Do they hate you? Her mind flashes to last night's strained call from Blue and Jake, to Hannah's polite but distant chatter that never goes beyond the surface. Both her children hold her at a careful distance. She's always blamed it on the shock of losing their sister at such a fragile age. The actual separation from Paul was so drawn out, a slow fade rather than a clean break, that she can't recall any dramatic scenes or fresh tears from the kids. The hurt was already there, buried under the older, deeper loss. I'm not sure, Laurel admits, maybe. But our family was already shattered long before he left. SJ gives a slow nod, then shifts in her chair, leaning forward with a new intensity. I've been reading everything I can find about Ellie online. Have you? Yeah, I was just a kid back in 2005, so I'd never heard the name Ellie Mack. Now it's surreal you're here, in my dad's house, and this horrific thing happened to you, the kind of thing you think happens to other people in headlines. She hesitates. Do you believe she ran away? The question hits Laurel like a physical shove. No, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't, but I'm her mother. I knew her dreams, her heart, what made her smile. I know she wasn't some anxious kid freaking out over exams. So no, in my soul, I don't believe it, but the evidence I have to accept it. You mean the break-in? If you can call it that? She used her key. She was just coming home to pick up a few things, that's all it was. But the backpack, SJ presses, her voice dropping. Ellie's rucksack, the one they found in the woods. Doesn't it seem odd? After all those years on her own, wouldn't she have collected new stuff? Not just the same things she left with. A cold tremor passes through Laurel. She remembers tormenting herself with that very question years ago. She'd finally settled on the idea that Ellie kept the bag as a comfort, a tangible piece of home, much like Laurel had kept Ellie's room frozen in time. And there's something else. SJ continues, lowering her voice further. Something really strange about Poppy's mother. She cuts off as the door swings open. It's Floyd, balancing 2 mugs of tea. He offers Laurel a warm, grateful smile. "Here we go," he says, setting the mugs down. "A little something for frazzled nerves. Everything all right in here?" Laurel reaches over, her hand briefly resting on Floyd's knee. "We were just having a good talk." "Yeah," Sarah Jade echoes. "It was good. I've got a lot to think about." Their eyes meet. A conversation has been opened, one that demands to be finished, but it will have to wait. The moment is broken. The next morning, Laurel wakes late, her mind tangled in unsettling dreams. For a disorienting second, the room around her blends with the fading scenes from her sleep. A moment later, the reality of her surroundings settled in. Floyd's bed, Wednesday morning, the clock nearing 9, a deep, urgent longing to be home washed over her. After a quick shower and change, she found Floyd and Poppy at the breakfast table, both absorbed in the morning paper. "Good morning," Floyd said, glancing up. "I let you sleep. You looked so content." Laurel thanked him, greeted Poppy, and noticed the girl was back in her signature style. Pink corduroys and a black turtleneck, her hair pinned neatly at the sides. As Floyd stood to fix her a plate, Laurel shook her head. "I should get going, let you two have your day. I need some time to myself before I see Hannah later." Floyd walked her to the door, kissing her deeply and suggesting she return that evening. "I'll cook something special," he offered. "How do you feel about veal?" Laurel confirmed she liked it, and with a final goodbye, she slipped into her car. Starting the engine, she felt an unexpected wave of relief. Part of her had braced for Floyd to press her to stay, and his easy release left her feeling oddly freed. The recent swirl of information, Poppy's mother once tutoring Ellie, Hannah's remark about Ellie finding Noel Donnelly unsettling, last night's talk with Sarah Jade had left her feeling unsteady, full of gaps. She needed the quiet of her own home, her own air. And there was something else, a task she hadn't faced in years. Back in her house, Laurel made tea and carried it into the spare room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she pulled a cardboard box toward her, Ellie's box. She remembered packing it in their old home, a full day spent in a numb haze, handling each item, breathing in lingering scents, reading through diaries. Those journals had been erratic, jumping across years with few dates, making half the entries hard to place. She'd skimmed some pages, even tossed one notebook aside after a too personal mention of Theo. At the time, she'd found no hints of a hidden life, no secret friendships or sadness. She hadn't opened them since. Now she lifted a few out, flipping toward the months before Ellie vanished. The pages were a chaotic mix: doodles, cartoons, homework reminders, revision notes, and shopping lists for a trip to Oxford Street. Items like nice moisturizer, new trainers, not black or white, books, atonement, the lovely bones, trainer socks, and a birthday card for Dad were jotted beside lipstick smudges and glittery stickers. Scattered among it all were fragments of her days. And in those final weeks, only 2 themes repeated: Theo and revision. Theo and revision. Theo and revision. Laurel leaned closer to an entry from what looked like January. Ellie was upset over a B+ in a math test. She'd wanted an A. Theo had gotten an A. Laurel sighed. Ellie was always measuring herself against him as if he were the only standard that counted. Asked Mom for a tutor. The entry read, "Fingers crossed she says yes. I am so bad at math." A few pages later, another note. Tutor came. "She's a bit odd, but a great teacher, a here I come." Laurel began turning pages faster, driven by a vague, urgent need, something to connect the broken pieces of her recent dreams with the unsettling truths of the past few days. Tutor today. I got 97% on the practice test. She gave me a set of lip balms. So nice. Tutor 5 p.m. She brought me a scented pen. She's so thoughtful. Tutor 5 p.m. She said I'm the best student she's ever had. Well, obviously, tutor 5 p.m. kind of strange today, asking me weird questions about what I want in life. I think she's having some kind of midlife breakdown. My tutor at 5 p.m. gave me a perfect score. I actually got 100%. She told me I'm a genius, and she is completely correct. Tutor at 5. Honestly, I think I'm done with this now. She honestly scares me a little. She's way too intense. And there's a strange smell about her. I'm going to ask Mom to cancel the sessions. I can handle this on my own. I don't need any unstable people in my life. After this note, Ellie's diary makes no further reference to the tutor. She simply returns to her normal routine. She spends time with Theo. She focuses on her studies. She anticipates the summer. That's it. But Laurel's finger remains pressed against the final line, against the phrase bunny boiler. What is she trying to say? Laurel knows the term usually refers to a woman who harasses a man after he's ended things, unable to accept the rejection. Obviously, that's not what Ellie meant here. So what then? Had Noel become overly attached to Ellie? Was she obsessed, perhaps? Could there have been an inappropriate physical attraction? Maybe she tried to touch Ellie in a way that made her uncomfortable? Or was it simple jealousy, envious of Ellie's youth, her looks, her undeniable brilliance? Maybe she put her down and made her feel small? If any of these were true, what did it imply? Laurel squeezes her eyes shut and balls her hands into tight fists. There's a thought hovering just out of reach, and she can't grasp it. And what would it matter now, anyway? The heavy feeling passes after a minute, and the world settles back into its ordinary shape. Slowly, she returns Ellie's journals to their box and pushes it beneath the bed. That evening over dinner, she says to Floyd, "Tell me more about Noel." She notices a slight twitch in his cheek, and there's a pause before he replies, "Oh goodness, do we have to? I'm sorry. I know she isn't your favorite topic, but I'm interested." She sets her fork down and picks up her wine glass. "I was reading some of Ellie's old diaries today. I wanted to see what she wrote about Noel, and she referred to her, I hope this doesn't upset you, but she called her a bunny boiler." He lets out a short laugh. "No, that's pretty accurate. She was a very clingy person, incredibly intense. How did the two of you meet?" "Ugh." He takes a sip of wine and places the glass back on the table. "All right, I don't look great in this story, to be honest. She was a fan." "A fan? You have fans? Well, let's call them enthusiastic readers. Math groupies, if you will. Well, I never," Laurel says, leaning back in her chair and looking at him with playful scrutiny. "I had no idea I was up against such fierce competition." Oh, please, that chapter is long closed. I had my brief moment with one book, my pay the mortgage book, as I think of it. A dumbed-down math guide, though we didn't advertise it that way. I got to be a bit cheeky in it, and it earned me a small following of rather eccentric, number-obsessed women. It wasn't for me. I quickly returned to my dense academic texts that no one with romantic notions would ever go near. So Noel was one of these groupies. Yes, I suppose she was, and I had just broken up with Sarah's mother. I was lonely. She was a bit unhinged and very persistent, and I let things happen. I spent the next few years regretting it at my leisure. She was like a barnacle. I couldn't shake her. And then she got pregnant. "By you?" He sighs and looks past her shoulder. He doesn't answer directly. I wasn't even that attracted to her. I guess I was just trying to be polite. Laurel gives a dry laugh. She has never done anything just to be polite in her entire life, but she recognizes the type her ex-husband Paul is the same, willing to override his own gut feelings to make someone else feel better for 5 minutes. "So then you were trapped?" "Yes, I certainly was." He traces the rim of his wineglass, looking unusually thoughtful. "Who ended it, in the end?"
"I did."
And that's when the bunny boiler behavior really started. She wasn't willing to let me go quietly. There were some pretty ugly scenes. Those were truly awful nights. Then, one morning, she simply announced she couldn't take it anymore, left Poppy on my front step, and vanished completely. He gives a small shrug. It's a sad situation, honestly. A sad woman. A sad story. You know how it is. The evening's atmosphere has grown heavy and a little strained. I'm sorry, Laurel says. I didn't mean to bring up something so painful. It's just this strange little link between us and Ellie. I suppose I wanted to make a bit more sense of it. He nods in understanding. I get that, he replies. I really do. And obviously my heart breaks for Poppy, being left behind like that. No kid should ever feel unwanted, even if they're not particularly fond of the person who left. But his tone lightens a fraction. Now Poppy has you, and you've been wonderful for all of us. Cheers. He lifts his glass toward hers. They clink, and their eyes meet briefly. Laurel looks back down at her plate, at the pinkish-gray meat from the young calf. She slices into it, and a stream of deep red juices pools across the white china. Suddenly, she isn't hungry anymore, though she can't quite pinpoint why. The next day, Laurel drives into a multi-story parking garage near King's Cross and walks toward the art school at Granary Square. She'd asked casually over breakfast, and Floyd mentioned SJ would be working there today. The sky is a flat newspaper gray, the only color coming from Christmas lights twinkling in shop windows. Granary Square feels broad and hushed as she approaches, dotted with pigeons and a handful of people braving the chill for a cigarette with their coffee. At the reception desk, she asks for Sarah Jade Virtue. Learning that Sarah is working until lunch, Laurel kills time in the cafe next door, forcing down a second breakfast with multiple coffees and a peppermint tea before returning at 12:30 to wait outside. Sarah Jade emerges just after 1, wrapped in an oversized pink faux fur coat and boots that seem to swallow her feet. She startles when she spots Laurel. Oh, she says, "Hi, hi. Sorry for just showing up like this. I was in the area. Are you hungry? Could I buy you lunch?" SJ glances at her wrist, then up at the overcast sky. "I was supposed to," she begins, but her voice trails off. "Sure," she says finally, "that's fine. Thanks." They cross to the new pub opposite, all plate glass windows overlooking the square and the canal. It's bustling with people in business attire and students. They both order fish cakes and sparkling water, picking without enthusiasm at the bread basket. "How have you been?" Laurel asks. "I'm okay. How was work?" "It was all right, a bit cold." "No, I don't imagine this is the ideal season for life modeling." "Right, life modeling. How many students were there today?" "About 12? Sometimes it's 30 or 40. What do you think about all those hours, holding one pose?" SJ shrugs. "Not much, really. Just what I need to do later. Places I've been, things I've done. Sometimes I let my mind wander from memory to memory. I end up in places I haven't recalled in years. A bar near my old campus, a little restaurant in Prague I visited at 18, a railway track I'd walk along near my grandparents' house. The smell of cow parsley there. She breaks off a tiny piece of bread and eats it. Those birds, what are they? Mourning doves. That cooing sound they make. She smiles faintly. It's sort of peaceful. And then you suddenly remember you're nude in front of a room full of strangers. SJ gives her a baffled, almost offended look, her mouth opening and then closing without a word. Laurel recalls Poppy mentioning her lack of humor. "So, did you happen to see him today, Simon?" SJ's eyes dart nervously side to side, and she raises a cautioning hand. "Sorry," Laurel says, "that was indiscreet. And honestly, it's not why I came to see you. I just—" She shifts in her seat, crossing her legs again. "About what we discussed the other night, regarding Ellie?"
Yeah.
"I truly am sorry about that. It was thoughtless of me. I have a tendency to be that way sometimes." "No, honestly, it was fine. It really was. It's nothing I haven't turned over in my own mind 1,000 times before, I assure you. Every single detail, including the backpack. But you were starting to say something that night. Something concerning Poppy's mother about Noel?" SJ glances up through her dark lashes before looking away. "Oh, right," she murmurs. "So?" Laurel prompts gently. "What was it? What were you going to tell me?" "Oh, it's not a big deal, just that she was odd. A little unsettling." "You know," Laurel begins, "I was reading Ellie's old journals last night. She wrote about Poppy's mum. She referred to her as a bunny boiler. She also wrote that Noel would bring her presents and call her her star pupil. The whole thing just felt off to me." She searches for the right words. Did you interact with her much? Not really. I stayed with my dad quite a bit when I was younger, and sometimes she'd be around, but not always. She acted like she couldn't stand me. How so? Oh, sharp comments about my attitude, saying I was unruly, that in her family I'd have been slapped silly for such backtalk. The second my dad walked out, she'd pretend I was invisible. She called me the girl, like, will the girl be joining us? Or when is the girl leaving? She was absolutely horrible. Oh, that's awful. You must have been devastated when you found out she was pregnant. I sobbed, I can imagine. They pause as the waiter sets their plates down. After thanking him, they exchange a loaded look. How did you feel about Poppy once she was born? Sarah Jade picks up her fork and knife, cutting into her fish cake. A wisp of steam escapes. She sets the utensils down and shrugs. It was, whatever, I was 12, she was just a baby. But as she got older, started becoming her own little person. Did you feel a connection? I suppose, in a way, I didn't see her much at first because, well, frankly, I avoided it. Oh, says Laurel. Was that out of jealousy? No, she states firmly. No, I was past that. I avoided her because I couldn't accept. I didn't think she was actually real. Laurel studies her, puzzled. It's hard to describe, but I thought she was like a doll that could breathe or something not from here. I didn't believe Noel had actually had her. I was afraid of her, completely terrified.
Wow,
Laurel says softly. That's an intense reaction. Yeah, pretty bizarre. Why do you think you felt that way? Sarah Jade picks up her knife, rolling the handle between her fingers. There was this one incident, she starts, then cuts herself off. An incident? Yeah, a specific moment, and even now I can't say for sure if it was real or something I made up. I was a strange child. She gives a dry laugh. Still am, I'm aware. I even had a counselor at school for a while because of emotional issues. I was liable to these huge, sudden rages. Or crying fits. This thing, it happened right in the thick of all that, when everything in my life felt like it was boiling over. Puberty, all the hormones, feeling anxious around everyone, still being a mess about my parents' divorce, the whole disaster. I was not a happy camper. I wasn't an easy kid to deal with either. A total handful, to be honest. And right in the middle of all that chaos, I thought I saw something. She places the knife carefully on the table and meets Laurel's eyes directly. I peeked through my dad's bedroom door when Noel was around 8 months along. I looked inside and... She trails off, her eyes falling to the tablecloth. She had no clothes on, and there was no pregnancy bump. She was completely naked, she repeats, her voice barely above a whisper, and there was no bump. I can't be sure what I actually witnessed. My mind has never fully made sense of it. I've spent years wondering if I was just a confused little kid scared by the idea of a new sibling, or if the memory is real. When that baby arrived 3 weeks later, I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't bring myself to look at her until she was almost a year old. Laurel remains perfectly still after SJ's confession. Did you ever tell your father? She gives a slow shake of her head. What about anyone else? I told my mother. And what was her response? She told me to stop being hysterical. Where was the baby born? I have no idea. It never occurred to me to ask. Laurel closes her eyes and the image of Noel Donnelly materializes in her mind with startling clarity, as vivid as if they'd spoken just the day before. All right, my turn then. Fine. Should I introduce myself like at a support meeting? My name is Noel Donnelly and I made a terrible mistake. I won't offer justifications, but my childhood was far from easy. I was sandwiched between 2 awful older brothers and 2 equally terrible younger ones. My sister Michaela passed away when she was 8. My parents had no patience for the ordinary failings of children. They expected us to be miniature adults in every respect except for having independent thoughts. They weren't particularly religious, which was unusual for our community. Sunday church was less about faith and more about comparing notes on how everyone else's children were outperforming us. The Bible was handy for pulling out quotes to instill a little fear when needed. We all believed in heaven and hell even if we believed in little else. Sex was treated as something vile, whether inside marriage or not. We never questioned our own origins, picturing some sort of sterile transaction conducted through a brick wall. They did, after all, have separate bedrooms. Home was a 10-bedroom house on a hill surrounded by sheep. The walk to school was a mile and a half, all downhill on the way there and a punishing uphill trek back. My parents occasionally took in emergency foster children, orphans who would appear in the dead of night, wide-eyed and scared, large groups of siblings crammed into the attic dormitory. We still called it the orphan room long after the last one had left, so they couldn't have been entirely monstrous. But generally speaking, yes, they were. We were known as the brilliant family. You know the type. Every town has one. Pianos in multiple rooms, books piled to the ceiling. Anything less than an A was considered a failure. Our dinner conversations revolved entirely around academic achievement. My father taught mathematics, my mother wrote books on medical history. We attended the best schools, worked harder than anyone, and collected every award, medal, scholarship, and trophy in sight. I'm convinced we left absolutely nothing on the table for anyone else now. I was clever enough to keep pace, no question, but I started with 3 strikes against me. I was the middle child, I was a girl, and I was not Michaela. That's who I wasn't. Michaela was prettier, kinder, and yes, of course, smarter than me. She was also significantly less alive. You'd think that would have made me more cherished, right? At least we still have our Noel. But no, Michaela died of cancer. We all thought it was a bad cold. We were wrong. So that was me. The less pretty, less clever, very much alive sister, with 4 horrible brothers and parents who specialized in judgment over affection. I managed. I got into Trinity College, I earned a degree in mathematics, then a PhD in applied mathematics. Moving to London after graduation was a relief for a while. I was just clever Noel, not merely one of the Donnelly brood. I tried my hand in finance, imagining a life of wealth with a fast car and a balcony apartment. But the whole scene felt like a costume that didn't fit, and everyone there saw right through it. I left before I'd saved enough for a decent scooter, let alone a performance car. Looking back on that period of my life, I'm genuinely astonished by my own naivety. I was painfully young and green, arriving in the roaring heart of London without knowing a single soul. By some twist of fate, I landed a room in a flat in Holland Park, a postcode whose prestige was completely lost on me at the time. I honestly believed every Irish person who moved to the city ended up on a street of grand, ornate houses. The concept of somewhere like Walthamstow hadn't even entered my consciousness. I had a certain look back then, almost model-like in a raw, underfed way. All limbs, a mess of hair, and these wide, searching eyes. Yet strangely, no one ever called me pretty. Not once. I still wonder why. For a stretch, I worked in the finance department of a glossy magazine. For 3 whole years, I might as well have been a ghost utterly unseen. When redundancy finally came, I had to surrender my little Holland Park room and say goodbye to that elegant avenue with its pioneering organic butcher, the specialty shop selling tinned lobster bisque, and the park with its ornate orangery and quiet, leafy corners. That was my brutal introduction to Walthamstow and its E11 postcode, a landscape of modest brown houses, weary laundromats, and shuttered storefronts. On a whim, I decided to retrain as a teacher. What on earth was I thinking? I'd just spent years confirming my own invisibility, my total inability to command any attention. The idea of holding 30 bored teenagers captive with algebra suddenly seemed like the most absurd joke I'd ever played on myself. I got the qualification, but when it came time to lead a classroom, my courage vanished. The mere thought tied my stomach in knots. So at 30, I placed an ad in the local paper and began tutoring instead. It turned out I was really good at it. Word spread quickly among the smoothie-blending mothers in the area, who passed my name around like a prized bakery recommendation. The work was steady enough that I could finally leave my tiny Walthamstow room and buy a small place in Stroud Green, where the houses were only marginally larger. And that, for a very long time, was that. Oh, and I should mention, I was still a virgin. It's true, I'd had a boyfriend named Tony back in Ireland when I was 14, so I'd gotten the kissing part sorted and assumed the rest would follow naturally. It never did. Then one day, I was reading the Times educational supplement and came across a review for a book. It was written for people who were convinced they couldn't do maths. The world is absolutely full of them, which is something I've never been able to wrap my head around. How can someone navigate a crowded room and make small talk effortlessly, yet find numbers utterly baffling? It makes no logical sense to me. The book was called Bad at Maths. I bought it and read it. Not only did it open my eyes to concepts I'd never considered, but it also made me laugh out loud, something I never expected from a maths book. I wasn't much of a reader, generally, and had only picked it up because of the TES. Inside the cover was a photo of the author, a lovely man with a warm, smiling face and a thick head of dark hair. That photo was of you. I'd never really been a fan of anyone before. Sure, I'd enjoyed TV shows. Brookside was a longtime favorite, and I'd perk up if a Take That song came on the radio, though I leaned more toward classical music. And yes, I'd had crushes over the years, plenty of them. But this felt entirely different. You were different? Do you remember our first meeting? I know you do. You were signing books at your publisher's stand at the education show in the NEC. I go every year. Tutoring can be a solitary existence, and every so often you need to reconnect with the world to experience what everyone else is experiencing. You can't afford to be last season's trend with these North London mothers. Staying current is essential. But honestly, I was there because I knew you would be. I'd gone to considerable effort, a skirt, tights, and a lipstick, the shade of caramel apples that seemed to ignite my hair and make my blue eyes sparkle. I was 41, the late autumn of my youth, practically winter, and yes, I remained untouched in that particular way. You were perched on a tall stool at a high table, a modest stack of your books before you. The area was empty, no line, just a small sign on the wall behind you announcing, "Author Floyd Dunn will be signing copies of Bad at Maths today, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Next to it was that photo, the same one from inside your book I'd studied for hours, committing to memory the way your hair framed your ears, the particular curve of your mouth as it tried for a solemn smile. My gaze shifted from the photograph to you and back again. You were leaner than I'd pictured. For some reason, I'd anticipated a slight paunch. "Hello," you exclaimed as I approached, as if someone had just flicked your switch. "Hello." You had no idea how nervous I was.
You couldn't have guessed? I played it utterly composed.
"Hello," I answered, my fingers gripping my worn copy of your book. "I brought my own. Would you be willing to sign it?" I handed it over, and you offered that smile of yours, the one that turns your eyes into fireworks that detonate in my soul. "Well," you remarked, "this copy has certainly seen some love. I could have confessed I'd rate it 30 times. I could have said your book made me laugh more in 1 week than I had in the entire year before I found it. I could have admitted I was utterly in awe, but I wanted you to view me as a peer. So I simply stated, 'It's been a very useful resource. I tutor mathematics.' 'Well,' you said, 'I'm very glad to hear that.' You took the book from me and poised your pen over the title page. 'Shall I make it out to you?' 'Yes, please,' I said. 'Noel.' 'Noel,' you repeated. 'That's a beautiful name.' 'Were you a Christmas baby?' 'Yes.' 'December 24th. Best Christmas present ever, right?' 'No,' I replied. 'Apparently not. Apparently I ruined Christmas Day for everyone.' You laughed then, a laugh I hadn't imagined for you. In your photo, you looked like you might manage a chuckle if pushed to the brink, but this was a full, proper laugh, your mouth opening wide, your head tilting back, and a great, booming sound erupting from you. I liked it immensely.
"You wrote something after my name? I was dying to see what it was, but I didn't want to appear overly eager." "You're American," I observed. "To a certain extent," you said. "And you're Irish?" "Yes, to the absolute fullest extent." You appreciated my little quip and laughed again. It felt like someone was massaging my insides with velvet-gloved hands. "Where are you from?" "Near Dublin," I answered, County Wicklow, where all the sheep live.
You laughed for a third time, and I felt a surge of boldness I'd never known before. I glanced behind me to ensure a line hadn't formed while we talked, but I still had you all to myself. Will you be here again tomorrow? I asked. No, no. They're putting me on a train back to London after this, which leaves in, oh, you checked your watch, roughly 2 hours. I should probably start winding this down soon. Have you signed many books today?
Oh, yeah, hundreds and hundreds,
You said, clicking the lid back on your pen and giving me a sidelong grin. Kidding? About 20, you said? That's a long trip just to sign 20 books. I'd have to agree with you on that one. You slipped the pen into your jacket pocket and turned away, probably scanning the room for your handler. Well, I offered, I won't keep you. Have a safe trip back to London. Which part do you call home? North London. Oh, I said, laying on the fake surprise with a trowel. What a coincidence. Me too. Really? You replied. Whereabouts? Stroud Green. Well, well, small world. I live there too. You're kidding? In Stroud Green? This was news to me, the kind of unbelievable serendipitous news that made my heart do a little flip. Absolutely Latimer Road. Know it? Yes, I said, feeling like joy was practically leaking out of my pores. Yes, I know it well. I'm just a few streets over from you. Well, well, well. Maybe our paths will cross again then. Maybe they will, I'd said, trying to sound casual, as if it would just be a pleasant bit of happenstance and not the secret fulfillment of my every hope. 2 weeks later, they did. Calling it stalking would be a bit dramatic. We lived barely 200 feet apart after all. But it would be fair to say I found more errands to run than usual. Discovering the milk was nearly gone would fill me with a ridiculous sense of purpose. Oh no, better pop to the corner shop. And if I got back only to realize I'd forgotten the paper, well, that just meant another trip out, didn't it? Coat back on, up to the high street, one eye scanning this way, the other that way. Any excuse to wander past the top of Latimer Road was a particular win. And then, one evening, there you were, in the convenience store, wearing a blue anorak and jeans, a bottle of red wine dangling from your hand, staring at the cereal boxes like they held the secrets of the universe. I said your name. You turned and recognized me right away. I hadn't expected that. People don't usually remember me. But you smiled and said, I know you. You were at the book fair. Yes, that was me, Noel. I offered my hand and you shook it. Noel? Right. The unwanted Christmas gift. How are you? I'm truly grand, thanks. And you? I'm moderately grand if such a state exists. Oh, it does, I assured you. There are many, many shades of grand. There was a small, suspended moment then. It was probably awkward, though my whole life had been a series of awkward moments, so I was a poor judge, but you stepped right into that silence and saved it, and that's when I knew. You said, and I'll never forget this because it felt so wonderfully ordinary, you said, Rice Krispies or mini wheats, which might not sound like much, but it was what it wasn't that mattered. It wasn't a brush off. It wasn't a glance at your watch and a mumbled excuse. It wasn't a signal that I was in your way. It was an invitation to chat. So, of course, I took it. Rice Krispies, I said, are delicious, but they're all air. You're hungry again 5 minutes later. You smiled. I liked your slightly crooked teeth. All that air, you repeated. You're funny. No, I'm just Irish. True, you said. You do have a natural built-in advantage in the humor department, so... You turned back to the cereal aisle. 7-year-old girl. Her mother's a health nut, so nothing sugary. What's your pick? A 7-year-old girl? Your biography hadn't mentioned a daughter. I wasn't exactly a fan of small children. Is this your daughter we're discussing? Yes, Sarah. Her mother and I split up recently, so I'm a weekend dad now. I can't afford any mistakes. My ex already thinks I'm going to lose her somewhere, or let her stick her hand in a blender. That sort of thing. Weetabix, then, I said without hesitation. It has the lowest sugar content of any cereal on the shelf. Your expression softened, and that smile returned. See, you said? I knew you'd be the one to know about things like that. I just knew it. Do you have any kids? I told you no, not even close. You looked at me then, and I could see you weighing a decision, deciding whether or not to voice a particular thought. I pretended not to notice, and you chose to hold it back. I watched the words disappear as you swallowed them. Well, you've been incredibly helpful. Thank you, Noel. You took the Weetabix, and that was the end of it. Yet it was enough that the next time I saw you, about a week later, we had the beginnings of a connection, a little thread of familiarity. We talked about the weather that day. The time after that, we complained about some new government plan to overhaul the schools, something we'd both read in the paper that morning. It was the fourth encounter, nearly a month after the education show, when you asked, "Have you ever been to that Eritrean restaurant, the one near the subway station?" As a matter of fact, I haven't. Well, it's excellent. I've been going for years. You should really try it. Actually. And there it was, your invitation to dinner. Yes, Floyd, your invitation. I know you'll try to spin this, to rewrite the narrative like you do with everything, but we both know you initiated this. You saw me, Floyd. You saw me and you wanted me. You asked me to dinner? You showed up on time, dressed well. You didn't take one look and declare it a mistake before bolting. You smiled when I walked in. You stood up. You placed your hands on my shoulders and pressed your cheek to mine. You told me I looked lovely. You waited for me to sit before you did. You held my gaze steadily. You absolutely did. And then it was you who called me a few days later, just long enough to make me anxious, just long enough for me to consider calling you first, but I didn't. I held back, and you invited me to your house. Yes, you did. Your intention that evening was unmistakable. You wanted to sleep with me, but that was fine, because I wanted to sleep with you. I didn't mind that dinner was somewhat rushed. What was it again? Pasta, I think, with a jarred sauce that probably took you all of 5 minutes to prepare, though you did open a nice bottle of wine if I remember correctly. An hour later, we were on your sofa, and while you were tugging at my clothes and breathing heavily, I said, "Believe it or not, I'm a virgin, possibly the last one left." And you were surprisingly gentle about it. You didn't laugh or accuse me of joking. You didn't pull away or sigh or tell me to leave. You were kind. You touched me until I melted, and then you were slow and patient. And yes, it did hurt. It really did. But I'd been expecting that, and frankly, you weren't the most generously endowed guy around, a blessing in disguise, really. And I knew then, I think I truly understood from that moment that you and I were primarily about sex. And I was perfectly fine with that. But over the months, I grew used to you. I grew accustomed to the feel of your pillows and the sight of your cereal bowls in the sink, the particular scent of your hair before a shower, the way your name appeared on my phone screen. You occupied a significant portion of my life, over 30%, if we're putting a number on it, and probably 30% of that 30% was sex. The rest was just lying in your bed listening to you shower, waiting for your calls, watching you cook, watching you eat, sitting on your sofa watching TV together, the occasional meal out, the occasional walk in the park, making plans to meet. That's a substantial amount of shared existence for two people in a relationship based on physical attraction. A lot of time spent not having sex, more than enough time for a bond to develop. I never told you I loved you. You never told me you loved me. Some would argue that alone is reason enough to downplay everything else that transpired between us. I have to push back on that. I strongly disagree. I remember meeting Sarah Jade for the first time after you and I had been a couple for about a year. Before that, she was only at your place every other weekend, so it was simple to keep our lives separate. Then her mother started a new job, and suddenly Sarah was being left with you constantly, often with little warning and frequently on nights you'd already planned for us. You had mentioned she was a challenging kid, that she hadn't handled the divorce well, and honestly, I've never been comfortable around little girls. They have this stare sometimes, like their whole heart is filled with resentment. Sarah Jade hardly even looked like a child. Her skin was so translucent and pale you could trace the blue veins beneath it, and she had this startling shock of white hair, not blonde, but stark white, like an elderly woman. She was small for her age, more the size of a 5-year-old than 8. I made an effort to be welcoming, you know I did?
You were right there. You must be Sarah Jade. It's so nice to finally meet you, I said, offering my hand. I usually try a handshake with kids. It's a neutral gesture,
somewhere between overwhelming them and acting like they aren't there. Sometimes you're the first person to ever shake their hand, and that can feel special. Sarah Jade didn't take it. She just spun around and ran from the room, crying hysterically. Good Lord! You rushed after her, and I was left standing alone in your entryway, my arms still awkwardly extended. I felt like some kind of grotesque creature. I caught my reflection in the mirror hanging above your console table. I'd actually started to feel better about my appearance by then. If someone like you found me attractive, maybe I wasn't so terrible. But the woman staring back at me that day while you comforted your weeping daughter behind a closed door was someone I didn't want to see. I noticed the shadows under my eyes, the way my skin seemed to sag, my hair the color of tarnished copper and grown out in an unflattering way. I wasn't pretty. I simply wasn't. And your daughter had just held up a mirror to that truth. After that moment, it became difficult to feel anything warm toward her. For a long time, it was hard to feel anything kind toward myself either. Looking back, I know I shouldn't have taken it so personally. Sarah Jade was an intensely anxious child, frightened of countless things, not just some strange woman in the hallway. But I did take it personally, and I could never muster genuine kindness for her again. To be honest, you struggled with her, too. She was distant and prone to absolutely volcanic meltdowns. Tantrum doesn't even cover it. If I believed in that sort of thing, I might have thought she was demon-possessed. She'd hurl objects, smash things, and scream that she wanted to kill you, to stab you, to cut your head off with a knife. The hatred she had for you was palpable. Other times, she'd cling to you like a much younger child, demanding you go with her to the bathroom because she was afraid, or insisting you sit outside her bedroom door singing the same lullaby until she fell asleep, which sometimes took over 40 minutes. We spent many nights whispering about her in the dark, tangled in your sheets, trying to figure out what to do. I had no real advice. I knew nothing about raising kids. I have a slew of nieces and nephews back home, but I'd never met a single one of them and had zero interest. Still, I tried to sound supportive. Have you considered getting her into therapy? I'd ask. Have you ever considered that? But of course not. Kate, flawless little Kate, the most infuriating ex-wife imaginable. Forgive me, Floyd, but you know it's true. With that whispery tone, those wide, innocent eyes, the way her jaw would slacken whenever you mentioned Sarah Jade's latest trouble and she'd coo. Oh, Jady Wadey, poor sweet thing, did Daddy let you stay up past bedtime again? Honestly, I could have screamed. She simply refused to see it. Too many sweets? Not enough rest, rough week in class. On and on she went, blind to the fact that her own daughter was practically a budding sociopath. Still, I should have made more of an effort. I should have been kinder, and if I'm willing to accept any portion of the blame, it's that I drove you away from her. We did, the two of us. We found common ground in our shared frustration, our shared helplessness, and the further you pulled from her, the closer you leaned into me. I became the safe harbor, I became the voice of reason, and I welcome that shift completely. Now, Floyd Dunn, I want you to look right at me and tell me it wasn't you. Go ahead, I dare you. Tell me it wasn't you who first voiced it, who rolled over in bed one night after we'd been together, took both my hands in yours, kissed them fiercely and whispered, "What if you and I had a child? Maybe then I'd finally feel loved." Laurel went directly from King's Cross to Hannah's apartment and cleaned it with a ferocity she hadn't known she possessed. When every surface gleamed, she marched into Hannah's dismal backyard, which smelled of spoiled picnics and forgotten afternoons, and she attacked the overgrowth with a pair of clippers until only skeletal branches and churned mud remained, alongside a rusted grill Hannah had never once lit. She worked barehanded until her palms were scraped and burning, but the pain felt right. Later, she smoothed some of Hannah's lotion into her skin, savoring the sharp sting as it soaked in. No flowers appeared today, and frankly, Laurel couldn't care less about her daughter's private romantic affairs anymore. Let Hannah have a secret love life. Let her date a girlfriend, a boyfriend, an older man, a younger woman, 2 women and a golden retriever for all it mattered. Hannah would share when she was ready. Everything that felt urgent yesterday had dissolved into irrelevance. Now, All Laurel needed was to untangle the dense, knotted mass of new information clogging her thoughts. It was all connected, she was certain, but so strange and improbable she couldn't find a thread to pull. She slipped Hannah's $30 into her wallet, locked the flat, sped home, and went straight to her computer. Searching Noel Donnelly online yielded little. The world, it turned out, was packed with Noel Donnellys, and Laurel doubted a woman who'd vanished and re-emerged as a Chicago physiotherapist would be broadcasting her story across the web. She tried Noel Donnelly Math Tutor next. That brought up a handful of stale listings on tutoring sites, all long inactive. Noel Donnelly Ireland produced many hits, but none matched her. Noel, finally, she searched Noel Donnelly disappearance. Half an hour later, she concluded the world had barely noticed Noel Donnelly vanishing. There was nothing. She closed her laptop and rubbed her wrists, straining to remember who had first recommended Noel. It was a neighbor. She could picture the woman's face, her 2 Irish setters always leaping up, leaving muddy prints on her jeans. But the name escaped her completely. Laurel headed to the spare room wardrobe and pulled out a box left over from her move, still not fully unpacked. She was hoping to find her old address book, a real relic from the time when people actually wrote down phone numbers instead of saving them in a device. She found it buried halfway down and began flipping through the pages, a little stunned by how many names she once knew but now never thought about. Was it Susie? Or maybe Sally? Something with an S. Her fingers moved faster until she suddenly stopped. A pink post-it note was clinging to the S section, bearing her own rushed handwriting. It read, Noel Donnelly, followed by a phone number. Then it came back to her. Sally? Yes, it was Sally, she remembered calling her one morning. Ellie needs a tutor. You had a good one, right? Do you still have her number? She'd scribbled it down, peeled off the note, and stuck it in the book. Thanks, Sal, you're a lifesaver. Talk soon. She could almost hear Sally's dogs barking in the background. Laurel dialed the number, to her surprise. Someone answered, a young man with an Irish lilt. Hello? Laurel began. Sorry to bother you. I'm trying to reach someone who used to have this number. Noel Donnelly?
Ah, right,
the young man replied. Noel's my aunt, but nobody knows where she is. Laurel was momentarily speechless. She'd expected a disconnected tone, or maybe someone who'd never heard the name. Instead, she'd found a relative. Oh, she managed. Right. She disappeared, didn't she? So they say, he answered quietly. So they say? I was wondering. Laurel started again. I've gotten to know Noel's daughter, Poppy, and her ex-husband. And there are, well, some things that don't quite add up about her leaving. Would it be possible for me to come talk to you? Who did you say you were again? A friend of Poppy's. Ah, right. The little girl. My grandma mentions her sometimes. There was a brief pause, and Laurel wondered if he'd heard her request. Then he said, Sure, why not? It's 12 Harlow Road, just off Stroud Green Road. Now? She confirmed. I could come now. Sure, he replied. I'm Joshua, by the way. Joshua Donnelly. Laurel Mack, she said. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. Harlow Road was a side street off the main thoroughfare, a stretch Laurel knew all too well from rewatching the news footage of the day. Ellie vanished. It was directly across from where that car had been parked, the one Ellie had glanced into to check her reflection. Number 12 was near the corner, a narrow house in a row of similar homes, with a small cherry tree struggling in the front yard. The place looked worn, almost abandoned. Joshua Donnelly opened the door wide and stepped aside. Come in, Laura, he said. It's Laurel, she corrected gently. Like the wreath. Oh, right, like the wreath. He closed the door behind her. He was slight and energetic, dressed in oversized sweatpants and a red and white soccer jersey. His hair was cropped short with a subtle shaved line near the hairline. He had a likable, almost delicate face with strikingly long eyelashes. Sorry about the mess, he said, leading her into the cramped front room. It's just me and my brother here, and we're not exactly house-proud. The room held 2 brown leather sofas and several pieces of varnished pine furniture. Modern art prints hung on the walls, Drying clothes were draped over chair backs and near the rear door. A few mugs sat around, alongside stacks of what looked like schoolwork. All things considered, it wasn't too terrible. So you're the son of Noel's? Younger brother? Yeah. There were 4 of them, 4 brothers. He mentioned there had been 2 girls, but one passed away very young, and the other was Noel, though what exactly became of her was anyone's guess. He shifted a stack of textbooks from the sofa, sweeping a few stray crumbs to the floor with the edge of his palm before offering Laurel a place to sit. Can I get you something? Tea, maybe, or a Coke? She settled into the cushions. No, I'm all right, thanks. You're sure? It's really no trouble. Honestly, I'm fine. He made room for himself on the opposite sofa and sat, knees apart, one leg bouncing restlessly. Did the place come to you from Noel? Laurel asked. Not exactly inherited, he replied. More like the family just absorbed it. It's become our little London crash pad for anyone who needs it. Right now, that's me and my kid brother, Sammy. How long have you been staying here? Since October. I just started a degree at Goldsmiths, so I'll be around for a few years. Others have stayed before me. There are 13 of us cousins, believe it or not. But we're under strict orders not to move or touch anything. We have to keep it pretty much as she left it, in case she returns. Yeah, exactly. In case she comes back. And do you believe she will? Ah, he shrugged. That's the big question. I never actually met her, you know? None of us cousins did. She was like this phantom relative. We'd hear stories that she'd bought a house, was seeing some famous writer, expecting a baby, but we never laid eyes on her. Isn't that wild? He looked at her with a wide, earnest smile, and Laurel nodded. Yes, she said. It really is. Her gaze drifted around the room, taking in the pine shelves loaded with books and the sun-faded prints on the walls. So all of this, she said. The furniture, the books, it's all Noel's? Yeah, all of it. Even upstairs, her clothes are still in the wardrobe, seriously. All her things, right down to her underwear and personal bits, and no one ever packed anything away? It's exactly as she left it, pretty much, yeah. A sudden, almost electric urge shot through Laurel to dash upstairs and sift through everything, to empty drawers and comb through papers. But for what? What did she imagine she'd uncover? Instead, she asked, What do you think happened to your aunt? I genuinely have no idea. From what I heard, she was supposed to be traveling to Ireland. She took her things, passport, cards, packed a bag, some photos. She was clearly heading somewhere. But it seems like she might never have arrived. Her passport was never used. Her bank cards haven't been touched in years. He turned his palms upward, then rested them on his knees. Weird stuff. You know, Laurel said, her tone deliberately light. My daughter disappeared too. Oh yeah. Joshua leaned forward, his attention caught. In 2005, and the last place she was seen alive was right out there. She gestured towards Stroud Green Road. Just across from the Red Cross shop, it was on CCTV. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a quiet moment passed between them. Laurel wondered how much she could share with this friendly young man before he might pull back. Poppy, she said, your cousin, have you ever met her? No, none of us have. She's the only cousin we haven't met. It's a shame, really. I've got another cousin around her age, Clara. She's a riot, such a character. They could have been friends. But that writer guy, Floyd. Yeah, him. He keeps to himself and keeps her close, too. When the family offered to help with her care, he wasn't interested. One of my uncles even went over there about a year after Noel vanished, trying to build some connection. He shook his head. Apparently, Floyd was pretty sharp with him, made it clear we weren't welcome. Laurel found herself wondering whether Poppy even knew she had an Irish family at all. Joshua's eyebrows lifted slightly. So you know Poppy and Floyd, how, exactly? Floyd is my boyfriend, Laurel replied. We're together. Oh, he said, nodding slowly. I see. And Noel used to tutor my daughter, Ellie. She was teaching her right before Ellie went missing. Here? He gestured toward the floor. No, she came to our house. It's not far from here.
Right?
Joshua said again, his tone thoughtful. Laurel studied him, hoping he might offer the missing piece that could untangle the thoughts swirling in her mind. Are you suggesting something bad happened? He finally asked. Is that what you're getting at? I honestly don't know, Laurel admitted. It does seem unusual, he conceded. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and stared at the floorboards for a long moment. You've got me thinking now. My mind is turning it all over. He tapped his temple with a finger. You have a mystery, and I have a mystery, and you're wondering if maybe they're linked? Did you ever go through Noel's personal belongings? Laurel asked. Diaries, anything like that? No, I never did. But there was one thing. He paused, glancing toward the door before looking back. Something really strange. We never could make sense of it. He let out a sigh. Do you want me to show you? Show me what? You'll have to trust me. I'm a stranger. I could be anyone. What do you mean? It's in the basement. What is? The strange thing we found. It's down there. A jolt of adrenaline shot through Laurel. She looked at the young man with the gentle face sitting across from her. I'd completely understand if you didn't want to go down. I wouldn't, in your shoes. Probably watched too many horror movies, you know? The ones where you shout at the screen, "Don't go into the basement, you idiot!" He smiled, looking every bit the kind, earnest student who'd come from Ireland to study. I could just describe it, if you prefer, or I could go down and take a picture on my phone for you. Would that be better? She returned his smile. It's fine. I'll come take a look. Text someone, he urged, his expression still concerned. Let someone know where you are. That's what I'd do. Laurel gave a light laugh. Just show me, she said. The basement door was in the kitchen. Joshua took a flashlight from a drawer and led her down a set of wooden stairs. At the bottom was another door. He pushed it open into a small square room paneled in the same dark, heavily varnished pine as the rooms upstairs. A high, narrow window framed the slender, bare branches of the cherry tree in the front yard. A sofa bed was unfolded against one wall, a television sat on a stand, and a single chair was tucked in a corner. Against the far wall, on a table, stood a stack of what looked like hamster cages piled on top of one another. Joshua swept the flashlight beam across them. There were about 20 hamsters in those when my uncles got here, all dead on their backs, little legs in the air. He mimed a hamster lying stiffly on its back. Some had even eaten each other, apparently. We couldn't figure it out. We wondered if she'd been breeding them, maybe selling them to kids, but there was no sign of that. It's just, why would anyone keep all those animals in a basement and then just leave them to die? Laurel stared at the cages and shuddered. Her eyes traveled around the room again. Despite the warm-toned wood, the space felt stark and cold. Something unsettling lingered in the air itself, a quiet dread that raised the hairs on her arms. What do you think this room was for? She asked, turning to examine the 3 separate locks on the door, then looking back at the high window, the bare branches, the unfolded bed, the silent TV. A guest room, I suppose. It's not very inviting, is it? No, Laurel agreed softly. I don't imagine she had many visitors. From everything I've heard, she tended to keep to herself. So what was a sofa bed doing down there? And the TV? And all those poor animals she just abandoned? I did mention it was strange, didn't I? Honestly, my Aunt Noel was just an odd person, period. We've always believed that losing her sister when she was so young really messed her up. Laurel feels another chill. Her mind jumps to Hannah, who lost Ellie. She pictures Hannah's bleak, empty apartment, her serious demeanor, those stiff, uncomfortable hugs. A wave of dread hits her. Could her own daughter end up just like Noel Donnelly, collecting hamsters only to vanish one day, leaving behind nothing but empty spaces and unanswered questions? As these thoughts swirl, something catches her eye, peeking out from beneath the folded sofa. It's small and plastic. She bends to retrieve it, a lip balm in a vibrant pink and green tube, flavored like watermelon. She rolls it in her palm before slipping it into her coat pocket. For some inexplicable reason, it feels like it's hers. Her hands tremble on the steering wheel during the drive home. The scent of that basement room clings to her memory, the damp timber, the mildewed carpet. Every time she blinks, she sees the hideous sofa bed, the stacks of empty hamster cages, that grimy window set high in the wall. Back home, she goes straight to the spare room and pulls Ellie's memory box from under the bed once more. She sifts through pens, pins, rings, and hair clips. Ellie's toothbrush is there, and her hairbrush tangled with old elastics, keychains, and little pots of cream. Among the items is a small collection of lip balms, papaya, mango, and honeydew melon. Laurel takes the watermelon balm from her pocket and places it beside the others. It completes the set. Now, about me saying I was on the pill, that wasn't exactly true. Frankly, I figured I was past all that anyway and never dreamed I'd get pregnant just 2 months after we ditched the condoms. You know how all the magazines make it sound like your fertility just evaporates the moment you turn 35? Well, when my period was late, I genuinely thought I was starting menopause. It wasn't until my jeans began feeling snug that the possibility even crossed my mind. I bought a test, saw those 2 pink lines, and just sat on the bathroom floor rocking back and forth, having a quiet meltdown because it suddenly hit me. Maybe I didn't want a baby after all. In that moment, I felt like a complete fool. How could I possibly raise a child? Me, with my total lack of maternal vibes and a face that seems to startle babies. And I had no clue how you'd really feel. Sure, you'd said some things, but I didn't know how you'd actually react. But when I told you, you seemed okay. Not overjoyed, but not upset either. Well, you said, that's a curveball. Then you asked, do you want to keep it? As casually as if I were deciding whether to return a sweater, I replied, of course I want to keep it. It's ours. You just nodded. And that was that, except you also added, you know I can't ask you to move in with me, right? That stung, but I didn't let it show. I just said no, of course not, pretending the idea had never even entered my mind. Truthfully, I was convinced you'd change your tune once you held the baby. I never admitted how terrified I was of raising a child alone. I'd missed 2 periods, but wasn't sure how far along I was. You came with me for the ultrasound. I remember that day clearly. It was actually really nice. You held my hand in the waiting room. We were both a bit lightheaded, probably from nerves, but there was a flicker of excitement there, too. It was one of those moments in life when you sense a fork in the road, as if you're embarking on a fresh journey with your bags packed, a mix of anxiety and hope swirling inside. The day itself felt pristine and separate, untethered from the past or the future. I had never felt so profoundly connected to another person as I did to you that morning, Floyd, truly never. Then the screen lit up with that tiny tadpole, and I felt your grip tighten around my hand. You were elated, I could tell. There was your child, growing within me, a person who would enter our lives and never say they hated you, a chance to begin anew, a chance to do everything right. You were happy in that instant. You were, Floyd, you really were, but there was no sound, no rhythmic thumping. Having never been pregnant before, I thought perhaps the heart hadn't developed yet, or that maybe my own pulse was keeping that little shape alive. I didn't realize that even at 10 weeks, as the clinician noted, there should have been a heartbeat. How could I have known? Yet I saw your expression shift as you watched the technician move the wand over my belly, her smile slipping away. You asked, "Is something wrong?" And she replied, "I'm having a bit of trouble finding a heartbeat." Then I understood, too. I knew there should have been a noise, and there wasn't. Your hand slipped from mine. You let out a sigh, not one of sorrow or even disappointment. It was a sigh of pure irritation. A sigh that seemed to say, you couldn't even get this right, could you? Honestly, that sigh almost destroyed me more than the loss itself. Afterward, you made it plain, this could be our clean break, no blame attached. But you lacked the resolve to actually end things, and I clung to that weakness. I admit I overstayed. I shrank back entirely into the person I'd been before the pregnancy. I came to your place when you wanted me for sex. I even moved in for a few months while my house was being treated for damp. I knew you didn't truly want me there. Any word from the builders, you'd ask? Do they have an end date yet? So I understood nothing had really changed, and I didn't pretend to hold any special claim over you or your time just because my womb had briefly held your tadpole. And there was your difficult daughter, Sarah Jade, hating you and needing you in equal measure, confusing you, lashing out, then clinging to your lap when you had work to do. And there was my own womb, briefly brushed by unexpected life, now echoing with the silence of a heartbeat that never was. None of it made any sense. You went back to using condoms. Clearly I couldn't be trusted. So there would be no baby for us, and I had to accept that. I tried, Floyd. I tried so hard for 2 years. I turned 43, then 44. And then you started taking risks, probably thinking I was out of eggs, until one night you ran out of condoms and said, "Don't worry, I'll just pull out." Well, clearly you didn't pull out soon enough, because it happened all over again. A missed period, a positive test, 2 pink lines. For 3 days, I felt like I was riding a wave's crest, the sun warm on my skin, a breeze in my hair, as if angels were strumming harps wherever I went. I booked a scan, but this time I didn't tell you I couldn't bear the thought of that quiet room, that annoyed sigh, that withdrawn hand. But before I could even reach the clinic, your baby had died and left my body. A small bleed, I might have mistaken it for a heavy period if not for the test. I canceled the appointment. I never told you about the second tadpole. And it was that very day, Floyd, the same day your baby died inside me, that I first went to Ellie Mack's home. I forced a smile and a cheerful attitude, settling into a room with a pampered, lovely girl and a fluffy cat, enveloped by the clutter of domesticity, framed photographs and discarded shoes, well-thumbed paperbacks and furniture that surely all came from a chain like IKEA. My task was to tutor this privileged, bright young woman who already felt she knew it all, while inside I ached to weep and declare, "Today I lost another child." But I didn't. Instead, I sipped her mother's excellent tea from a mug that read, "Keep calm and clean my kitchen." I nibbled on delicious chocolate chip cookies, the kind you might imagine a royal brand would sell. I delivered a solid lesson to her daughter. I earned my 35 pounds honestly. Leaving Ellie Mack's house that night, a strange calm settled over me. The half-mile walk home was through a biting, crisp evening, the air so cold it needled the skin on my hands. I took my time, savoring the dark and the sharp discomfort. With each step, a conviction grew somehow this was all linked, the lost baby and this indulged girl, as if one somehow offset the other. Arriving home, I didn't reach for the phone to call you or check for messages. I watched television, trimmed my toenails, poured a glass of wine. I sank into a deep, steaming bath, letting the water swirl between my legs, carrying away the final physical reminders of your child. And my mind kept returning to Ellie Mack, her sharp intellect and flawless face, her honey-colored hair piled into a casual bun, socked feet curled beneath her, slender hands tucked into her sleeves, her scent like apples and mint toothpaste, clean hair and youth, her eagerness to learn, her kindness, her sheer perfection. She seemed to radiate a soft light. I doubt she ever screamed that she hated her parents. I doubt she ever spat at them, pinched them, or hurled her dinner across the room. She was utterly beautiful and utterly brilliant, and I must admit, I grew more than a little fixated. Later, Laurel stopped by to see her mother, Ruby. "Still holding down the fort?" she asked, setting her purse down and shrugging off her coat. Ruby clicked her tongue and sighed. Elle, looks that way." Laurel smiled and took her hand. "We raised a glass to you on Friday," she said, "at the birthday party. Everyone missed you terribly." Ruby rolled her eyes as if to say, "I bet. We truly did. And guess what? I finally met Bonnie." Ruby's eyes widened and she brought her fingertips to her mouth. "Wow, yes, wow, she's lovely, just as I expected. Very warm and huggable." F fat?" Laurel laughed. "No, not fat, just amply bosomed." Ruby glanced down at her own flat chest, the same flat chest she'd passed on to her daughter, and they both chuckled. "Boyf, Fran, everything good?" "Yes," Laurel replied with more cheer than she felt. Her mother had clung to life, enduring her own discomfort, largely in the hope of seeing her daughter settled. "Really happy? It's going wonderfully." She noticed a flicker of doubt in her mother's eyes and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere, asking about her health, her appetite, whether she'd heard from her unreliable brother who'd left for Dubai the very day Ruby moved into the care home. "I won't see you again," her mother murmured as Laurel put her coat back on. Laurel looked at her, gazing deeply into her eyes. Then she bent down, wrapped her in a tight embrace, and whispered into her ear, "I'll see you next week, Mum. And if I don't, I need you to know you have been the most incredible mother in the world. I've been extraordinarily lucky to have you for so long. I adore you. We all do. You couldn't have been any better. Okay?" She felt her mother's head nodding against her own, the soft whisper of her hair like a gentle breeze on her cheek.
"Yes," her mother said. "Yes, yes, yes."
Laurel brushed tears from her face, fixed a smile in place, and stepped back.
"Bye, Mum," she said. "I love you,"
Laurel said softly. Her mother's voice trembled in reply.
"I'll love you, T too."
Laurel paused in the doorway, her gaze lingering on her mother. She took in the familiar silhouette, the very essence of her being, and felt a sharp, beautiful ache at the simple fact of her existence. Later, sitting in her car in the parking lot, she let the tears come, a brief 30-second release before firmly shutting them down. Wanting to die and actually dying are rarely the same thing, she told herself. But this felt different. This longing seemed to emanate from some deep, instinctual core, the same place that makes you think of an old friend seconds before they call, or sense a coming storm before the first drop falls. It was the primal instinct that sends a family pet to find a quiet, dark corner at the end. Pulling her phone from her bag, she stared at the blank screen. She desperately needed to talk to someone who truly knew her. Her thumb hovered over Paul's name, but she couldn't bring herself to tap it. I'd been infatuated with girls before, back at the glossy magazine where I used to work. They were all so polished and privileged. Honestly, I resented every single one of them. Yet I was also drawn to them, especially the warm, cheerful ones. The uptight, judgmental types I could ignore. They were just reflections of my own insecurities. But with better luck in the genetic lottery, the lovely ones, though, the ones who smiled when I held a door or laughed off a paperwork snafu, I craved their approval. Not in a romantic sense, but I was desperate to know what it was like to inhabit their world, to stroll down a street with effortless grace, the sun seeming to shine just for them, opportunities appearing like magic in their path. I clung to my outsider status. It was a safe cloak of invisibility. After a childhood spent under a microscope, it was freeing to have no expectations placed on me. So my feelings were a mess of contradictions. Part of me wanted to be them, while another louder part insisted I was somehow better. And then there was Ellie Mack. She was the shiniest of them all. I learned she was in love with a boy named Theo. I met him once, handsome, genuinely kind, and sharp as a tack. He shook my hand and looked me right in the eye. I remember thinking what stunning children they would make someday. Maybe that was where it started. But you played your part too, with your dismissive gestures and your heavy sighs. Your constant reminder that I couldn't move in, your little girl perched on your knee, staring at me with those unsettling pale eyes, as if I were the monster in her story. Ellie became the bright spot in my dreary weeks. I'd bring her small treats, praise her brilliance, and we'd exchange bits of our lives. Her mother was always kind, and I took comfort in the routine, the same chipped mug for my tea every Tuesday, the always perfect biscuits. Her house was a warm cocoon against the darkening afternoons, filled with the sounds of family, the purring cat, and the solid, predictable work spread between us. Those Tuesday afternoons were my anchor. For a little while they kept the vast, empty silence of my own company at bay, a place I knew I shouldn't visit for too long. In my mind, Ellie and I were on a journey together, a train steadily chugging toward her exams and, I hoped, toward a shared victory. I had imagined showing up at her door in August, a modest bottle of champagne in hand, maybe even a cheerful balloon. I saw her throwing her arms around my neck, her lovely mother beaming just behind her, waiting for her own chance to hug me, murmuring thanks and appreciation. "Oh, Noel, we never could have managed this without you. Please come inside, let's share a toast." Then that call came. The lovely mother wasn't feeling so lovely. God, I can hardly recall her exact words now. I wasn't truly hearing them. All that echoed in my head was a relentless, no, 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 not my Tuesdays. They couldn't take my Tuesdays, so I was short with her, borderline insulting, probably. I claimed it was a major inconvenience, which was a lie. It was an absolute travesty, a complete and utter farce. I let the phone fall from my hand and I screamed right there in my quiet apartment. I became obsessed with every kindness I'd ever shown Ellie, the presents I'd chosen for her, the unique articles I'd tracked down and printed just for her, those extra 10 minutes I'd sometimes add to our lesson when we were truly connecting, what I called being in the zone. I stewed in bitter resentment for a solid week or two before slipping into a phase of pure nostalgia. I convinced myself everything was superior back then, during those Tuesday afternoons with Ellie Mack. My relationship with you was better, my teaching was sharper, my entire life had more color. I thought, perhaps if I could just catch a glimpse of her, just see her face, I might recapture a shred of that old feeling. There's a precise term for what I did next, stalking. I knew which school Ellie attended, of course. It wasn't far from my place, as luck would have it, making it simple to drift by at 9 in the morning or 3:30. I'd watch her coming and going, that boy with his arm draped over her shoulders, the two of them radiating a glow so intense and golden it's a miracle they could navigate the sidewalk. They were the living, breathing finale of every teenage love story ever committed to film. Then the school break arrived and I lost track of her routine. I had to get creative. It was a challenge, juggling my other students, and you, of course, dutifully attending to your needs like the good girl I was supposed to be. I deduced she spent a lot of time at the public library and that her route took her past my street. If I positioned myself in the window of the corner cafe, I could see her walk by, so whenever I wasn't teaching, I was there, planted at a small table, scanning for that cascade of golden hair. And you know, Floyd, I promised that was all I desired, just a sight of her. But for some inexplicable reason, that particular day, I found myself pushing back my chair. There she was, paused between two parked cars, waiting to cross. Her blonde hair was pulled back and tucked away inside her jacket hood, and I swear, I just wanted her to notice me, to offer some small sign of recognition. I walked toward her, and the impact was physical, like a fist to the stomach. Good Lord, she doesn't recognize me. Not for a heartbeat or two. I watched the recollection click into place like a slide dropping into a vintage projector, and then, naturally, she was all warm smiles and gentle courtesy. But the damage was done. She had utterly failed to confirm I was real. If only she had understood, Floyd. If only she had known how desperately I needed that validation, then perhaps everything would have unfolded differently. Maybe Ellie Mack would have made it to the library, taken all her exams, married Theo, lived her full life. But as fate would have it, that isn't how the story went. On Friday evening, Poppy prepares dinner for Floyd and Laurel. She lights candles, swathes a wine bottle in a linen napkin, and pours it carefully from the base, mimicking a professional sommelier. She doesn't join them to eat, as that would break the illusion, but instead moves quietly at a respectful distance, clearing plates between courses, inquiring softly if the meal is to their liking. Laurel observed that Poppy's hair was styled in a simple topknot, a departure from her usual, more polished looks. A tea towel was knotted around her waist like a makeshift apron. She appeared strikingly mature and lovely, the resemblance to Ellie more pronounced than ever. Laurel found it difficult to look away. That evening she was intimate with Floyd. Afterward, curled against him, she convinced herself she had been mistaken about everything. The lip balm was meaningless. Perhaps Noel simply preferred fruity scents, maybe her whole home was filled with them. Poppy's likeness to Ellie was just a coincidence, a simple fact of life. SJ's comment about Noel's flat stomach could have been an error in perception. And Floyd himself, with his cozy sweaters and tender manner, who texted her smiley faces and claimed he needed her, why would he weave her into his world if he were connected to Ellie's vanishing act? It was an absurd thought. She drifted to sleep, nestled in his arm, their fingers laced, feeling protected. In the deep night, she half dreamed she heard him murmur, "I love you, Laurel Mack. I love you so much." By By morning, the doubt had crept back. She woke first in the quiet, creaking Victorian house. The kitchen was stark with early light, the candles and music from the night before completely forgotten. She prepared 2 mugs of coffee and carried them up to the warmth of Floyd's room.
I have an appointment today,
he mentioned. An appointment, she replied. How secretive. He grinned, drawing her close. They sat together in bed, their legs tangled.
Not really,
he said.
It's just my financial advisor.
On a weekend? He shrugged. It's our usual time. I'll only be gone a few hours.
I was hoping you might stay and keep Poppy company.
I'd be happy to, Laurel answered, and they sipped their coffee. The sound of Poppy stirring came from above, followed by footsteps on the stairs and a knock at the door. Laurel tightened Floyd's robe around herself as he called for her to enter. Poppy burst in and wriggled between them, landing on the rumpled sheets against the pillows Laurel had clutched the night before. She leaned her head on Floyd's shoulder, then reached for Laurel's hand and grasped it. Laurel felt a sudden, awkward awareness of her own state, bare beneath the robe, unshowered, holding this young girl's hand within the intimate aftermath of adult passion. I'm heading out later. Laurel will be here with you, Floyd said. Yay, Poppy exclaimed, turning her face into Laurel's shoulder. Let's go do something. Laurel nodded, smiling. Yes, that sounds perfect, she said. As she spoke, she instinctively pressed a kiss to the top of Poppy's head, just as she had done with her own children years ago. A scent rose from the girl's hair, a familiar, heartbreaking scent that instantly transported her. It was Ellie's smell. We'll go out for a treat, Laurel suggested, a specific spot springing to mind. We'll have a nice time. The cafe sat on the corner of Noel's street. Laurel had noted it during her visit on Thursday. Named the Corner Cafe. It had been there for decades. She was certain she'd once taken her own children there for a snack after a swimming lesson or a dentist appointment. Poppy chose a pecan and maple pastry. Laurel opted for a granola bar and they shared a pot of tea. Laurel watched Poppy anxiously. She knew she was crossing a line, asking Floyd's daughter to quietly accompany her like this, but her drive for answers overpowered her loyalty to him. Have you ever been to this place before? Laurel began. Poppy looked around from behind her large teacup. Don't think so, you know, Laurel says carefully. You actually used to live on this street? She gestures behind them. Did I? Yes. With your mother? Poppy looks up at her. How would you know that? Laurel offers a hesitant smile. It's a very long story. How's your pastry? It's completely amazing, Poppy says. Do you want a bite? Sure, Laurel replies. Why not, thanks. She takes the piece Poppy breaks off and hands to her. You know, she continues cautiously, I actually went inside there recently. She nods toward Noel's house. Where? To the house you used to live in? To talk to your... She taps her fingertips against her chin, pretending to think, well, I guess he's technically your cousin. My cousin? I don't have any cousins. Well, you actually do. You have a whole bunch of them. Most are in Ireland. No, I don't. Poppy stares at Laurel defiantly. I'm telling you, I don't have any cousins. That's absolutely not true, Laurel says. There are 2 living in your mother's house right over there, Joshua and Sam. They're in their early 20s. Joshua's at university studying history. He's really nice. You'd like him. Poppy glares. Why were you talking to them? Oh, just one of those strange life coincidences. Because it turns out, Laurel takes a breath and forces a smile. I knew your mom a very long time ago, and when your dad mentioned she'd vanished, well, I got curious. So I called her old number and this really pleasant young man answered and invited me over for tea. He doesn't know where your mom went either. He's just watching her house until she returns. Poppy shudders. I don't want her to come back. No, Laurel says softly. No, I know you don't. But Joshua mentioned, she brightens her smile a little, that there's another cousin around your age, named Clara. He said she's really witty and smart. He thought you'd like her, Clara, Poppy says, her eyes lighting up. She's my cousin, apparently so. Laurel replies. And your mum's family actually agrees with you that your mother was a bit odd. but apparently she had a sister who died when she was young. It sort of unhinged her. But it sounds like the rest of the family is perfectly normal? Her sister died? Poppy repeats thoughtfully. That's really sad. I know, Laurel says. It truly is. But it's no excuse for being a terrible mother. No, Laurel agrees firmly. No excuse at all. Laurel lets a quiet moment pass, allowing Poppy to take it all in. What did you say his name was, Joshua? That's a good name. Yes, it's a very good name. Another silence settles. Laurel pretends to be completely engrossed in her granola bar while her heart pounds with nerves over what she's planning. I have his number, she says after a moment. I could call him, see if he's around. We could go say hello. Poppy looks up. Do you think Dad would be upset? I'm not sure, Laurel replies. Do you think he would be? Poppy shrugs. Maybe, but then her expression firms with a slightly performative determination. I don't have to tell him everything, right? It's not like he tells me everything he does. I don't want to be the reason you lie to your father, Poppy, but I wouldn't be lying, would I? I'd just tell him we went for tea, and that's the truth. Yes, that is the truth. And it's not like he'd ask, and did you do anything else? Right? Probably not. And he might not even be there, my cousin. True, he might not, but I could give him a quick call. Just to check. Would you like me to do that? Poppy gives a single nod. Laurel taps in the number and presses call. As they turn onto the front walk, Poppy's steps slow. Maybe we shouldn't, she says. We don't have to. It's fine, she said, but the decision was taken from them. The front door swung open to reveal Joshua in a hoodie and jeans, another young man in a bright green t-shirt just behind him. They both erupted with exclamations. Oh my God, Poppy, Poppy, come in, get out of the cold. I can't believe it's really you. The welcome was a whirlwind of slightly frantic joy. Poppy glanced back at Laurel, who offered a reassuring smile, and they were both ushered inside. Joshua, hands in his pockets, bounced on his heels, beaming. So you're Poppy? Wow. Just wow, please, sit down. Both of you. Can I get you anything? Tea? Coffee? Poppy sat stiffly and shook her head. No, thank you. We just had tea and cake. Sam and Joshua exchanged a look and laughed. An English cousin, Joshua declared. We finally got one. We've got a Canadian, 2 Americans, even a German cousin, and now an English one. Look at you. I can totally see my grandmother in your face. Poppy managed a tight smile, feeling swamped. So, this was your house? Is that right? Maybe, she murmured, her eyes drifting around the room. I can't really remember. We should show you around, don't you think? Joshua suggested. Poppy looked to Laurel, who nodded, and they trailed after Joshua and Sam. Poppy was unusually silent, peeking cautiously into each space. At the top of the stairs, Joshua pushed open a door. This must have been your room. Look, the wallpaper's still here. Poppy hesitated in the doorway before stepping inside, her eyes wide. Her fingers traced the pale gray paper with its repeating pattern of pink rabbits and green tortoises in a race. The tortoises wore sweatbands, the rabbits had tiny sneakers. I remember this, she whispered, her voice full of awe. The hares and the tortoises. At night, I'd stare until they seemed to move, then I'd close my eyes and they'd run through my dreams. Hundreds of them. I really remember. You want to see more? Joshua asked, sharing a meaningful glance with Laurel. There's another room downstairs. I wonder if you'll recall that one too. They quietly returned to the ground floor, passed through the kitchen, and descended into the basement. Poppy froze on the threshold, her fingertips gripping the doorframe. She let out a sharp breath. I don't want to go in there. Oh, it's okay. Joshua reassured her. It's just a room. But... Her eyes were wide, her breathing loud. I'm not allowed. My mum told me never ever to go in there. Laurel placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. That's a powerful memory. Any idea why she said that? I don't know, Poppy replied, her voice wavering. I just remember being sure there was a monster down there. A huge, scary monster. But that's ridiculous, right? There wasn't really a monster, was there? Did you have any pets when you were little? Laurel asked softly. Do you remember having hamsters? Poppy shook her head slowly, then turned and walked out of the kitchen toward the front door. Later, Laurel walked Poppy home from the visit to Noel's house. For a long while, they moved in silence, a quiet so profound it unnerved Laurel, who had never known Poppy to be this subdued. Are you okay? Laurel finally asked as they waited at a crosswalk for the signal to change. No, Poppy admitted. I feel strange, all twisted up inside. Why do you think that is? I don't know, she said with a shrug. Remembering things I'd forgotten, thinking about my mom after so long, meeting family I never knew existed. It's a lot.
Yes, Laurel agreed, her hand coming to rest softly on Poppy's head. Yes, I imagine it is. Laurel swallowed hard, pushing down the emotion tightening her throat. She had to stay clear-headed. She couldn't afford to leap to wild, impossible conclusions. In the grand scheme of things, it is far more probable that the unsettling presence in Noel's basement was a collection of 20 deceased hamsters, not Ellie.
Laurel must operate under that assumption first, then seek the proof to dismantle it. She has to hold onto her sanity. Floyd is waiting when they return. Poppy immediately chatters about cake and tea before vanishing to her room, clearly avoiding further questions. Laurel observes Floyd unpacking grocery bags. As he stretches to place a box of tea bags in a high cabinet, his shirt momentarily escapes his waistband, revealing a strip of pale skin. The sight sends her tumbling back through time, just as she had in Nando's with Poppy recently. Suddenly, she is in her own kitchen in Stroud Green. It's Paul before her, wearing an identical shirt that performs the same fleeting escape. He slides the tea bags away, turns and smiles. For a heartbeat, the two moments and the two men blur into one. Are you okay? Floyd's voice pulls her back. She gives a sharp shake of her head to clear the mental static. Yes, she insists, I'm perfectly fine. You seemed a million miles away. She forces a smile, knowing it doesn't reach her eyes. She knows she should mention the visit to Noel's house with Poppy, but the words stick in her throat. All the questions she burns to ask him about Sarah Jade's claim of a bumpless pregnancy, his own apparent lack of curiosity about Noel's disappearance, the pervasive strangeness of it all, remain unspoken. To voice them would be to take the beautiful, carefully crafted clay pot of their relationship and throw it onto a spinning wheel where it would be crushed and reshaped into something unrecognizable. She has worked too hard on this pot, too much depends on its fragile current form. Tell me, she says, pivoting the conversation entirely towards safer, intimate ground. Tell me about your first marriage. How did you and Kate meet? He smiles, as she knew he would, and launches into a story of a stunning young woman at a bus stop, utterly out of his league. He recounts an awkwardly charming conversation, an invitation to a party that turned into a rave in a deserted parking lot, a lost night bathed in neon and blurred by substances, under a full moon and involving a borrowed fur coat. Laurel eventually stops hearing the details, consumed instead by a corrosive jealousy that seeps from her core. This dark, sharp pain is almost a relief, briefly overpowering her gnawing unease and silencing her questions. Laurel departs the next morning. Floyd tries to persuade her to stay, luring her with promises of a fancy pub lunch and a walk by the river, but her mind is already elsewhere, unable to feign focus on their romance. She needs solitude. Her car was parked a street over due to the lack of space. To reach it, she loops back onto the main road and takes a left. Her attention is snagged by a man outside the corner Tesco Express. He's tall, likely in his mid-20s, wearing a bulky parka with a fur-trimmed hood, dark jeans, and sneakers. He's strikingly handsome in a lean, noticeable way. But as Laurel glances at him, she realizes it's not his looks that arrested her gaze. She recognizes him. It takes a second for the pieces to connect before the memory solidifies with a jolt. It's Theo Goodman, Ellie's boyfriend. She'd seen him briefly toward the back of the gathering at Ellie's funeral in October. He had looked wan and hollowed out by grief now, Standing in the crisp air with a small black dog on a lead, he simply looked present. A living ghost from a past she couldn't escape. Laurel felt a sharp pang of surprise all over again, recalling how he had never approached her that day, never offered a single word of sympathy, just vanished into thin air. She considers stepping across the street to greet him, but her mind simply cannot handle polite conversation right now, so she chooses to continue walking. Just as she's turning to leave, a woman exits the grocery store carrying 2 canvas totes packed with food. She's tall and blonde, wearing a puffy coat, loose sweatpants, and black Ugg boots with a green pom-pom hat perched on her head and a broad, beaming smile. She hands one bag to Theo, then pauses to scratch the little dog behind the ears. The dog is ecstatic to see her. Then off they go, the picture of a happy young couple with their pet. It's only in that moment that the full weight of what she witnessed truly hits Laurel. That smile is what did it. It's been so long since she's seen Hannah smile that she'd completely forgotten what it looked like. Noel Donnelly's cottage was compact and neat, carrying the distinct scent of Noel herself. "Let me fix you a cordial," Noel offered in the narrow hallway. "You go on and sit down." She motioned toward the small front parlor. Ellie peeked inside and forced a polite smile. "I really shouldn't stay," she said. "I have an enormous amount of work waiting for me." "Don't be silly," Noel replied. "You can spare a couple of minutes, besides. It'll take me that long just to dig the thing out. Might as well have a seat and a drink. Orange or elderflower?" Ellie smiled tightly, feeling trapped. "Elderflower, please. Thank you." Noel gave her an odd smile. "Yes," she said. "Elderflower. Naturally. I'll be just a minute. You sit down." Ellie edged into the living room and settled on the very corner of a brown leather sofa. The space was crammed with houseplants, smelling of damp soil and something faintly sharp. The wall around the fireplace was exposed brick, and the hearth was stuffed with bunches of dried flowers and some hand-painted terracotta figurines that looked homemade. Overhead, a single bulb hung inside a spherical paper lampshade. The windows were covered with wooden Venetian blinds. One slat was missing, offering a narrow, comforting glimpse of cherry blossoms and sunshine outside. Ellie stared through that gap, picturing the world beyond this cramped room. "Here you are," said Noel, setting a glass of cordial in front of her. The drink looked refreshing, served in a pretty glass with green polka dots. She was terribly thirsty. Noel watched intently as Ellie lifted the glass and took a long drink. "Thank you," Ellie said, placing the nearly empty glass down. Noel glanced at the glass, then back at Ellie. "Oh, you're quite welcome, dear. Now you wait right there. I'll fetch the papers and be back in a jiffy." She left the room, and Ellie listened to her heavy footsteps climbing the stairs like a baby elephant, as Ellie's mother would have said. Thump, 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 thump. She was unconscious before Noel even reached the landing. Later, Ellie heard a faint wooden creak, a chair shifting. Then a soft breath. "You're awake now, are you?" Noel's voice came from somewhere in the dark. "Now listen. I need to apologize to you. This is a dreadful thing, a truly dreadful thing I've done. Unforgivable, really. But I hope in time you'll see why. I hope you'll understand." In time. Ellie fought against the sticky heaviness in her limbs. Nothing budged. The effects should wear off soon. Or, well, Noel let out a light laugh. "At least, I hope they do. It said on the internet 3 to 12 hours, and you've been out for 12, so..." She laughed again, and Ellie thought, "It's 11 p.m. I've been gone since 10 this morning. My mum." The leaden feeling in her eyes began to fade, and she could start to make out details of the room, the cool gleam of moonlight through a high, narrow window set into a wood-paneled wall, a toilet and sink hidden behind a curtain in an alcove, empty shelves lining one wall, a small wardrobe in the dim light before a shut door. The silhouette of Noel Donnelly came into focus, her legs crossed and hands resting calmly in her lap. Ellie strained, managing to lift her head just a fraction. "There we are," Noel said softly. "You're coming back to us. That's wonderful. I'll stay right here a bit longer, and once you're sitting up, I'll fix you a bite. You skipped lunch and dinner, you have to be starving." How about a sandwich? I've got some lovely ham. I'll take care of it. She rose and lifted a cup from the bedside table. Here, she offered, tilting a flexible straw toward Ellie's lips. Have some water. You must be terribly thirsty. Ellie drew on the straw, the lukewarm water soothing the parched landscape of her mouth and throat. My mother, she rasped, the words scraping out. My mother. Now, don't fret about your mum, Noel replied, her tone light and almost musical. She likely thinks you're off somewhere romantic with that boyfriend of yours. It's a beautiful evening, just like last night. Very summery, the kind you wish would never end. No, Ellie insisted, her throat feeling like brittle paper. She'll be frightened, my mum. And then she felt it, a sharp, piercing sensation in her chest, the very love her mother had always described. You won't understand how much I love you until you're a mother yourself. Now she understood, and all the anguish in her heart was for her mother, who she knew would be weeping, panicking, feeling the very purpose of her life draining away. The thought was unbearable. Truly unbearable, of course, she isn't frightened. Don't be silly, Noel chided gently. Let's see if we can get you sitting up. Can you wiggle your fingers? How about your toes? Your arms? Ah, yes, there you go. Good girl. That's excellent, really it is. Then Noel's arms were around her waist, easing her gently up the bed. Ellie's vision cleared enough to see she was in a room below ground level, its walls covered in dingy golden pine paneling. Where am I? In the basement. It sounds worse than it is. It's really my guest room, though I never have visitors. I used to store all my extra bits and pieces in here, you know, odds and ends, but knowing you were coming, I did a proper clean-out. Took everything to the Red Cross shop, so now it's quite minimalist there, she said, fluffing the pillow behind Ellie's head. All cozy. I'll go make that sandwich. You rest a little, but don't try to get up. You're still unsteady and might take a fall. She smiled with a sort of doting patience, like a compassionate nurse. Good girl, she murmured, stroking Ellie's hair. Good girl. Then she turned and exited. Ellie heard one lock snap shut, then another, and one more. When the sandwich arrived, Ellie left it untouched. Despite the gnawing ache in her stomach, hunger felt irrelevant. Noel quietly took the plate away. Well, I'm sure you'll be hungry in the morning. We'll try again then, all right? She gazed at Ellie with affectionate warmth. Oh, it's such a pleasure having you here, it truly is. Sleep well, and I'll see you first thing. I want to go home. Ellie shouted at Noel's retreating back. I really, really want to go home. Noel gave no answer. The 3 locks clicked firmly into place. The room plunged into darkness. Morning arrived with an early sun. Ellie took the chair Noel had used the previous night and dragged it over to the window. She climbed onto it, peering through the grimy pane. Outside was a mess of overgrown bushes, a cream-painted brick wall, and a water pipe streaked with green corrosion. Craning her neck upward, she could make out the pink clouds of a cherry blossom tree and a slice of blue sky, nothing more. It struck her immediately that the only chance of being seen was if someone was already searching for her, so she traced the words "help" and "Ellie" into the dust on the glass. She remained on that chair for over an hour, her face pressed against the window, because surely people were looking for her. They had to be. The sound of the lock turning made her leap from the chair, gripping it with both hands. When Noel appeared in a green turtleneck and worn jeans, a wave of fury and dread washed over her. She swung the chair with all her strength, but it only grazed Noel's temple before being caught and hurled aside. Ellie lunged, wrapping her arms around Noel's neck from behind, trying to slam her head into the wooden wall. Yet Noel was deceptively strong, forcing Ellie back and pinning her against the wall, choking her until her vision swam with stars before letting her crumple to the floor. You can't act this way, Noel said, hauling Ellie onto the sofa bed and securing her ankles with a plastic tie. We're a team, you and I. I don't want to restrain you like some common criminal. Honestly, I don't. I have wonderful things planned for you. Treats to make all this more pleasant, but I can't give you any of that if you keep fighting me. Ellie writhed against the bindings, kicking the foot of the bed and roaring in frustration. Noel watched with folded arms, slowly shaking her head. This isn't helping, she said calmly. The more you resist, the harder this becomes and the longer you'll stay. Those words made Ellie go still, so there was an end point. Noel had a finish line in mind. Her muscles relaxed and her breathing evened out. That's better, Noel said. If you can keep this up, I'll bring you your first treat later. How does that sound? Ellie nodded, tears tracing lines down her cheeks. The treat turned out to be a large chocolate bar, which she devoured in minutes. Her mind drifted to ordinary days, eating toast with jam, teasing her sister Hannah over the last bag of chips, packing her school bag with books and a snack. She remembered her father home with a summer cold, calling down the stairs in his robe to offer help with math homework, and her cheerful reply. She thought of leaving her house that final time without a backward glance, and the memory made her cry. Another night passed, Saturday morning arrived, and Ellie suddenly remembered her period was due the next day.
"Good morning, dear,"
Noel said, locking the door behind her and standing with hands on her hips, that unsettling smile playing on her lips. Ellie stood quickly, and Noel took a slight step back, crossing her arms.
"Now, remember our agreement. I expect no trouble today." "I won't cause any," Ellie said. "I just need to tell you something important. I'll need towels or something similar. My period starts tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Noel's eyes narrowed. "Yes, and it's always very heavy. I'll need a lot." Noel sighed as if Ellie had planned this inconvenience on purpose. "Do you have a preferred brand?" "Not really," Ellie replied. "Anything extra absorbent is fine." "Very well," Noel said. "I'll bring some. I suppose you'll also need fresh underwear and deodorant." "Yes, that would help," Ellie said. She sat on the bed, tucking her hands beneath her, and looked up at Noel. "Why am I here?" Noel's smile widened. "As it happens," she said, "I have a plan. A truly fabulous plan. I'm just waiting for a few pieces to fall into place." She made a little gesture with her hands, as if sliding something home, and let out a light laugh. "So, be patient. Everything will become clear soon enough." Her eyes sparkled with a secret amusement. Ellie felt a surge of irritation so sharp she could almost taste it. "Is it on the news?" she pressed. "Oh, I imagine so. Not that I've bothered to check." She gave a dismissive shrug, as if global concern over a missing girl was utterly trivial. "Anyway, I should head to the store, stock up on all your necessities. Goodness, you're going to send me to the poorhouse, you really are." She moved toward the door but paused, her hand on the knob, and glanced back. "I have a wonderful surprise for you later. A truly wonderful surprise. Just you wait, you're going to adore me." With an almost cheerful wave, she was gone. Ellie stared at the closed door, listening to the 3 distinct clicks of the locks, then the heavy, thudding footsteps ascending the stairs. Stomp, stomp, stomp. She dragged the chair to the window, climbed onto it, and balanced on the balls of her feet. She waited until she heard the distant slam of the front door, and then she began to beat against the glass, pounding until her palms ached. She hammered and hammered, screaming, "Help me! Someone, please help me!" Next, she turned to the walls on either side of the room, walls that surely separated her from neighbors who might at that very moment be in their basements looking for spare batteries or a forgotten bottle of wine. For over an hour, Ellie pounded on the walls and the window pane. By the time she heard Noel return, the edges of her hands were bruised a deep, angry purple. "Are you ready?" The voice came from behind the locked door. Ellie straightened her spine. "Yes." "Are you sitting on the bed? Like a good girl?" "Yes." "All right then, I'm coming in, and my goodness, do I have the best surprise for you? You are going to love me." Ellie sat on her hands, holding her breath as she watched the door. Ta-da! For a moment, Ellie couldn't process what she was seeing. In one hand, Noel held a small plastic cage with metal bars, pink on the bottom, white on the top, with a carrying handle. In her other hand was a cardboard takeout box, the kind you might get a salad in. Noel placed the cage on the table across the room and returned with the cardboard box. She sat beside Ellie on the bed, pried open the lid, and a sudden, pungent smell of warm manure and damp straw filled the air. Noel parted the bedding with her slender fingers.
Look at these little souls. Just look. Peering up from the straw were two tiny creatures with honey gold fur, beady black eyes, and whiskers that twitched nervously. Hamsters, Noel announced triumphantly. Look, you said you always wanted hamsters, remember? So I got you some. Aren't they just the sweetest little things you've ever seen? Look at their tiny noses. Look. Ellie nodded numbly, utterly at a loss. She had no memory of ever saying she wanted hamsters. In fact, she was quite sure she'd said the opposite. The entire gesture was baffling. Look, Noel said, carrying the box to the cage and carefully unlocking the small door. Let's get them settled. They must be tired of being cramped in there, and let me tell you, these little guys aren't cheap. The animals are practically free, but all the accessories? My word. She gently lifted one hamster from the box and placed it in the cage, then repeated the process with the second. Now you must name them. Ellie, come here. Come and take a good look and pick out some lovely names, though I'm not sure how you'll tell them apart, to be honest. They're identical. Come on, come. Ellie only shrugged. Oh, come along now, Ellie. Noel chided, her tone shifting to one of mild exasperation. You don't seem terribly excited. I thought you'd be thrilled to see them, Noel remarked, her tone expectant. How can I possibly feel excited about anything when you're doing this to me? Ellie shot back, her voice tight. Noel studied her with a detached calm. Oh, come now, it's really not that terrible. Consider this, Ellie, it could be far worse. I could be a man, a large, perspiring man coming in here at all hours to do heaven knows what. I could keep you restrained all day or locked in a box beneath my bed. Goodness, I once read a book about a couple who did just that, snatched a girl right off the roadside and kept her under their bed for 2 decades. Can you imagine? She brought a hand to her own throat delicately. No, you have it quite good here, my dear. And now, she turned toward the hamster cage, your situation has just improved. Come along, let's give these little creatures some names. Her voice had shed its melodic quality, turning firm and unyielding. Ellie glanced into the cage at the 2 small balls of fur. She felt nothing. Call them Thing 1 and Thing 2 for all she cared. Label them X and Y. Go on, Noel pressed. Pick 2 lovely names for these girls, or I'll have to take them away and dispose of them. Ellie felt her breath catch and stutter, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Her mind raced erratically, tumbling back through time, snatching at fragmented memories. Her thoughts landed on a doll, one with bright pink hair, a checkered dress, and oversized cloth boots. Trudy, she whispered. Ha! Noel exclaimed, tilting her head back. I adore it! Then another memory surfaced. A girl from nursery school, astonishingly pretty, with hair like pale ice. All the children would hover around her, longing to touch her hair or be her friend. Ellie hadn't thought of her in ages. Her name was Amy. Amy, Ellie said, the name leaving her breathlessly. Noel's face lit up. Oh, that is simply superb. Trudy and Amy, absolutely perfect. Good girl. Now I'll make sure you have everything they need, bedding, toys, treats, and so on. Your responsibility will be to care for them. You must keep them clean, loved, and well-fed. She let out a light laugh. Rather like what I do for you, do you see? I keep you clean and fed. You keep them clean and fed. It's a charming little circle of care we have going here. She reached out and placed her hand on Ellie's head, stroking her hair. Oh dear, Noel said, pulling her hand away abruptly. You're getting a bit greasy up here. I suppose you'll need a shampoo. She sighed. I think I have one of those faucet attachments somewhere, the kind with a little shower head. I'll see if I can dig it up. You know, Noel, I'm missing my GCSEs, Ellie ventured, the words heavy. Noel clicked her tongue sympathetically. I know, sweet girl, I do. It's terrible timing, and I'm sorry for that. But remember, there's always next year. Next year. Ellie clung to the idea. She pictured herself then, back home, sitting cross-legged on her bed with study notes scattered around her. She could almost hear the comforting sounds of her family moving through the house. See the sunlight catching the sequins on her favorite pillow. She would be a year older, but she would be free. You know, Noel continued, I did see a small piece in the paper today about you, and do you know what they're suggesting, Ellie? She looked at Ellie with a feigned sadness. They're saying you ran away? That you couldn't face possibly failing your exams because you're such an overachiever? They're claiming you left home due to stress, that you were having some sort of breakdown. A surge of anger flooded through Ellie, only to sink like a stone in her gut as she grasped what it meant. No one had witnessed her walking down Stroud Green Road with Noel Donnelly. No one was pursuing any leads related to Noel. Everyone was chasing absurd theories because they had no real trail to follow. But that isn't true! Ellie burst out. I was enjoying my exams. I wasn't stressed about them. I know, darling, I know. I'm aware of what a brilliant student you are. But clearly others don't know you as well as I do. Who said it? Ellie demanded, her voice trembling. Who told you I was stressed? Ellie asked, her voice tight. I believe it was your mother. Yes, definitely your mother. A storm of anger, hurt, and deep sorrow began to churn inside Ellie's chest. How could her own mother believe she would run away? This was the woman who knew her better than anyone, who loved her most. How could she have surrendered hope so completely? Don't dwell on it too much, dear, Noel said gently, turning her attention to the hamster cage. Just focus on these two little ones, Trudy and Amy. They'll keep your mind occupied, I promise. After Noel left to search for the shower attachment, the room grew quiet, the sound of her footsteps fading up the stairs. Soon the only noise was the soft, rhythmic squeak of the hamster wheel turning. Ellie collapsed onto her bed and pressed her hands over her ears. Of course, some planning was necessary. I started by preparing the room, making certain it was secure, removing anything sharp or dangerous. I even bought special juice, knowing her family preferred organic things. I figured she'd be picky, just like your typical teenager, and might refuse anything less. So I chose that fancy elderflower drink. Then came the sedative. Simple enough. I've had sleep medication before. All it took was a visit to the doctor, looking utterly exhausted and mumbling about sleepless nights. Thank you, Dr. Khan. So yes, there was preparation. But looking back, it's almost surreal what I managed, especially the aggression, goodness, the violence. I held that girl by the throat and squeezed. She could have died. Yet as days passed, Ellie and I settled into an odd rhythm. Once she understood we were in this together, that I meant her no harm, things softened. Giving her those pets was a brilliant move. She adored them. They gave her a role, something to nurture. She was tender and attentive, exactly as I'd hoped. It filled me with warmth to watch her. What were those first two called? I can't recall. Turns out they weren't both females either. So many followed after, too many to remember. But Ellie knew every single name, even when cages were full. She was remarkable that way. Is it any surprise I became so fixated? Is it any wonder I went to such lengths? And yes, I knew exactly what I was doing. There was a grander vision at play, a bold, almost reckless scheme, and somehow against the odds I made it happen. Time began to blur, its borders dissolving. At first, Ellie could feel each day distinctly. Friday felt like Friday, Saturday, like Saturday. Monday was supposed to be her history and Spanish exams. Tuesday should have been her first math test. The weekend arrived and departed, and she still kept track. It was the next Monday. She'd been there 11 days, then 12, then 13. Her 16th birthday came and went, unmentioned. After 2 weeks, she lost count entirely. What day is it? She asked Noel one morning. It's Friday, Noel replied. What's the date? The 10th, I think, or maybe the 9th. And it might actually be Thursday. My mind gets so fuzzy sometimes. From then on, time slipped through her fingers. Any anchor gone for good. Noel still brought small gifts, fruit candies, a sprinkled donut, little comforts in the shapeless drift of days, a small packet of animal-shaped pencil erasers, lipstick that shimmered with glitter. She even brought supplies for the hamsters, bags of fresh straw, miniature toys, chew sticks, and biscuits. How are my babies today? She'd coo, lifting one gently into the curved palm of her hand. With a tender fingertip, She'd stroke its delicate head, making soft kissing sounds. "You are just the most beautiful little creature I've ever laid eyes on, you really are," she'd whisper before humming a quiet tune. Yet Noel Donnelly remained a mystery, offering Ellie no explanation for why she was here or any hint of a departure date. She continued to dangle vague promises, speaking of her grand scheme and how everything would soon be absolutely wonderful. Just you wait and see. All the while, Ellie nursed a persistent, aching hollow in her stomach, the space where her mother resided. She constantly imagined Laurel alone in their house, touching Ellie's belongings, pressing her face into Ellie's pillow, or pushing an empty cart through the grocery store, her expression dark with confusion, endlessly wondering why her perfect daughter, because Laurel had always been very clear that she saw Ellie that way, had vanished. She pictured Hannah, too, that endlessly irritating older sister who was always angling for praise, constantly snatching little pieces of Ellie's shine with pointed remarks she didn't even mean. How was Hannah coping now, with Ellie gone and no one left for her petty rivalries? She would be in pain. She would be blaming herself. Ellie longed to reach through the walls of this house and into her own, to wrap her arms around her sister and hold her close, to say, "I know you love me, I do. Please don't blame yourself." And her father? She couldn't bear to think of him. Whenever he entered her mind, he was frozen in his bathrobe with messy morning hair. She saw the soft shadow of his stubble, his bare feet on the floor, his hand reaching for the coffee pot in the kitchen. That was her father now, preserved like a relic in amber, forever in that robe. Jake, however, she saw as a free spirit. She remembered him as a young boy playing soccer in the yard, slouching to school in an oversized blazer, a heavy backpack weighing down his small frame, then quickening his step when he spotted his friends ahead. It surprised Ellie how little she thought of Theo during those initial days before Noel took her. He had occupied nearly every waking thought, but now her family had commandeered the spotlight. She missed Theo, yes, but she needed her family. She ached for them. She would curl into a tight ball, hands pressed hard against her stomach, and weep for them. Ellie's days stretched far beyond 24 hours. Each hour felt like a full day. Each minute dragged on for 30. Darkness arrived late this time of year, and dawn came early. The hours between spent in a turbulent whirl of dreams and nightmares, tangled sheets and pillows soaked with sweat.
"I want to go home,"
Ellie said to Noel one morning as breakfast was delivered.
"I know you do. I know."
Noel replied, giving Ellie's shoulder a squeeze.
"And I'm sorry about all this. Truly, I'm trying to make this as pleasant for you as I can. You can see the effort, right? The money I'm spending?"
"Honestly, I'm going without things myself to afford all this for you. But if you let me go home, you wouldn't have to pay for anything. You could just go somewhere, and I'd never tell a soul it was you. I'd just be so happy to be home, that's all I'd care about. I wouldn't go to the police. I wouldn't—" Crack! The sharp, sudden impact of Noel's hand against Ellie's cheek cut her off. "Enough," Noel said, her voice chillingly flat and hard. "Enough. There will be no talk of going home until I say so. You need to stop this." Ellie pressed the cool back of her hand against the lingering heat on her cheek, the memory of Noel's slap still fresh. She gave a small nod. "Good girl," Noel said, her voice softening, later. Ellie stirred from sleep, disoriented by the heavy thud of footsteps on the basement stairs. The door opened, and Noel stood there, swaying slightly before shutting and locking it behind her. Ellie sat up quickly, her heart pounding. Noel looked off. Her makeup was smeared, with one eye more heavily shadowed than the other, a dark smudge near her cheekbone. She was dressed sharply in a glossy black blouse and tailored trousers, her high heels clicking softly. A single gold hoop glinted in one ear. "Sorry," she murmured, moving unsteadily toward the bed. "Lost track of time. Had a few drinks. You know how it goes." Ellie shook her head. "No," Noel said, settling on the edge of the mattress. "Of course you don't. You're just a kid." She smiled, revealing a faint, dark stain on her teeth. "Aren't you curious where I've been?" Ellie shrugged. "I was at my boyfriend's place," Noel continued, as if sharing a secret. "Bet you're shocked. Boring old tutor Noel with a boyfriend. He's no match for yours, obviously, but to me, he's brilliant. The smartest person I know. Can't imagine why he's with me. You look nice tonight, Ellie offered, her tone careful after the earlier sting. Noel waved a dismissive hand. Oh, sweetie, I'm a mess, but thanks. She glanced around the dim room and sighed. I was thinking maybe I could get you a little TV with a DVD player. One of those compact ones, they're cheap now. Might mean fewer treats for a bit, but better than staring at these walls. What do you think? Ellie's eyes widened. Movies, documentaries, a window to the outside. Yes, please, thank you. And books? Would you like some books to read? Yes, I'd love that. Noel's expression warmed. Books it is then. I'll grab some from the thrift store. And a few DVDs. We'll make this place cozy for you, almost like home. She stood, looking down at Ellie with a sudden, intense certainty. It's all coming together now. I can feel it. Just you wait. As Noel fumbled with the key in the lock, Ellie sensed a fleeting crack in her composure. For a heartbeat, she imagined lunging, tackling her, smearing that drunken face against the wall, seizing the key and fleeing into the night. But the moment passed. The lock clicked, the door swung open, and Noel was through it, the slam echoing in the quiet. Mom? Ellie whispered into her hands. Mom? The next night remained a blur. Ellie could only piece together from what followed. Noel brought down dinner at 6. Chicken nuggets, fries, and a sad spoonful of mixed peas and corn, like a meal for a child. There was a cream bun, a bowl of jelly beans, and a Coke with a lemon slice. Ellie's stomach turned. She craved something real, like sushi or garlic shrimp from the nice Chinese place nearby. Noel lingered that evening, bringing a new novel and a bottle of expensive shampoo, her mood oddly tender. She appeared to be in a bright, cheerful mood. How is your meal? She inquired. It's delicious, thank you, Ellie replied. You are so fortunate, Noel remarked. At your age, you can enjoy food endlessly without ever worrying about your weight, but you are very slender yourself, Ellie pointed out. Well, yes, but that is only because I hardly eat a thing. When I turned 40, oh, she said, forming her mouth into a perfect circle, what a dreadful shock that was. No more pastries or treats for me. And it only becomes more difficult as the years pass. At this rate, I'll be surviving on nothing but water and air by the time I'm 50. How old are you now? Ellie asked. Far too old. Noel answered with a sigh. Absolutely ancient. I'm 45. What a ridiculous-sounding age, isn't it? It doesn't seem that old to me. Well, bless you for saying so, but it truly is, especially when it comes to certain matters. Ellie simply nodded. She had no idea what those certain matters might be, and she wasn't about to ask. So it is a genuine pleasure to have a young person to cook for. I can finally buy all those delightful things from the grocery store instead of just walking past them. Noel smiled, and the sight of her small, precise teeth sent a cold shiver straight through Ellie. And then, in an instant, the edges of the room seemed to soften and tremble. The walls darkened and melted into the shadows, until for a fleeting moment all that remained were those teeth hanging alone in a void of blackness, like some strange craft in a starless sky. After that, it was morning, and though everything seemed ordinary, Ellie felt in her bones that it was not. Something had shifted during the night. As summer faded into memory, the days grew shorter and the air grew cooler, dropping by several degrees. Noel brought Ellie a cozy fleece hoodie and a pair of warm flannel pajamas. The ivy outside the basement window clung stubbornly to its green. Ellie guessed it might be September, or perhaps early October. Noel would not say. Oh, my dear, there's no need for you to know. It serves no purpose at all. Then one morning, as she lay on her bed, Ellie felt something peculiar, a faint, sudden tremor deep inside her, like a tiny pop in her core, as if someone hidden beneath the mattress had gently poked her back. For a horrible second, she thought she might have rolled onto a small animal and leaped up to look. There was nothing there. Cautiously, she sat on the edge of the bed and waited, but the feeling did not return, so she lay back down. As she did, it happened again. This time she could locate it. The sensation was coming from within her, like tiny bubbles bursting inside her stomach. She pressed and rubbed her abdomen, trying to soothe the strange activity until, at last, it faded away. By that evening, the otherworldly feeling had slipped from her mind entirely, the eerie sense of being shared, of no longer being alone. You might remember the exact night it happened. It was the evening after I visited you, all dressed up in my satin top and heels, when we finished 2 bottles of champagne and made love 3 times. I had assumed it would take much longer. I even had extra supplies waiting in the freezer just in case, but as it turned out, I didn't need them. I had been tracking Ellie's cycle carefully for months, handing out sanitary products day by day so I knew precisely when she was bleeding and how much, and I got lucky on the very first try. I waited with the tampons and pads, expecting Ellie to ask for them. But 2 weeks passed, then 3, then 4. Then she began waking up sick every morning, and I knew. I waited until Ellie was nearly 5 months along before I told you about the baby. I delayed as long as I could to shorten the time I had to pretend, because if this was going to be your child, you needed to believe it was mine. And for you to believe I was pregnant, I needed to look pregnant. And if I was going to fake a pregnancy, well, that meant the end of any intimacy between us. I had explained the doctor's warning about the low-lying placenta, which meant no sex was allowed. We followed that rule, but as you might remember, we found other ways to stay connected, because I needed to hold on to you more desperately than ever. I made a show of going to the scan alone, pouring on the drama. I just couldn't face it if we lost another baby, I told you. I couldn't bear to disappoint you again. You were kind in your response, but your heart wasn't really in it. I could sense that without the physical closeness, sharing a bed, your hands exploring my body, those lazy Saturday mornings with wine and late breakfasts, I didn't truly fit into your world anymore. The baby seemed almost incidental to you, a side note in your life. Sometimes it felt like you were quietly hoping I'd accept the child as a consolation prize and just fade away like some defeated animal retreating with a scrap from the hunt. We had never been deeply bonded, not in the way people imagine closeness, and whatever thin glue had held us together all those years was beginning to dry up and crack. I could feel us drifting apart, brick by brick, and I had no idea how to stop it. My one fragile hope was that once the baby arrived, you'd fall in love with him, that you wouldn't be able to imagine life without him, and that would tie us together for good, permanently. Her belly was stretched tight as a balloon, traced with faint blue veins and marked by a dark vertical line. Sometimes she could see the clear imprint of a tiny foot pressing from within, or the curve of an elbow. Once she even glimpsed what looked like the outline of an ear. The little person inside her tumbled and kicked, a constant restless dance. One moment it pushed up against her lungs and throat, the next it shifted and pressed down on her bladder and intestines. Noel brought her pregnancy books, remedies for heartburn and back pain, and a special banana-shaped pillow to keep her comfortable at night. Ellie grew fond of that pillow. It almost felt like another body beside her, and sometimes she'd curl against it, resting her cheek on its curve. Noel bought a baby name book and would read choices aloud. She even brought a stethoscope so they could listen to the steady thump of the baby's heartbeat together. Noel would run her palms over Ellie's swollen middle and announce, "This little one is on the move, turning just right. It won't be long now." Ellie had begun to suspect she wasn't just gaining weight, but was actually pregnant a few weeks after first feeling those flutters inside. It wasn't a single moment of clarity. The truth just grew more undeniable each day. One afternoon, she stared at Noel, wrestling with how to ask the question while partly dreading the answer. Finally, she whispered, "There's something moving in my stomach. It frightens me." Noel set her teacup down gently and smiled. "You have nothing to fear, my dear. Nothing at all. You're carrying a baby, that's all." Ellie looked down at her rounded abdomen, her hand moving absently across it. "That's what I was afraid of," she said softly. "But how is it possible?" "It's a miracle, Ellie, pure and simple. Now you understand why I chose you. I couldn't have a child of my own, so I asked God to send me a baby, and He told me it would be you. He showed me you were special, that you would carry this child for me." Noel's face glowed with fervent joy, her hands clasped near her heart. "Just look at you. It's like an immaculate conception, a blessing straight from heaven. But you don't even believe in God," Ellie murmured. Noel moved faster than Ellie could, heavy and slow as she was. A sharp smack struck the back of Ellie's head. Then Noel was gone, the door locks clicking firmly behind her. In the weeks that followed, Noel would not entertain a single question about where the baby inside Ellie had truly come from. She simply smiled, called it our little miracle, and floated into Ellie's room carrying tiny sleepers from the local superstore and little knitted booties from the thrift shop. There was a woven bassinet with a small white mattress and a checkered canopy, and a soft fabric book that squeaked, crinkled, and jingled when touched. She brought rich cream for Ellie's swollen ankles and hummed lullabies to the growing bump. Then, one morning in the first fragile days of spring, Ellie woke feeling utterly strange. She had slept poorly, unable to find any position where the baby wasn't pressing painfully against some internal organ. In the brief moments she did sleep, her dreams were vivid and disturbing. She dreamed she gave birth to a hairless, tiny puppy. The creature rapidly grew into a full-grown hellhound, teeth bared and eyes glowing red. It despised her, lurking outside her bedroom door, growling and drooling, waiting for Noel to unlock it so it could attack. Ellie woke from this nightmare 3 times, sweating and gasping for air, but each time she drifted back, the dog was still there, just beyond the door. She was desperate to see Noel that morning. The night had stretched on, an endless, eerie vigil. She longed for another person to shatter the unsettling spell she seemed to be under. But Noel didn't appear at breakfast, nor did she come by lunch. With every passing hour, Ellie's anxiety tightened, her fear mounting. When she finally heard the key turn in the lock early that evening, she was ready to rush forward and wrap her arms around Noel's neck. But the door opened to reveal Noel's stormy expression, and Ellie instantly shrank back into the soft nest of her bed. "Here," Noel said, slamming a bowl of chocolate cereal, a bag of cheese puffs, and half a packet of sandwich cookies onto the bedside table. "I didn't have time to cook." Ellie sat with her legs crossed, arms cradling her bump, staring at Noel with a mix of shock and dread. "Oh, quit with the sad puppy eyes," Noel snapped. "I'm not in the mood, just eat." "It's not very healthy," Ellie whispered cautiously. Noel had been meticulously providing fruits and vegetables ever since the pregnancy began. "For heaven's sake," Noel muttered under her breath. "One lousy meal isn't going to kill you or the baby." She dropped heavily into the chair, her anger palpable. Ellie waited a few minutes before speaking again. "Where were you all day?" she asked, carefully opening the bag of cheese puffs. "That's none of your business." "I was worried," Ellie ventured. "It made me think, what if something happened to you while you were out? Like an accident or you got sick? What would happen to me?" "Nothing is going to happen to me, don't be ridiculous." "But it could. You could hit your head and forget where you live, and I'd be locked in here with a baby in my stomach and no one would know we were here and we'd both." Her voice trailed off. "Listen," Noel said, exasperated. "I'm not going to get a concussion, and if anything else happened, I would tell someone you were here, okay?" Ellie could see Noel's patience fraying, knew she should let the subject drop and eat in silence. But what Noel had just said that she would tell someone was monumental, extraordinary, and electrifying. It couldn't be ignored. "You really would?" Ellie asked, her voice slightly breathless. "Of course I would. You think I'd just leave you here to die? But what about—" Ellie chose her next words with care. "Wouldn't you be afraid that the police would come, that you'd be arrested or something? Oh, for crying out loud, child, enough. Just stop with all this nonsense. I've already dealt with more disgusting crap today than anyone should in a lifetime. I do not need any more of it from you. All I ever do is spoil you and take care of you, and all you do is sit on that enormous backside of yours dreaming up ridiculous things to fret over. My entire life is on pause for you and that child. So quit your whining and let me handle things, for heaven's sake." Ellie gave a slow nod, her gaze fixed on the crumpled orange remains of the chip bag as her eyes welled up. And those creatures reek, by the way? Noel snapped, jerking her head toward the hamster cages. Clean them out? Or they're taking a swim in the toilet? Then she vanished, leaving Ellie by herself. Beyond the high window, a biting wind whipped the bare, tangled branches like wild hair. Ellie nibbled her cheese puffs and secretly wished for a bus to slam into Noel Donnelly the next time she went shopping, wished for her to be laid up in the hospital long enough that she'd have to explain the girl in her basement with a miraculous baby in her belly. Noel didn't seem thrilled about the baby anymore. As Ellie grew larger, Noel's interest faded. The presents ended. The brainstorming of baby names ceased. There were no more tiny sleepers to coo over or gentle presses on her stomach to guess the baby's position. Noel still visited 3 times daily, bringing meals, no longer the wholesome, nutrient-packed dishes from the early months, the steamed vegetables and neat arrangements of tomato and cucumber, just fried food in a spectrum of white, pale brown, and sometimes orange, and she often stayed to talk. Sometimes the conversations were ordinary. Other times they held little treasures of information, like talk of the weather hinting at the shifting seasons, or the boom in her tutoring business as students outside began preparing for their standardized exams, which whispered the time of year. Still other talks served as a release for Noel, a pouring out of her own troubles. Ellie had been terrified by these swings at first, never sure which version of Noel would come through the door. But as weeks turned into months, she began to develop an intuition for Noel's state of mind. She could sense what their interaction would be like before the door even opened, just from the heavy drag of footsteps on the wooden stairs outside, the sigh before the key turned in the lock, the slow creak of the door swinging inward, the way Noel's hair fell across her face, even the sound of her breath as she gathered herself to speak. Today, she knew immediately that Noel was wallowing in self-pity. Flop, flop, flop came her size 8.5 feet down the steps. A sigh before the key slid into the lock, a long creak as the door opened slowly. Another sigh as it shut behind her. Here, Noel said, thrusting a tray at Ellie. 2 slices of white toast nearly buried under canned beans with miniature sausages, a plastic-wrapped pancake rolled around chocolate spread and squashed into a tube, a can of energy drink, and a small bowl of jelly beans. Ellie sat up straight and accepted the tray. Thanks. She ate quietly, acutely aware of Noel simmering and stewing beside her. Finally, she heard Noel draw a deep breath and grumble. I keep wondering, Ellie, what the point of all this even is, don't you? Ellie glanced at her, then dropped her eyes back to her beans on toast. She knew better than to chime in when Noel was in this state. Her job was just to be a living echo chamber, this endless routine, day after day, the sheer effort it takes just to haul yourself out of bed every morning, doing the same blasted things. Click on the kettle. She pantomimed the action. Brush your teeth. She mimed that too, with a grimace. Pick your outfit, style your hair, prepare your meals, clean up after eating, take out the trash, restock the groceries, answer the calls, do the laundry, hang it to dry, fold it all neatly, and put everything in its place. Then you have to paste on a smile for every single soul out there, day after relentless day, with no escape hatch. Honestly, it's no wonder some folks just walk away from it all. I've seen them, the ones living on the street, curled up on a piece of cardboard with a ragged blanket and a strong drink, and I'll admit, there are moments I feel a pang of envy. No one to answer to, no weight of obligation hanging over them. And looking back, I must have been out of my mind to believe I could handle this, she said, waving a hand toward the bedroom, toward Ellie and her swollen belly and the hamsters spinning in their wheels. Just more people to care for, more endless chores piled on, more money to scrape together for more stuff that'll only need washing, cooking, folding, and storing. What on earth was I thinking? I truly have no idea. She let out a heavy sigh and pushed herself up from the chair. She was halfway out the door when she paused, turning back with a distracted glance at Ellie. You all right? The question felt tossed out, an afterthought. Noel didn't actually want a reply. She didn't want to hear that Ellie hadn't slept properly in nights, aching and restless. She didn't want to know about the throbbing tooth or the fact Ellie had run out of clean underwear and was hand-washing her last pair in the sink, or that she desperately needed a new bra because her breasts now felt like overripe melons. She certainly didn't want to hear how Ellie missed her mother so fiercely it felt like a physical burn, or how she could smell summer creeping in, the days stretching longer, and how the thought of cut grass and backyard barbecues made her weep. Memories of Jake bouncing on the trampoline and Teddy Bear the cat sprawled in sunbeams across the wooden floor. Noel didn't want to know that Ellie had lost all sense of who she even was, let alone how she was feeling, that she had dissolved into herself, formless and fluid. Sometimes Ellie felt a confusing surge of affection for Noel, a longing to be held and rocked gently. Other times, a darker impulse took hold, a vivid image of slitting Noel's throat and watching, almost mesmerized as the blood welled up and spilled through her fingers as her body faltered and fell. Ellie knew about Stockholm Syndrome, they'd covered it in school. She'd read about Patty Hearst, she understood these twisted feelings could be normal for someone trapped for so long. But she also knew she couldn't let those flickers of attachment, those moments she craved Noel's attention or approval, take over. She had to cling to the part of her that wanted Noel dead. That was the strong part. That was the part that would someday get her out. Ellie was 8 months along when you decided it was over, or rather, when I was 8 months pregnant. You claimed it was for the baby's sake, that we should draw a line in the sand now. You utter bastard. You said the relationship had run its course, that you still wanted to be in the child's life, but you thought it best if we went our separate ways as a couple that we should figure out how to be apart before the baby arrived. How to be apart. Seriously, Floyd? What does that even mean? I don't think you had a clue, to be honest. I think you were just tired of the celibacy, itching to run off and sleep with someone else. That's what I really believe. I didn't beg, I didn't plead. I still had my ace in the hole, the baby. I stayed eerily calm, remember? I went up to your room to gather the things of mine that had accumulated there over the years, my toothbrush, my deodorant, my hairbrush, a spare pair of underwear. I dropped them into a plastic bag and looked inside at that pathetic little collection. It was a miserable sight. I had on one of your shirts, a big t-shirt that hung loosely over the padded shape I'd created. For a moment I considered taking it with me, but leaving it behind felt more meaningful, draped across your bed where you'd find it that night, maybe prompting a pang of regret. As I stepped out, your dreadful daughter was waiting on the landing, staring with those unsettling, hollow eyes. I swept right past her, thinking, you can keep your judgment, because what I had waiting downstairs was far more valuable than anything she could offer. And if it was truly better, then maybe it could still mend what was broken between us. I hadn't given up hope. Now, I won't pretend it was a picture-perfect delivery. I'd studied every home birth guide I could find and felt ready for almost anything except the truly catastrophic scenarios that would have forced a hospital trip. I even had my cover story polished, a young relative from Ireland, too frightened to face her family back home. Thankfully, it never came to that. I managed to bring that baby into the world without any doctors, though I won't call it easy. It was grueling, raw, and far from gentle, but in the end, she was here, alive, breathing, and whole. That's what counted. She was a beautiful newborn with a thick head of brown hair and a perfect little rosebud mouth. I let the girl pick a name. After everything she'd endured, it felt like the right thing to do. Poppy, she said. Personally, I'd have chosen something more timeless, Helen, perhaps, or Louise, but you don't always get your way. I left the baby with her mother for the first several days. Honestly, what else was I supposed to do? Once the baby turned 2 weeks old, I brought her to the clinic to be weighed and examined. She needed to exist on paper, not just as a secret hidden below my house. I faced a barrage of uncomfortable questions, but my story was ready. I hadn't realized I was pregnant. Blamed the changes on menopause, barely showed, delivered quickly at home with my partner, so fast there was no time to call anyone. No, there was no APGAR score. I apologized profusely, explaining I'd been too anxious to leave the house earlier. I laid on a thick Irish accent and played the sheltered, inexperienced woman, a virgin until recently, utterly clueless. They sighed, exchanged looks, and surely wrote something like, possible eccentric, monitor closely in my file. Still, they handed over the paperwork to register the birth, scheduled a postnatal check I never attended, and arranged for a midwife to visit. When she came knocking, I stayed quiet in the back room while she jiggled the letter slot. She tried again a few days later and left countless calls, but eventually she gave up. I kept up with the baby's clinic visits, immunizations, measurements, the basics, just enough to avoid raising alarms. Somehow, we slipped through the cracks. It's unsettling, really, how easily that can happen. As for the girl, I believed I'd treated her fairly, but she wasn't recovering well. One issue followed another, first an infection that slowly healed on its own, then what seemed like a breast infection, or so I guessed after reading everything I could find online. I told her she had to nurse the baby from that single breast over and over again. She would burn with fever one moment and shiver with chills the next. I tried store-bought medicines, but nothing helped. She grew detached from the infant, so I stepped in to feed the child myself. Soon, she refused to eat anything at all. Day and night, she called out for her mother without stopping, a relentless, haunting sound I could not stand another second. Finally, when the baby was nearly 5 months old, I closed the door to that room and did not open it again for a very long time. Joshua had shared his grandparents' Dublin number with Laurel, Henry, and Breda Donnelly. Both were alive and still working. "They're unbelievable," Joshua had told her. "Honestly, kind of terrifying. You wouldn't want to get on their bad side, but they're extraordinary. Real forces of nature. Laurel calls them that Sunday after returning from Floyd's." A woman answers with a booming hello that makes Laurel start. "Hello. Is this Mrs. Donnelly? It is Breda Donnelly?" "Yes, speaking. I'm sorry to disturb you on a Sunday. You're not in the middle of a meal, are you?" "No, not at all. Thank you for checking. What can I do for you?" "I've recently spent some time with your grandson, Joshua." "Ah, young Josh. How is he getting on?" "He's doing wonderfully. I visited him at your daughter's place, Noel's house." A short silence follows before Breda replies, "And who might this be? You haven't introduced yourself." "Of course, I'm sorry. My name is Laurel Mack. My daughter was tutored by Noel about 10 years ago. And, strangely enough, the man I'm seeing now is Noel's former partner, Floyd Dunn, Poppy's father." Another pause hangs on the line. Laurel holds her breath until Breda finally says, "I see," drawing out the words as if waiting for more explanation. Laurel sighs. "Look, I'm not entirely sure why I'm calling, but my daughter vanished not long after her lessons with Noel ended, and she disappeared right near Noel's home. Then Noel herself went missing a few years later, and I suppose I just wanted to hear your thoughts about Noel, what you believe might have happened to her." Breda lets out a weary breath. "You're certain you're not from the press?" "I swear I'm not. You can look me up online if you like. Laurel Mack. Or my daughter, Ellie Mack. It's all there, I promise." "She was meant to be coming home." Laurel is taken aback. "What do you mean? Noel, that very week? She was coming back here. With her little girl? Oh," Laurel says softly. "I had no idea. Floyd only said she disappeared. He never mentioned she was planning to return to Ireland. Maybe she didn't tell him. But she was, and the newspapers hardly noticed. The police barely bothered. A middle-aged woman, a bit of a solitary type, with an ex who claimed she was unstable. I told them she was due home, but they didn't think it mattered. Perhaps it didn't, and she said she was bringing her daughter. Yes, she was bringing Poppy. They were going to stay here with us. We had everything ready, beds made, a large teddy bear for the child, yogurts and juice in the fridge. Then out of nowhere she leaves the girl with the father, packs a bag, and vanishes. To be honest, we weren't completely shocked. It always seemed a little hard to believe she'd had a baby in the first place, much less that she could raise one alone. So you think she changed her mind? That she planned to start fresh here with you and Poppy, then panicked at the last moment? Well, yes, that's certainly how it appeared. And where do you think she is now, Mrs. Donnelly, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, goodness, if I'm being honest, I'd have to say I believe she's dead. Laurel goes quiet, letting the weight of those words settle. When was the last time you saw Noel, Mrs. Donnelly? 1984. Laurel has no reply after completing her doctorate. She returned home for a brief visit before leaving for London. That was the final time any of us laid eyes on her. Her brothers attempted to see her whenever they were in the city, but she consistently kept her distance, always offering some excuse. No Christmas greetings ever arrived, no birthday wishes. We continued sending family updates, news of new nieces and nephews, graduations, all the milestones. Silence was the only reply. The painful truth was she had no real feeling for us, for any of us. And eventually I suppose we stopped caring about her as well. I first brought the baby to you when she was around 6 months old. I had dressed her in the most extravagant outfit I could find, a cardigan with a faux fur collar, of all things, a sale find paired with a tiny tutu and actual shoes for an infant. It was utterly absurd. But she was the most beautiful child, and I was determined for her to absolutely captivate you. That morning, my stomach was full of nervous flutters. I'd called ahead to say we were coming, hoping for a warm welcome, a friendly cup of tea waiting for you to be prepared. It felt like a hopeful, sunny day. You answered the door wearing a truly dreadful sweater. I'm sorry, but it was. You were never one for sharp dressing. We had that in common, but this was in a league of its own. Probably a gift from that dreadful daughter of yours. You didn't even look at me. Your gaze went straight to the car seat I was holding. I watched your face as you took her in, this plump-limbed, golden-skinned, dark-haired little treasure, so completely different from the scrawny, unhappy child your wife had given you. You smiled. And then, bless her heart, she smiled right back. She kicked her satin-covered feet and gave a happy gurgle, almost as if she understood everything depended on this single moment. You welcomed us inside. I set the car seat down on the floor of your lovely kitchen and looked around, immediately wrapped in the comforting, familiar sanctity of your space. Oddly, in that moment, I felt more like I belonged there than I ever had when we were together. You made me the cup of tea I'd imagined, handed it to me, and then crouched by the car seat. Looking up at me, you asked, "May I, please?" I said. "She's your daughter, after all." You undid the straps, and she kicked her feet, reaching her arms up. You lifted her out gently but firmly, bringing her to your shoulder. Perhaps you thought she was younger, having missed her newborn days, but she showed you she was bigger than that, turning in your arms to place a hand on your cheek and tug at the scruff of your beard. You made silly faces. She laughed. "Wow," you said. "She's something, isn't she? Well, I'm a bit partial, of course. And she's 6 months? Yes. 6 months on Tuesday. Poppy, it's a lovely name, isn't it?" I agreed.
I think it fits her perfectly.
Yes, you said. It really does. You blew a raspberry on her tummy, and she squealed with delight. "And how has it been for you?" you asked. "How are you managing?" "It's been." I fixed a bright smile on my face. I didn't mention the endless, sleepless nights up 2, 3, 4 times with bottles. I didn't talk about the times I'd put her in the crib for an hour just to sit in the kitchen with the radio blaring to drown out the crying. And I certainly didn't bring up that one dark night. I'd actually considered leaving her on the hospital steps, just as your own parents had done. "It's been incredible," I said brightly. "She's an absolute dream. Sleeps through the night, always smiling, eats everything. Honestly, Floyd, I don't know why I waited so long to do this. I really don't." I could tell you liked that answer. In your mind, you'd likely imagined me as some dreadful, joyless old woman you were better off without. Then there I was in your kitchen, looking healthier than you remembered. I'd just come from the salon, where I'd insisted they restore my hair to its natural copper shade, something I hadn't done in nearly 2 decades, and holding this stunning baby girl I was clearly devoted to, just like any mother would be. I could sense you reassessing everything in that moment, your old assumptions crumbling. For the first time in years, it felt like we might have a future. I stayed for over an hour, and when I made my excuses to leave, claiming I had dinner plans with a friend, you walked me out, carrying Poppy in her infant seat. You took care to secure the chair in the back, adjusting the straps so they wouldn't pinch her chubby little arms. "Goodbye, beautiful Poppy," you murmured,
kissing your fingertips and brushing them against her cheek. I really hope I see you again very soon. I offered a faint, unreadable smile before driving off, leaving you standing on the sidewalk, completely unsettled. And that was precisely the point. On Monday, Bonnie phones Laurel at work. Laurel recognizes that weathered, knowing tone right away. We've been discussing, Bonnie starts, our plans for Christmas. Laurel stifles a groan. She can't bear to think about the holidays, even with decorations everywhere and carols playing in every shop. She isn't ready. Now, we'll be at my stepmother's on Christmas Day itself. She's 84 and too frail to travel to London, so we're going up to Oxford. What I thought is we could host a big Christmas Eve gathering here. Gifts, games, festive drinks, the whole affair. There's plenty of room, so all the kids and partners are welcome, and you must bring that handsome man of yours and his sweet little girl. She pauses to catch her breath. Laurel can hear a faint, raspy cough. What do you think? Laurel touches the pendant at her throat. Have you spoken with Jake? She asks after a moment. Yes, I have. The firmness in Bonnie's reply tells Laurel that Paul and Bonnie now know about the tension between them. And is he planning to come? He says he thinks so. What about Hannah? She's agreed to come. Laurel's stomach drops. In her mind, Hannah has shifted from a distant, icy figure into someone reckless and selfish, chasing after another woman's partner without a second thought. Laurel doesn't know what to believe about her daughter anymore. Well, she says after a long pause, that does sound lovely. I'll check with Floyd. He mentioned he and Poppy usually keep things quiet on Christmas Eve, but I'm sure I can convince them. Can I let you know? Of course, but the sooner the better, please.
I need to finalize my grocery order by tomorrow at the latest. Grocery orders.
Laurel can hardly recall a time when her own life revolved around such domestic routines. She hangs up and sighs deeply. That evening at Floyd's, Laurel asks him how Poppy had reacted when Noel left her on his doorstep and vanished. Was she happy? She presses. Was she upset? Did she miss her mother? What was it really like for her? Well, to start, he replies, she was in rough shape. She'd put on too much weight and she fought anyone who tried to brush her hair, give her a bath, or clean her teeth. She was a mess. Honestly, that's why Noel left her with me. She'd begun with this perfect baby, and somehow, because she had no idea how to be a parent, she ended up with a little tyrant 4 years later. And no, Poppy wasn't sad. She thrived here with me. With me, she was calm. The tantrums stopped. She didn't insist on having chocolate spread on every single thing she ate. She settled into the chair, and we began to talk. She listened, she learned, she read. When Noel left her here, she was content, truly happy. And naturally, he gives a slight shrug. Neither of us had a clue that we'd never lay eyes on Noel again after she left the girl with me. We assumed she'd return. By the time it became obvious she wasn't coming back, Poppy and I had become a unit. I honestly don't believe she's missing anything by not having Noel around. I think he looks up at Laurel. I think it was for the best. Laurel's gaze meets Floyd's briefly before darting away. A thought, swift and unsettling, flashes through her mind, too slippery to grasp. Poppy appears at the top of the staircase. She leans over the banister, her head tilted, her hair swaying gently. "Laurel," she whispers dramatically, "hurry! Come up!" Laurel gives her a puzzled look, then nods. "All right? In here? Quick!" Poppy takes her hand and leads her into the bedroom. Laurel has never seen Poppy's room before. It's a neat square space with a view of the backyard. A 4-poster bed stands with sheer white curtains, and the walls are painted a crisp white. The comforter is white, the curtains are white with a subtle gray pinstripe, a sleek chrome lamp sits on a white nightstand, and white bookshelves are lined with novels.
Wow!
Laurel says as she enters, "Your room is incredibly minimalist."
Yes,
Poppy replies, "I prefer to keep things simple." "Sit," she instructs, pulling out a white wooden desk chair. "Look, my Christmas gift for Dad just came. What do you think?" She opens the door of a white wardrobe and retrieves an Amazon box. From it, she produces a large mug bearing the phrase, "Unbearable Coffee Snob." Oh, Laurel exclaims, that's perfect. He'll adore it. Because he is one, right? He's completely over the top about coffee. You know that specific blend he insists on, saying he'd rather drink water than anything else? Grown in Ethiopia with water from angel's tears or whatever, Laurel smiles and agrees, noting how many people get oddly particular about coffee these days. She can't really tell the difference herself, and it's the same with wine. It all tastes alike unless it's truly bad. As she speaks, her eyes wander over the details of Poppy's room. She stops abruptly, a hand flying to her chest. Poppy, she says, rising and taking a few steps forward, where did you get those candlesticks? Poppy glances toward the top shelf of her bookcase where a pair of substantial geometric silver candlesticks are placed. I'm not sure, she says. They've always been there. Laurel reaches to lift one. It's immensely heavy in her hand, just as she knew it would be. They are her candlesticks, the ones stolen in the break-in 4 years after Ellie vanished, the ones she has always been convinced Ellie took. I don't really care for them, Poppy remarks. I think they were my mum's. You can have them if you want. No, Laurel says, returning it to the shelf, her stomach twisting. No, they're yours. You should keep them. Then. Ellie lay on the bed. The moon cast a pale, bluish glow over her. The leaves outside whispered and snapped in a brisk wind, sounding like far-off firecrackers. She attempted to swing her legs off the mattress, but they felt lifeless, too weak to move. She couldn't recall her last meal. 6 days ago? Perhaps a week? She was drifting toward delirium, yet somewhere deep down, a terrifying awareness remained. She had been deserted. From upstairs, she would sometimes hear her baby cry, and a profound ache would radiate from her heart to every limb, but she had no voice left to call out, and no desire to go on. Her head throbbed, pulsing with strange visions, flashes of imagery like landscapes illuminated by sudden lightning. She saw her mother stirring a tea bag in a mug. She saw her father zipping up his coat. She saw Theo tossing a ball for his small white dog. She saw Noel flipping through homework, pushing her glasses up her nose. In a fleeting, sharper moment, she even pictured the kitchen back home, the smell of toast burning in the quiet morning, a detail so vivid it felt like a cruel joke from her own mind. Her mind drifted to a summer rental on the Isle of Wight, the memories soft and sun-warmed at the garden's edge. A light brown pony would gently take apple slices from their open palms. She pictured Poppy lying contentedly on Ellie's bed, her small red lips forming perfect silent O's. Hannah appeared next, spinning in place until her long ponytail whirled above her head like a helicopter blade. Then the visions turned darker. She saw her own funeral, the raw grief on her mother's face, the unfamiliar sight of her father in tears. An absurd image flashed of her childhood hamsters, their tiny bodies resting atop her coffin like clumps of dirt. She felt herself lifting away, floating upward until she looked down upon her room. The sight was bleak, the unfolded sofa bed, the tangled sheets overdue for a wash, the silent plastic cages, a trash bin overflowing with empty chip bags, and a stained toilet in the corner. She folded her arms, shut her eyes, and let herself rise further, feeling the cool mist of clouds against her skin, until it transformed into the sensation of her mother's firm embrace and the warmth of her breath close by. When Poppy was about 2 or 3, I made the difficult choice to sell my house. You were helping with bits of money for her care, but my pride kept me from asking for more. This was never about finances, Floyd, yet I was genuinely struggling back then, barely getting by. My work hours were limited to the times Poppy was with you, which was only half the week. Tapping into the house's equity seemed the only sensible path forward. A large 3-story home was a luxury we could no longer afford. A modest apartment would have to do. But then, of course, I was abruptly reminded of the complication I'd pushed aside. That girl, that infuriating girl, she had slipped away at some point, and honestly, it was probably for the best. The news reports indicated the search for her was winding down, authorities leaning toward the theory she'd simply run off. I decided to help that narrative along. I'd held onto the bag she arrived with, which proves, I suppose, that part of me always intended to let her go eventually. I wasn't a complete monster. Using the keys from her bag, I waited for her mother to leave for a swim lesson and let myself in through the back. I gathered items a girl fleeing the country might take: a worn laptop, some cash, and a pair of candlesticks she could pawn. I'd always liked those candlesticks. They sat on the piano near where we worked. Once I'd complimented them, and she'd joked about taking them on Antiques Roadshow to learn their value. I also took a chocolate cake from the kitchen. Seeing it reminded me of a day her cheerful mother brought us slices, still warm, instead of the usual fancy cookies. The girl had asked, "Is this one of Hannah's?" and beamed when her mother confirmed it was freshly baked. Turning to me, she declared, "My sister makes the best cakes in the world. You will never taste a better chocolate cake." I can't honestly recall if the cake lived up to that hype, but I vividly remember her face in that moment, the bright anticipation in her eyes, the pure, unguarded joy she took in each bite. It's strange, looking back on my time as her tutor, it feels almost like a dream, because by the end I couldn't fathom what I'd ever seen in her. She was, after all, just a girl. Her passport was the crucial piece, but I searched everywhere without success. Then a stroke of inspiration hit me. I'd observed her sister coming and going, and the resemblance between them was strong. I headed straight to the sister's bedroom and found her passport in less than a minute. I tucked the item into the large bag alongside the laptop, the candlesticks, and the cake sealed in its plastic container. Within 10 minutes, I was back at my house. What followed is difficult to discuss, as it demanded a degree of brutality I must acknowledge. Several years prior, when the odor from the basement had grown concerning, the neighbors had come by inquiring, and I blamed the plumbing, I had relocated the girl to a storage chest in the attic. So, while Poppy was staying overnight at your place, I retrieved her from there, though it feels more accurate by that point, and placed her into the trunk of my car, along with her backpack, which I had filled with her old belongings and the passport. I drove through the pitch-black night toward Dover. I eventually turned onto a secluded, remote lane, far from everything. I arranged some of her bones on the pavement, drove my car back and forth over them, then tossed them into a nearby gully. I dropped the backpack beside them, scattered some leaves and dirt over the spot, and left in a hurry. The remaining bones I took to a public landfill a few miles away. I assumed she would be discovered almost immediately. I had made almost no attempt at concealment. I wanted her found. I wanted it finished. On some deeper level, I suppose, I wanted to be exposed. I had given virtually no consideration to the forensic details, the fibers, the tire tracks, none of it, but months and months slipped by, and it was as if it had never occurred. It appeared I had gotten away with it entirely. Then the London real estate market cooled, and I chose not to sell my home after all. Life, such as it was, returned to its routine. Though, let's be honest, what was routine about living with a toddler? And this toddler was a force of nature. A tiny tyrant, her sole desire, from sunrise to sunset, was sugar. Sugar on her oatmeal, sugar on her apple slices, chocolate spread on absolutely everything. Otherwise, she simply wouldn't eat. She fought bedtime relentlessly, and at daycare she was cruel to the other children, hitting them, pushing them down. I was constantly being summoned for meetings. Then I would bring her to your house for her weekly visits, and she would transform into a perfect little angel. All daddy this and daddy that. At first, I adored it, because she was my pathway back to you, and in that way, it had succeeded. But then I began to see the two of you forming your own exclusive alliance. It was like you and SJ all over again. She would curl up on your lap, play with your hair, and glance over at me as if I were insignificant. Worse than insignificant. Sometimes when I came to pick her up after you'd spent the day together, she would hide behind your legs, or she would conceal herself in another room in the house and flatly refuse to leave. "I'm not going," she'd shout. "I'm staying here with Daddy," and sometimes I would think, to hell with both of you, and I would just leave. There you'd be, the two of you, shutting the door behind me, returning to your warm, comfortable home to enjoy your lovely time together, and she ate whatever you served her. She would come home and tell me about vegetable stir-fries, crispy shrimp, and stews from that Ethiopian place you liked. There was no sugar in your house, no processed snacks, no children's television, No cheap plastic toys that emitted sounds designed to haunt a person's dreams. None of the distractions I used to pacify her, just storybooks and music and outings to the playground. Then one day, and you'll recall this day, Floyd, it was quite a moment. You mentioned you were considering homeschooling Poppy. I had just submitted the online application for a spot at our local elementary school, but that apparently wasn't adequate. Oh no, nothing was good enough for your precious Poppy. Only you, Floyd, only you. My mini-me, that's what you called her. As if I had played no part whatsoever in her existence, as if only a child who reflected you perfectly in every way could possibly be deserving of love. You said, she's exceptionally bright, truly, remarkably intelligent. It wouldn't surprise me if she tested at a Mensa level. A typical school isn't equipped to handle a mind like hers. If I'm the one to homeschool her, then it's only logical she should live with me full time. You probably assumed I'd feel relieved. You likely expected me to say, okay, wonderful, that takes a huge burden off my shoulders. You were aware of how difficult I found her at home, how often we butted heads. Deep down, you understood I wasn't a natural mother, not a nurturer by instinct, but what you never grasped was the extent of what I'd sacrificed to bring that child into your life. You had no clue. You couldn't fathom that my existence felt hollow, not truly living, and that you, Floyd, were the only light guiding my way. If you gained full custody of Poppy, then what purpose did I serve? You'd have no reason to see me, no reason to keep me in your life at all. I couldn't allow you to take her. Poppy was my connection to you. We began that discussion calmly, but it ended in a blaze of anger. I knew right then you wouldn't drop the matter. A few weeks later, you seized your opportunity. Honestly, taking that child out in public was a nightmare half the time. She was a walking liability. In every store, she wanted absolutely everything. And I mean everything. There wasn't a shop that didn't have some item she desperately needed. If I refused, I was instantly mean and horrible, and she'd unleash a screaming fit that echoed through the aisles. I learned to run all my errands while she was at nursery, but that particular afternoon, I remembered we needed ketchup. Not for me, of course. I could survive without it, but Madam certainly could not, so I left her. I was gone for 10, maybe 15 minutes. She had climbed onto the kitchen counter, hunting for a snack. Naturally, because she might apparently starve if she didn't eat for 10 minutes, and she'd fallen, hitting her head on the corner of a cabinet. There was a cut, a little blood. I called the medical helpline, followed all their instructions on what to watch for and when to seek help. I did everything correctly, Floyd, everything by the book. I acted like a responsible, decent parent. But of course, the next time you saw her, she sported a massive black eye, looking pale and bruised, and, oh, the story came out. Mummy went out and left me, and I was hungry, and I just wanted some cereal, that's all, and so on and so forth. You turned to me and said, "That's it, Noel. That is it." I knew exactly what you meant, and I knew what was coming, so that's when I made my decision. Poppy and I were leaving. If you wanted us back, you'd have to come and find us. I had it all planned. I would take my beautiful, brown-eyed girl back to Ireland. My parents would be utterly charmed. All my brothers would say, "Well, look at that child, isn't she the loveliest Donnelly in a generation?" After a few weeks, I'd call to tell you where we were. You'd catch the first flight to Dublin. You'd see me there in the vibrant green light of the Emerald Isle, surrounded by my family, our child with cheeks like rose petals. I'd show you the perfect little village school we all attended as children. You'd meet my brilliant parents and my brothers with their sharp minds. You'd see the shelves in their spacious Victorian house overflowing with books, trophies, and awards. Then you'd understand I had done what was best for our child, that she was in the ideal place, and you couldn't possibly take her away now that she was so happy and settled, with cousins everywhere, the sheep, the sea, and the sweet meadow air. In this daydream, you would choose to stay. You'd rent a small windswept cottage, and eventually, because we were all so content and everything was so perfect, you'd ask us to move in with you. And that was how we'd spend the rest of our days. The three of us together. The perfect family. Where did Poppy get those candlesticks? The silver candlesticks in her room? Floyd glanced up from his newspaper. It was Tuesday morning over breakfast. Laurel had almost left the night before, nearly claiming a headache to retreat to her own bed. Yet something held her here, the lingering offer of a shared bottle of wine, the closeness to Poppy, and the weight of questions still hanging in the air. You mean the Art Deco pair? Yes, the ones on her bookshelf. Oh, those. I found them at Noel's place when I went to gather Poppy's belongings. Beautiful, aren't they? Laurel took a slow breath, her smile tight. I actually owned a pair just like that once. I did wonder if they might be valuable. That's why I took them. It was odd, really. Noel had practically nothing. All her other possessions were just cheap junk, but she had those genuine Art Deco, I'd say. I meant to have them appraised, but time got away from me. Laurel maintained her strained smile. The pair I had were definitely worth a good amount. Some wealthy friends gave them to us as a wedding gift, said they'd picked them up at an auction. They even suggested we get them insured, though we never did. She let the statement hang between them, watching to see how Floyd would respond. Well, there you have it, he said, his own smile equally tight. Maybe Noel actually managed to leave Poppy something of value after all. But what about her house? Doesn't that technically belong to Poppy? Noel's place? No, she didn't own it. She was renting. Really? I just assumed, Laurel caught herself. She wasn't supposed to know anything about Noel's house. I suppose I figured she would have owned something. What about her family? Did you ever meet them? Did they ever know Poppy? No, Floyd replied. Noel didn't really have much family to speak of, or at least none she ever mentioned. They might have been estranged. They might have been gone. For all I know, she could have had a dozen siblings. He sighed heavily. Nothing about that woman would surprise me. Nothing at all. Laurel nodded slowly, absorbing the lie. And when you went to her house to get Poppy's things, what was it like? Was it nice? Floyd shuddered slightly. Grim, he said. Truly grim. Cold, bare, and deeply uncomfortable. Poppy's room looked like something out of a Stark institution. Weird wallpaper, everything painted this awful Pepto-Bismol pink. But my God, Laurel, the worst part, the absolute worst. His eyes locked onto hers and he wet his lips. I've never told anyone this because it was so bleak, so twisted and depraved. He shuddered again. In her basement, she'd been hoarding hamsters or gerbils, maybe mice, who knows. Cages were stacked floor to ceiling, maybe 20 of them, with a dozen animals in each. And all of them were dead. The smell, Jesus. He blinked as if to clear the memory. What kind of person? What kind of human being? Laurel shook her head, widening her eyes in feigned shock. That's truly horrible, Floyd sighed. Poor, sick woman, a truly pitiful individual. Sounds like the only decent thing she ever did was bring Poppy into the world. He glanced at her, then down at his lap, his eyes dark and haunted. Yes, he said quietly, I suppose it was. I made sure to keep you content in those days following our big blow-up. I said all the right things about Poppy possibly moving in with you, pretended I was considering it, claimed I could see the benefits. But the whole time, I was meticulously plotting our escape. It was your scheduled night to have her, and I'd already packed our bags for the trip to Dublin, filled the car with gas so we wouldn't need to stop. My mother was waiting for us on the early ferry the next morning. I thought I was so clever, really, I did, but I'd underestimated you. You'd pieced it all together. Poppy wasn't there when I arrived that evening. You'd taken her to stay at a friend's house. You were ready for me. Come in, you insisted, your voice firm. We need to talk. Could any 4 words in the English language be more chilling? You guided me to the kitchen table, to the very same chair I'd occupied on that flawless afternoon when I first introduced Poppy to you. I remembered how your kitchen had once felt like a safe, enveloping space. Now it felt like a courtroom designed for my sentencing. I already knew what was coming. I've been giving this a lot of thought, you began, about Poppy, about our future arrangements. This current situation simply cannot continue, to be brutally honest. Noel, I'm frightened for her. Living with you, I believe. There it was. The verdict was delivered. I believe you're toxic. Toxic. My God. And this goes so far beyond homeschooling, Noel. This is about everything. Did you know Poppy has told me she hates you? Not just once in a moment of anger, but repeatedly. She's afraid of you. She even... You lifted your gaze, your eyes holding a detached sort of regret. She's told me she doesn't like your scent. A child shouldn't be so acutely aware of and repelled by their own mother's smell at her age. To me, that signals a profound fundamental rift. It suggests a bond that never properly formed. I've spoken with a social worker about my options, and she advised temporarily removing Poppy from the environment while we sort this out. She's staying with a friend for a few days. A friend? I shot back, my voice dripping with skepticism. What friend? You don't have friends. Who it is doesn't matter. What matters is that we come to a civil agreement before she returns. So I'm asking you, Noel, as Poppy's mother, could you possibly let her go? You fumbled for the right phrasing, I remember that clearly. Please? You could still see her, of course, but it would need to be supervised here at my place and scheduled around her proper schooling. For a moment, I was speechless. It wasn't solely the content of your speech, though that was devastating enough. It was the calm, utterly reasonable tone you used. There was no apology, no acknowledgement of the cruelty in handing my child over to strangers and then asking me to disappear. You presented it all as the only logical conclusion. Finally, I found my voice. No, absolutely not, Floyd. I won't allow it. I want my daughter back, and I want her back now. You have no right at all. She is my child, and you raised a hand to stop me. Yes, I know that, but Noel, you must face the reality that you aren't equipped to be a parent. The constant junk food, the TV as a babysitter, the noticeable lack of physical warmth, and leaving her alone in the house? It borders on neglect, and any social services team would see it exactly that way. Poppy's teeth are in terrible shape. She has head lice that you consistently ignore. You're not well, Noel, not in your mind, and that means you are not fit to be a mother. And there it was. The pivotal moment in a series of crushing moments. Something inside my mind shattered. A memory flashed, unbidden, a girl's bones scattered on a dark Dover road, my headlights illuminating them, my foot heavy on the accelerator. I thought of everything I had let myself become, all for you. I never wanted that child. I only ever wanted you. And as I looked at you, so composed and righteous, I understood completely. You despised me. You wanted me erased. A fierce, dark desire to wound you took hold. So I said it, the words designed to cut deepest. What makes you so certain she's even yours, Floyd? Did it never strike you as odd that she looks nothing like either of us? The look on your face was almost worth the horror of revealing my true self to you. It truly was. She doesn't belong to either of us, Floyd, I said, feeling the exquisite twist of my words as they sank into your heart. I created her for you, using another woman's body and a stranger's donation. The words spilled out of me, unstoppable. I had nothing left to protect. She's a constructed creature, Floyd, that child you cherish. She's hardly natural when you think about it. Noel, I don't. I cut you off, frantic to explain everything before you could form the questions, desperate to seize back any shred of control. A woman named Ellie carried that baby for me. I was never pregnant, you foolish man. How could someone as clever as you believe that? Ellie was the mother. The father was an anonymous donor from an online service, his contribution purchased for a modest fee. Honestly, Floyd, did you truly imagine that radiant child could be yours? Formed from your aging, weary genetics? Did you never question it? No, Floyd. Poppy's biological father was a young academic. His profile stated he was under 30, tall with green eyes and dark hair. When I selected him, I pictured someone like Ellie's first love. I pictured Theo. And then I came to you dressed to impress and orchestrated a night you would be certain to recall. The entire scheme was a fabrication, Floyd. And you spineless, gutless waste of space, you swallowed it whole. Well, you can have her, you miserable excuse for a man. Raise her and finance her and let it haunt you every single time you see her face, that she is merely a collection of biological material and borrowed blueprints. My sincerest wishes to you both. My handbag was already in my grip. I was finished. It was over. The chaos in my mind whirled so violently I could scarcely recall my own identity, yet a strange, blinding euphoria washed over me. Then I watched your expression darken like a sudden squall. Your complexion shifting from ashen to a furious mottled purple. You launched yourself from your seat, hurling your body across the table. Your hands found my throat as my chair crashed backward, my head striking the floor, and in that moment I was utterly convinced you intended to end my life. On her drive from Floyd's place to work that morning, Laurel passes Hannah's apartment. She hopes for a fleeting sight of Theo and Hannah leaving together, but the street is dark and still. At least now she can visualize where her daughter has been spending her nights, in Theo Goodman's bed. Theo is a teacher now. Hannah had mentioned that, almost in passing, about a year ago, saying she'd run into him somewhere. Laurel can't recall the specifics. That must have been when it all began, she supposes. Laurel finds herself irrationally appalled by this development. Theo had been Ellie's. They had belonged to each other utterly, two parts of a single whole, and now she feels a sharp resentment toward Hannah. It's strong enough to make her question what Theo even sees in Hannah compared to Ellie. In the twisted logic of her grief, she imagines Theo settled for Hannah as some kind of second-best substitute. But then she remembers the blonde woman she saw leaving the supermarket last Sunday, that vibrant, smiling person who looked nothing like the sullen woman who sometimes answers Laurel's door. The joyless girl who never laughs at her mother's attempts at humor, the weary voice that sighs on the phone. And it strikes her, for the very first time, with the force of a revelation. Perhaps Hannah isn't fundamentally unhappy. Perhaps she simply does not like her. She calls Paul later that afternoon. He's at the office, and she can hear the comforting hum of ordinary life behind him. "Listen," she says. "Can I ask you something about Hannah?" A pause hangs in the air before Paul answers. "Yes. He already knows," Laurel thinks. "He knows. Has she mentioned anything to you about seeing someone?" Another silence follows. "Yes, she has." Laurel lets out a breath. "How long have you known?" "A few months," he replies. "And you know who it is?" "Yes," she says. "Yes, I do." Laurel closes her eyes, a slow, deliberate motion. "And she asked you to keep it from me?" "Essentially, yes." A heavy silence stretches between them before Laurel speaks again, her voice softer. "Paul," she begins, "do you believe Hannah actually resents me?" "What? No. Hannah doesn't harbor that kind of bitterness toward anyone." "What makes you think that?" "It's her demeanor. With me, she's always so distant, sharp. I blamed it on her grief, on losing Ellie right as she was stepping into adulthood. But then I saw her with Theo recently. She was radiant, Paul, laughing, completely at ease. It was like looking at a stranger. Well, she's head over heels from what I hear. But with you and Bonnie, is she relaxed? Does she seem happy?" "Generally, yes. I'd say so. You see, it's me. She tolerates my presence, but that's all. When we're alone, it's like talking to a wall. There's just this emptiness in her eyes. What did I do to cause this, Paul? Where did I fail?" She hears Paul exhale slowly on the other end of the line. "You didn't fail?" he says gently. "But Laurel, when Ellie vanished, Hannah didn't just lose a sister. In many ways, she lost her mother, too." "Me? Yes. You checked out. The meals stopped. The day-to-day parenting just evaporated. You were a ghost in your own home." "I know I did, Paul. Believe me, I know. I've apologized to Hannah endlessly for that time. Why do you think I go to her apartment every single week? I scrub her floors. I organize her life. I try so desperately to bridge this gap, and nothing changes." "Laurel," Paul says, choosing his words with care, "what if what Hannah needs isn't your penance but your forgiveness?" "Forgiveness?" The word hangs in the air. Forgiveness? For what? Paul is quiet for a long moment, assembling his thoughts. "Forgiveness," he says finally, the weight of the truth settling between them, "for the simple fact that she is not Ellie." The statement unravels something deep within Laurel, releasing a flood of memories she had kept carefully contained. She is thrown back to those first raw hours after Ellie disappeared, recalling a petty, unspoken irritation at being left with Hannah, even denying her the last serving of lasagna that Ellie had loved, as if Ellie had laid claim to every ounce of affection in their household. They had all orbited Ellie, basking in her vibrant energy, and when that light was snuffed out, they had each spun into their own lonely, dark orbits. And Paul was right. Laurel had never seen Hannah as anything but a reminder of what was missing. She had treated her surviving daughter like a placeholder, and in return, she had received the exact relationship she had cultivated. The clarity was brutal, but it was also a starting point. She could fix this. Laurel immediately calls Hannah. The phone rings and goes to voicemail as she expected, but the words couldn't wait another second. She needed to say them now. "Darling," she says, her voice thick with emotion, "I'm calling because I need you to know how incredibly proud I am of you. You are a remarkable woman, and I feel so fortunate to be your mother, and I am so deeply sorry for any action, any omission of mine that ever made you feel secondary. You are the absolute center of my world. My life would be empty without you in it." She takes a shaky breath. "I also saw you with Theo the other day. You looked so wonderfully happy. It's a beautiful thing, and he is an exceptionally lucky man. Truly, I'm sorry it's taken me this long to say all of this. I love you. I'll see you on Christmas Eve. I love you. Goodbye." She ends the call and places her phone on the kitchen counter. A profound sense of relief washes over her, a physical lightness, as if a weight she had carried for a decade without realizing it had finally been lifted. That evening, arriving at Floyd's house, Laurel feels different, lighter, more anchored in the present. It's only then she notices, with a small jolt of surprise, that despite Christmas being mere days away, there is no tree in the living room. In fact, the house is entirely devoid of any holiday decoration at all. "Do you not put up a Christmas tree?" she asks as Floyd helps her out of her coat in the hallway. "Is that not something you do?" "Yes. Do you not have one?" "No," he replies. "Well, we did years ago, but we stopped. We could get one, though. Would you like that? I can go find one right now." She laughs softly. "I was actually thinking more about Poppy," she says. "Pops," he calls up the staircase. "How about a Christmas tree?" They hear her footsteps, quick and heavy. She appears at the top of the stairs and exclaims, "Yes, absolutely." "All right then," Floyd says. "It's decided. I'll head out now like a real dad, and I'll bring back the biggest Christmas tree you've ever seen. Want to come along, Pops? Yes, just let me grab my shoes. We'll need lights," Laurel adds, "and ornaments. Do you have any?" "Yes, we do. Up in the attic, we always had a tree when Kate and Sarah were here. There are boxes of decorations up there. Let me go get them." He takes the stairs two at a time and returns a few minutes later with 2 large paper shopping bags stuffed with tree decorations. Then he and Poppy get into the car and vanish into the dark evening together, and Laurel looks around, realizing she is completely alone in Floyd's house for the first time. She switches on the TV and finds a satellite channel playing Christmas music. Then she pulls a few items from the bags. Random is the word that comes to mind. Scratched plastic balls, a knitted reindeer missing a leg, a large spiky snowflake that catches a hole in her sweater, stern wooden soldiers, and a group of oddly whimsical wood nymphs in pointed hats with curled shoes. She leaves those in the bag and takes out the strings of lights. There are 2 sets, one multicolored, the other white. The white ones light up when she plugs them in. The multicolored ones do not. She searches through some kitchen drawers looking for a spare fuse. She checks the drawers in the hallway console table. Takeout menus, parking passes, extra keys, a roll of lawn bags, but no fuses. Then her gaze falls on the door to Floyd's study. This is where he and Poppy do their homeschooling, where he writes his books and articles. In her own mental version of this house, they'd have knocked through the wall to create one large living area. But Floyd has kept the 2 rooms separate as they would have been originally. She hasn't been inside Floyd's study yet, only glimpsed it as he's walked in or out. She feels quite strongly, though without a clear reason, that Floyd would not want her in his study without his permission. So she stands for a moment, her hand on the doorknob, convincing herself. It's just another room that Floyd adores her, that of course she can go in to look for a fuse. She turns the handle, the door opens. Floyd's study is comfortably furnished and warm. Worn Killam rugs cover the floorboards. The furniture is sturdy and antique. 2 chrome table lamps with curved necks stand on desks, one with a green glass shade, the other white. A laptop sits open on his desk, its screensaver cycling through scenic landscapes. She begins quickly sifting through his desk drawers. Pens, notebooks, foreign coins, computer disks, CDs, flash drives, everything neatly arranged in compartments. She moves to another desk by the back window overlooking the garden. Here, the drawers are locked. She sighs and idly shuffles through the stacks of paper on the desktop. She is no longer looking for a fuse. She knows that. She's looking for something, anything, to pull her out of the strange, heavy fog that has enveloped her these past few days. And suddenly she has it in her hands. A stack of newspaper clippings, all from around the time of the Crimwatch appeal on May 26th. There is her own face, there is Paul's, and there is Ellie's. There is the interview she gave to The Guardian and the joint interview she and Paul did for the local paper. Laurel recalled Floyd's playful admission in his kitchen, how he'd looked her up online after their first date. Yet, months before they'd even met, he had been clipping and saving newspaper articles about Ellie's vanishing. At the sound of a car door shutting outside, she slipped the clippings back into the stack of papers on his desk and hurried from the study. Floyd and Poppy returned moments later, wrestling an enormous 8-foot fir tree through the front door. "Well," Floyd announced, his face flushed from the effort as he balanced the tree on its stump for Laurel to see. "Does this meet the requirements?" "Goodness," Laurel said, flattening herself against the wall so they could maneuver it down the hall. "That's not just a tree, that's a statement. We'll need every light string we own." "Ta-da!" Poppy appeared behind him, holding shopping bags brimming with new fairy lights from the hardware store. "Perfect," Laurel smiled. "You two really planned ahead." Christmas music still drifted from the television. Jonah Louie's Stop the Cavalry was playing. As Floyd cut away the netting, the branches sprang outward, filling the room with the scent of pine. He seemed unusually animated about the tree. "Well," he asked, turning to Poppy and Laurel, "did I pick a winner? It's a good one, right?" They both assured him it was wonderful. Then, while Floyd went to the kitchen to start dinner, Poppy and Laurel began decorating. "So your family doesn't usually get a tree?" Laurel asked. "Not really," Poppy replied. "I'm not sure why. We've just never been that into Christmas, I guess. What about Sarah Jade and her mom? Do they decorate?" "Oh, yes." Poppy's face brightened. "Kate goes all out. Their house looks like something from a holiday movie." She caught herself and added, "It's actually a little over the top." "Sounds magical to me." Poppy smiled. "Will Bonnie have a tree at her house on Christmas Eve?" "Absolutely," Laurel said. "I'm sure of it. Probably a huge one." Poppy's grin widened. "I can't wait. It'll be so nice to have a real Christmas for once. What do you and your dad usually do on Christmas Day?" "Not much. We have lunch, exchange gifts, watch a film. Just the two of you." Poppy nodded. "We don't really see other family." "But you have Sarah Jade. She's one person. I mean a whole big family, like yours. Sometimes I wish," she glanced toward the living room door and lowered her voice. "I love being with Dad, but sometimes I wish there was more." "More of what?" Poppy shrugged. "More people, I guess. More life." A little later, they stepped back to admire their work just as Fairy Tale of New York came on the TV. The tree was fully adorned, and Laurel had switched on the lights. Floyd walked in and caught his breath. "You two," he said, draping an arm around each of their shoulders. "This is spectacular, a total success." He flicked off the main lights, leaving only the tree glowing. "Just look at that." For a long moment, the three stood together, the Pogues singing in the background, the lights twinkling on and off. Floyd's arm felt heavy across Laurel's shoulders, and she sensed a slight tremor run through him. When she glanced up, she saw a tear tracing down his cheek, the countless tiny lights mirrored in its path. He wiped it away and smiled down at her. "Thank you," he said softly. I didn't realize how much I needed this. A Christmas tree, all of this. He bent and kissed the top of her head. You, he whispered, have made everything feel right. I love you, Laurel, truly. Laurel stared at him, startled not by the words themselves, but by his saying them in front of Poppy. She quickly looked toward the girl, searching her reaction. Poppy was beaming at her, clearly willing Laurel to embrace the moment. She had no idea how painfully complicated this felt for Laurel, how the joy in the room brushed up against the quiet, unresolved ache she carried inside. Both of them are looking at her, expecting something, and with the darkness of Christmas surrounding them, Laurel feels a strange, almost ominous pressure to respond. She forces a smile and says, "And I love you both too." Poppy immediately wraps her in a hug, and Floyd joins in. For a brief moment, the three of them are locked together, their warm breath mingling in the center of their embrace. When they finally separate, Floyd smiles at Laurel and declares, "That's all I ever wanted for Christmas. Truly, that's everything." Laurel's smile feels thin and strained. Her mind flashes to the newspaper clippings scattered across Floyd's desk. She remembers the slice of carrot cake they shared at the cafe near her salon, the overwhelming sense of his certainty when he walked in and found her. Then, Blue's warning echoes in her thoughts. Your boyfriend. His aura is all wrong. It's dark. Right there, in that festive room, the feeling becomes stark and undeniable. Something is off. Something isn't right. A sudden, chilling thought crystallizes. You're not who you claim to be. This is all a lie. The following day, on her way to work, Laurel stops by to see her mother, who is, thankfully, still with her. Still hanging in there? Laurel asks, sliding her chair closer. Ruby gives an exaggerated eye roll. You do realize Christmas is Friday, Laurel continues. You can't very well die right before the holiday and spoil it for everyone. If you were planning on it, you really should have taken care of it last week. With a weak chuckle, Ruby suggests, how about next week? Next week is perfect, Laurel replies, smiling. It's always a quiet time anyway. She takes her mother's hands. We're having a big Christmas Eve gathering at Paul and Bonnie's. Hannah will be there, and Jake, my new boyfriend, and his daughter too. I really wish you could come. No, thank you, Ruby says flatly, and Laurel can't help but laugh. No, Laurel agrees. I don't blame you one bit. How is the NN new boyfriend? Ruby stammers. The question makes Laurel's smile stiffen. Unsure how to answer, she simply says, He's wonderful, everything is good. But the words feel like a heavy, obvious falsehood the moment they leave her lips. Her mother senses it too, repeating with concern, Good? Yes, Laurel insists. Good. Her mother gives a single, slow nod. If you say so, she murmurs. If you say so. After leaving the care home, Laurel calls Jake. He answers after just 2 rings, his voice tinged with worry. Mum, is everything okay? Everything's fine, she assures him. No emergency. I just wanted to hear your voice. I'm really sorry, Mum, Jake blurts out immediately. About me and Blue and what we said. It was completely out of line. Don't be silly, Jake, honestly, it's fine. I'm sorry, I overreacted. I think after being alone for so long, finding myself in a relationship made me a bit sensitive. I just wanted everything to feel perfect, you know? But of course, nothing ever is. No, Jake agrees, his voice heavy with unspoken thoughts. No, that's true. Will I see you tomorrow at Bonnie's, she asks. Yes, he replies. We'll be there. You know Floyd will be there too? Will that be okay? No problem, he says, with a confidence that feels a little forced to her. It'll be fine. She takes a steadying breath, getting to the real reason for her call. Is Blue there? I was hoping I could have a quick word with her. Yeah, she's here, Jake says, sounding hesitant. You're not going to? No, Jake. It's water under the bridge. I just want to ask her something. Okay. She hears him call for Blue, who soon comes to the phone. Hi, Laurel. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Blue. I'm fine. How are you holding up? Oh, busy, as always.
There's a pause before Laurel speaks again. Listen, Blue, I wanted to apologize for how I reacted during our last conversation. I think I was a bit over the top. She can almost picture Blue shrugging on the other end of the line. Don't worry about it. No, really, I'm sorry, and I've been thinking. Her voice trails off, the words escaping her. I guess I was just trying to understand your perspective when you first met him. You sense it as well? Laurel goes pale, her hand flying to her neck. She feels completely exposed. No, she insists. That's not it. I'm only curious about your opinion, really. Blue lets out a long breath before going on. There's a shadowy side to Floyd, deeply shadowed. It feels almost threatening. But the gap between who he truly is and the persona he shows the world is jarring. It's as if he's studying people, learning how to behave. Then there's his dynamic with his daughter. Something feels off. He monitors her constantly. Did you notice? You can practically hear him whispering cues. It's like she's performing and he's the director, ensuring she doesn't slip up and reveal his true nature. I don't believe. She hesitates. I don't believe he genuinely loves her, not in the way most people mean. I think he needs her because she serves as his humanity. She's his disguise. Laurel nods and murmurs in agreement, though she's still digesting Blue's assessment. But when you mentioned him being dangerous, what exactly did you mean by that? I mean, Blue replies that a man incapable of love, yet who craves it desperately, is a truly perilous thing. I believe Floyd is dangerous because he's fabricating an identity to earn your affection. A chill runs through Laurel at Blue's words. They resonate perfectly with the unease she felt yesterday beside her own Christmas tree.
What about Poppy? She asks. What was your impression of her?
Poppy is like a burst of color. Poppy is pure light, but she needs to escape her father before he begins to dim her brilliance. A silence stretches between them. Finally, Laurel says, "Thank you, Blue, I appreciate your time." She carefully places her phone in her purse and drives to work, feeling oddly detached. Arriving at the office, Laurel realizes she's the only one not wearing a Christmas sweater. Did I miss a memo? She asks Helen, whose sweater has tiny blinking lights woven into it and whose earrings dangle with crimson ornaments. Yep, Helen confirms. It went out last week, should be in your inbox. Laurel sighs. She's certain it is. She's sure she read it and then it vanished into the chaotic web of her life. Here. Helen tosses her a strand of tinsel. Just put this in your hair. Laurel weaves the tinsel into her hair and offers a tired smile. Thanks. Carolers are in the shopping center today. She can hear them from her desk singing Good King Wenceslas. Management sprung for a bulk order of mince pies, and at 5 o'clock there will be Secret Santa and sherry. She just wants to go home. On her way to her car that evening, she stops at the grocery store, buying 2 bottles of champagne, 2 scented candles, and 2 boxes of chocolates. She'll figure out the gifts later while wrapping them. All day, Blue's ominous words reverberate in her mind. During their conversation, she had believed every word. Yes, it all made perfect sense. Of course, Floyd had a dark side. Of course, he was pretending. But as the hours slip by, punctuated by Floyd's playful holiday-themed texts full of Santa emojis and holly, as the carols weave into her thoughts and the sherry softens her focus, she finds herself cutting wrapping paper on her living room floor. The lights from neighboring Christmas trees cast dancing reflections on her windows, and Blue's warnings begin to feel absurd and terrible. What a peculiar woman Blue is, Laurel thinks, turning off the lights, shedding her clothes, and unwinding the tinsel from her hair. What a very peculiar woman indeed. Laurel sleeps in on Christmas Eve. She has 2 texts from Floyd, one asking what to bring for Paul and Bonnie, and another asking what he should wear. She typed back, "Bring cheese, the stinkier the better, and put on a nice sweater and a festive attitude. I'll be wearing green." He answered right away. So, green cheese and a stinky sweater. "I'm on it, you silly man," she replied after her shower. Another message waited. "Could you stop by here first? I have a present for you, but it's too large to bring to the party." A sharp sliver of dread cut through her. His eager tone about the gift left her uneasy. She'd never liked big, showy gestures. More than that, this sudden shift in plans felt off. Blue's warning echoed in her mind. A man who can't love but desperately needs to be loved is a truly dangerous thing. She recalled Floyd's lies about Noel Donnelly's home and family. She pictured Noel's still flat stomach at 8 months pregnant and the lip balm found in Noel's basement. Then her thoughts turned to the press clippings in Floyd's study and the candlesticks in Poppy's room. With absolute certainty, she knew Floyd was inviting her to his house for a hidden reason. She texted Paul and Hannah, heading to Floyd's on my way to Bonnie's. Shouldn't be late. If I am, call me right away. If I don't answer, send someone. I'll be at 18 Latymer Road, N4. I'll explain everything later. Switching back to Floyd's message, she typed, "Okay, no problem. I'll come over once I'm ready." "Fantastic," he replied. "See you soon." She loaded her car with wrapped gifts and champagne and left for Floyd's house just after 11 a.m. A text came in from Hannah. "Mom?" She didn't answer. The roads were clogged and slow. Crowds streamed out of the movie theater in High Barnet. The main street was packed with shoppers. In Highgate, a weary-looking reindeer stood patiently as children patted it, while a scowling Santa Claus tried to keep them in line. As she neared Stroud Green, a lump tightened in Laurel's throat. Every corner, storefront, and side street here held a memory of Christmases long gone. The yearly tradition of ordering pizza on Christmas Eve, always reserving the same table. The last-minute dash to the dollar store for extra wrapping paper, the small park down the road where they'd take the kids after lunch to burn off energy, the neighbors' doors where Laurel and the children would slip cards through on Christmas morning. All those beautifully chaotic holidays, each one a precious memory, now felt like ashes. She turned onto Floyd Street, cut the engine, and just sat for a moment. The air in the car grew chilly as the heater faded. Outside, the wind shook the bare branches overhead. She waited, gathering herself before she finally took a deep breath and walked toward his front door. Part 5, Laurel Mack. My God, what a woman. Absolutely stunning. I could hardly believe she let me touch her, that she was in my home, in my bed. She carried the scent of luxury hotels. Her hair felt like satin under my fingers. Her skin was smooth and seemed to glow in the light. Kissing her was like tasting a crisp winter morning. She'd pull me close, her elegant hands tangled in my hair, and laugh at my jokes. She smiled whenever I said her name. She spent a whole weekend with me, then another. She told her ailing mother about us. She brought me to a family birthday party and won their approval. She took my daughter shopping. Once, passing me on the stairs, she even gave my backside a playful squeeze. She woke up with her head resting against my chest, wearing my clothes, walking barefoot through my home, drinking coffee from my mugs, parking her car on my street. She kept returning, and each time she did, she was even more incredible than I remembered, more beautiful than my memory could hold. I lived in a state of stunned awe that someone like her would choose someone like me, but tonight is Christmas Eve, and I'm sitting here in my living room, dressed in a Paul Smith sweater and trousers that feel just a bit too snug. Poppy is upstairs wrapping presents and picking out an outfit. Outside, Laurel is sitting in her car, and from my window I can see the determined stillness of her face, the slight, almost imperceptible shift of her jaw, the slow, deliberate blink as she gathers the courage to walk inside. Because I know, and now she knows it too, I am not the man she believed me to be. The doorbell chimes, and I answer it. Floyd greets Laurel with a kiss on each cheek. She offers a bright smile and says, "You look wonderful, very festive." And he does, handsome and cheerful, the deep green of his sweater bringing out his eyes. But beneath her calm exterior, her heart pounds, her breath growing tight and shallow. "And you look as beautiful as always," he replies. "I love that jacket."
"Thank you,"
Laurel answers, smoothing her hands over the silk velvet before forcing another smile.
"Where's Poppy?"
"Upstairs," Floyd tells her, "wrapping your gift." "Oh, how sweet." "Come in," he says, guiding her toward the kitchen. "I've got champagne chilling. Can I offer you a mimosa?" Laurel nods. A small drink might steady her nerves. She notices Floyd seems tense as well, not his usual relaxed self. She watches him carefully as he pours, making sure the glass is clean, that he doesn't conceal it while he adds champagne and then orange juice. He raises his glass. To you, Floyd says. To extraordinary you, you are the most remarkable person I think I've ever known. I'm honored to call you a friend. Cheers, Laurel Mack. Cheers. Laurel forces a thin smile. She feels she should say something in return, but all that comes out is, cheers, you're pretty amazing too. It sounds utterly inadequate. Her eyes flick upward toward the ceiling. Is Poppy coming down? She asks, her voice catching nervously on the last word. Floyd smiles at her. She should be, he replies simply. She should be, here, Laurel says, handing him the bag with his gift. You might as well have this now. Saves taking it to Bonnie's. He unwraps the shaving mirror, making all the appropriate appreciative sounds and gestures. Then he steps toward her, arms open, and she flinches as he hugs her, feeling her breath hitch, adrenaline surging through her veins. She's ready to push him away, ready to flee. It's hard to believe she ever found comfort in this man's touch, hard to believe she ever saw him as anything but frightening. Here, he says, handing her an envelope. Open this first. I'm just stepping out to my car to get your other gift. Oh, she murmurs, okay. He pauses in the doorway and looks back at her, a faint smile touching his lips. Goodbye, he says. She hears the front door open and close. With Floyd gone, the house falls into complete silence. Laurel glances down at the card in her hands and opens it. On the front is an image of a dove in flight, strangely out of place for Christmas. Inside, she finds a letter and begins to read. Laurel, I sense you're growing tired of me. I sense you've realized what so many women before you have realized, that I'm not the right man for them, and that's fine. Because I've come to see that I am not worthy of you, and I must let you go. But before I do, I need to unburden myself of an awful, unthinkable truth. I have something of yours. This was not simply handed to me, it came into my keeping through a devastating chain of circumstances. I want you to understand that when this treasure first came to me, it had been grievously harmed by someone else. For 5 long years, I have been its guardian. I have polished it. I have mended it. I have given it every care. Now the time has come to give it back. I am so grateful for these weeks we've shared. Time for you to see me not as some creature from a nightmare, but as an ordinary man. A man who might, even briefly, be worthy of your love. After decades in a barren emotional desert, this has been a miracle. A gift beyond price. My thanks will never be enough. I am also glad you've had this chance to know me, to perhaps see a man who can be trusted with what you hold most dear. The door to my study is open on my computer. You will find a video message, just press play, and I will tell you everything. Always yours, in good faith, Floyd Dunn. Laurel sets the card down and gazes through the kitchen doorway. Her steps are slow as she moves toward Floyd's study. She settles into his chair, her fingers closing hesitantly around the mouse. At her touch, the monitor brightens, and there is Floyd, wearing the same sweater he had on this morning, his face frozen in a mask of profound sorrow. She clicks play and listens to his confession. Laurel, there is so much I need to say, but let me start here. That day in November, when I walked into that cafe, when I picked the table beside yours, when I admired your hair and offered to share my slice of cake, I was not trying to lure you in. You were too radiant, too fragile. I would never have dared to be so bold. Everything that unfolded from that moment was completely unplanned, and I can see now, looking back, that it was also deeply, unforgivably selfish. Earlier this year, I turned on the television for the news and saw a promo for what was coming on next. Crime Watch. Not my usual sort of program at all, but they mentioned they would be airing a reconstruction about a missing girl named Ellie Mack. Then a photo of Ellie flashed on the screen, and my heart simply seized. The girl who had vanished looked precisely like Poppy. Older, yes, but the likeness was uncanny, so I stayed, and I watched. It has been 10 years since 15-year-old Ellie Mack from North London disappeared on her way to the library, the host began. Ellie was a well-liked student, happy in her relationship, and the absolute center of her family's world. Her teachers said she was on track for top marks in her exams. There seemed no reason at all why this bright, smiling girl would leave home one Thursday morning and never come back. We first appealed for information in 2005 without success. Now, a decade later, with no sightings and no evidence of abduction, we have staged a reconstruction. But first, here are Ellie's parents, Laurel and Paul Mack, to help us remember the daughter they haven't seen for 10 long years. The screen cut from the host to a video of a weary-looking couple seated together in a stylish kitchen. She had straight, honey blonde hair, sharply cut and tucked behind one ear. She wore a black turtleneck, sleeves rolled up, a plain watch, no jewelry. He was every inch the city professional. A light blue shirt open at the collar, thick graying hair neatly styled, a gentle, pampered face that likely saw a barber in a fine district twice a week. It was you and Paul. You spoke first, addressing someone off camera who had been edited out. Your voice was measured and calm like a broadcaster's, and you shared the same wide brow and spaced eyes as both Ellie and Poppy. The connection between the three of you was a straight, breathtaking line. You described your daughter's golden light, her journey toward the stars when she left, her laughter and dreams, even the lasagna she'd asked you to save for her return lunch. Your eyes glazed over as you spoke, your elegant hands circling your narrow wrists. Paul began to speak then, and though he meant well, his words felt insubstantial, a flibbertigibbet offering hollow comfort. It was clear you were no longer a couple, your body language spoke volumes. He spoke of the bond with his daughter, with all his children. He quickly added how she was an open book who told her parents everything. His eyes, also glassy, flicked toward you, desperately seeking a reassurance you did not give. As you talked, images of Ellie flashed on the screen, a child at the foot of a plastic slide, on a speedboat with her father's arm around her, wearing a silly Christmas hat, her arm around an elderly woman who looked like a grandmother. The girl seemed far too vibrant to be gone. Even in those slightly blurred photos, I could sense her essence, her sheer joy. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence, a young girl with a common name who vanished a year before Poppy was born, bearing a striking resemblance. Then the interview faded and the reenactment began. That's when the puzzle pieces snapped into place. There was the high road, the corner cafe on Noel's street, the Red Cross shop where she bought those awful clothes. The camera panned across, and I could even see the distant cherry blossom tree outside her house. Goosebumps prickled my skin. Noel had once told me in a rage that she wasn't Poppy's real mother, that a girl named Ellie had carried the baby for her. At the time, I wasn't sure if it was her madness talking or a terrible truth. She'd never let me see her naked while pregnant, never let me touch her belly. It seemed too far-fetched, so I hadn't given it much credence. I'd always pictured this mythical Ellie as some desperate addict, a street casualty Noel paid to carry a child. But here on my screen was a beautiful young girl with her whole life ahead of her, vanished from the earth, last seen practically outside Noel's door. This was not someone who would willingly abandon her family, her boyfriend, and her future to bear a stranger's baby. My thoughts spiraled back to the days after Noel disappeared, when I went to her house to collect Poppy's things. I remembered that weird basement room, nothing but a stained sofa bed, dead hamsters, a TV with a built-in VCR, and 3 locks on the door. In that instant, I knew Noel was capable of stealing a child, and I knew exactly what I had to do. You know, Laurel, all my life, I just wanted to feel normal. I'd show up in some new country, at some new school, and see all these kids who'd grown up together, their parents sharing wine on weekends, these relaxed kids with their inside jokes, their basement hangouts, their nicknames. I'd look at them and wonder, how do you do that? How does any of that even work? I was never anywhere long enough to get a nickname. I was always just the new boy every couple of years. Hey, new kid. Being a total brainiac didn't exactly win me any popularity contests either. Nobody warms up to a know-it-all, and I was the absolute worst kind. My intelligence just sort of leaked out of me, sticky and obvious. On top of that, I wasn't much to look at, and sports? Forget it. I had 0 interest and even less skill. Then there were my parents. These high achievers who honestly believed no professional sacrifice was too great, who somehow never grasped that kids actually enjoy spending time with their families. They'd just sign me up for another activity, convincing themselves that a busy child was a happy one. There was this one place, though, one town in Germany with an international school. I actually liked it there. The student body was a mix of kids from everywhere, many who couldn't speak English at all, and it was constantly shifting with families coming and going. For the first time, I had an edge. I spoke English. I was there from age 11 to 14, starting as one of the youngest and growing into one of the oldest. That period was crucial, almost life-changing. I'd watch these new small students arrive, tiny kids from Korea, India, Nigeria, wrestling with the language and the culture shock, and somehow their struggle made me feel normal. I even had a girlfriend there, Mathilde, who was French and quite pretty. We shared a few kisses, and who knows? If my parents hadn't yanked me away by the collar right at that moment and dumped me in the next location, maybe I could have nurtured that sense of normalcy. Maybe I could have become a person with a solid core. As it stands, I don't think I ever truly loved anyone until Poppy. And even now, I'm not sure love is the perfect word. What do I have to compare it to? You're wondering why I didn't just run to the police after seeing Ellie on Crime Watch, aren't you? It's a fair question. At that point, I had no idea if Ellie was even alive. I didn't know how long she might have been in Noel's basement, assuming she was ever there at all. The TV program suggested there was a slight chance she'd let herself into your house 4 years after vanishing and taken money and valuables. So Ellie could have been anywhere or nowhere, the whole story was a mess. But that confusion alone wasn't enough to stop me from sharing what little I knew. What really held me back was my own part in all of this. Remember, Noel had dropped another bombshell the day she admitted she wasn't Poppy's real mother. She told me I wasn't the real father either. She claimed the baby was conceived using sperm she bought online. I'd buried that disgusting little fact with everything else she said and plunged my head into the sand of denial. Poppy was, Laurel, literally the only good thing that had ever happened to me. My pride, my joy, my entire reason for being. You know how rocky my relationship with Sarah always was, how she despised me as a child, spitting in my face, biting and scratching me. I assumed that was just what fatherhood was, that was the child I deserved. Then Poppy came along, so perfect and bright, and she adored me. For the first time, I possessed something beautiful and precious that no one else in the world had. If she wasn't mine, then my whole life stopped making sense. But after that Crime Watch special, I realized a horrible truth. If Poppy was biologically mine, and I told the police what I knew about Noel and Ellie, there wasn't a detective, judge, or juror alive who would ever believe I had no idea my sperm was used to impregnate a minor without my consent. The idea was ludicrous. I'd be finished, charged at the very least with aiding and abetting, and undoubtedly with the rape of a minor, a girl I'd never even met. So once again, I hesitated. I never went through with the DNA test. Even though confirming Poppy wasn't biologically mine would have allowed me to finally go to the police. I just couldn't bring myself to release her. Laurel, I'm truly sorry. Not long after that Crime Watch episode aired, I came across an interview with you in The Guardian, one of those human interest magazine pieces. You were quoted saying, "The true horror is the not knowing, the absence of any resolution. I can't take a single step forward without understanding where my daughter is. It feels like wading through thick, sucking mud. I can glimpse something far off in the distance, but I can never reach it. It's a form of living death." Then, just a month later, the newspaper headlines broke. Remains of Ellie identified. You had your resolution. I attended the funeral, keeping a respectful distance. I watched your knees give way as your husband supported you into the crematorium, and again as you left. That closure, it appeared, had handed you nothing but a container of ashes. But I possessed something that could actually pull you from that clinging mud and let you walk toward that horizon. I could give you Poppy. You became an obsession, Laurel. I scoured the internet for every article about you, every photo, every clip from the press conference you held after Ellie vanished. You were so polished, so precise with your words, never a syllable wasted, never an overflow of emotion. Your elegant hands were always folded so carefully, your hair was sharply cut, your clothes impeccably tailored, clean of any fussy lace or unnecessary buttons. Even your wardrobe reflected a kind of disciplined economy. And in studying you, I grew intimately familiar with Paul, Those shirts that seemed ordinary until you noticed the subtle Liberty print lining the collar, the cufflinks shaped like miniature dog heads, the distinctive tortoiseshell glasses, a quick flash of geometrically patterned silk sock above a finely crafted shoe. A little digging revealed he favored shops like Paul Smith and Ted Baker. I started tentatively, a pair of socks here, a silk pocket square there. Then I treated myself to a real barbershop shave, something I'd never experienced. Truthfully, I hardly ever shaved properly. I'd let the stubble grow until my face itched, hack it off with a usually dull razor, leave my skin raw and patchy, and then repeat the cycle. Shopping for clothes had always been a dreary chore, a rushed, twice-yearly trip through M&S with a basket. But I began to enjoy lingering in these menswear boutiques. I liked the slim-hipped sales associates, so keen to assist and steer me in the right direction. I got a proper haircut, found some products to give my fine, flat hair a bit of body and lift, and bought a pair of clear-lensed glasses with horn-rimmed frames. The change was complete. It happened gradually over a couple of months, not some jarring overnight TV makeover. I doubt anyone who saw me regularly even noticed. I just wanted to present myself to you and have you approve. That was all, for you to find me familiar, to see me as the sort of person you could share a slice of cake with. I wanted us to be friends. And then I wanted you and Poppy to be friends, because by then I had gotten the DNA test. By then I knew with near absolute certainty that Poppy was not my child and that the only person she truly belonged to was you. I never anticipated a mutual attraction. I never expected your hands slipping into my sweater sleeves at the restaurant, our frantic climb up the stairs of my house that night, your head resting in the crook of my arm the next morning. Women like you didn't gravitate toward men like me, and no, there's no excuse, none. I took advantage. It's as plain as that I'm relieved that you and Poppy have been able to connect under ordinary conditions, far from the harsh lights of a police station or a social worker's office. It was simply a grandmother and her granddaughter sharing meals and everyday moments with your family. My hope is that this foundation will allow Poppy to blend naturally into the Mack family life from here on out. I've shared the essential facts with her. You must determine what else she should learn. And do not forget, this home and all it contains is Poppy's legacy. She will never be a financial burden. Her inheritance ensures that. This leads me to the last, and perhaps the most powerful reason I did not contact the authorities immediately last May. If you glance out the window to your right, you'll see a raised flower bed in the garden, fresher and taller than the rest. Do you see it? There at the back? I prepared that plot in early November, just before we met. Noel Donnelly is buried there. Prior to that, she was kept in a chest freezer in my cellar from the very night she revealed the truth about Ellie and told me Poppy was not my child. Laurel, I swear to you, I never meant for her to die. It was a terrible accident. I lunged at her, driven by a blind rage, wanting only to frighten her, to make her feel a fraction of my pain. Can you even fathom what it was like, that vile woman standing in my kitchen, tearing my world apart? You would have felt the same fury, I know you would have, but I did not plan to kill her. Her chair toppled, her head struck the floor, and that was it. So now the choice is yours. You must decide whether to inform the police or to tell Poppy. I had to confess this to someone, and I trust you to do what is right. Please, Laurel, find it in your heart to forgive me. Forgive me for ever crossing paths with Noel, for letting her into our lives. Forgive my blindness when she was pregnant, for not probing deeper about that basement, for not going to the authorities when I first suspected who Poppy's mother truly was. Forgive me for daring to love you, and for stealing these precious weeks with you that I never deserved. Your future is waiting, Laurel. Walk toward it now, with Poppy beside you. The screen goes dark, and a heavy quiet fills the house. A look out the front window confirms Floyd's car is absent. He is gone. Laurel walks slowly back to his office and gazes upward, a strangled sob wrenching from her core. Her daughter, her little girl, not wandering some English country path with a backpack, but imprisoned in Noel Donnelly's basement, forced to carry a child for that monster. How many months or years did she endure there? What was done to her? How did her life end? And how could Laurel, her own mother, have been so utterly unaware? She had paced those very streets countless times in the years after Ellie vanished. How often had her gaze drifted over that house, even admiring the burst of pink cherry blossoms by Noel's basement window, completely oblivious that her child was just feet away? Where was that primal maternal instinct that should have screamed her daughter's presence? A torrent of furious tears breaks free, and she pounds her fists against Floyd's desk until they ache. She is drawing breath to scream again when a soft sound interrupts, the groan of the study door opening. It inches ajar, and there stands Poppy. She is wearing the little jersey and chiffon dress from their H&M trip, her hair clutched in one small hand, a hairbrush and elastic in the other. "I was trying to make a ponytail," Poppy says, stepping into the room, a really high, bouncy one, "but I can't get it right. It keeps getting all lumpy on top." Laurel manages a smile and rises from the chair. "Come here," she says, turning it gently for Poppy. "You sit down. Let me see if I can help." "It's been ages since I wore my hair up like this." Laurel mused, her fingers brushing through the strands. Poppy settled onto the stool, handing over the brush and hairband. Taking the gathered hair, Laurel began to smooth it, the motion feeling achingly familiar. How many mornings had she spent just like this, guiding a brush through her daughter's hair? It seemed those days weren't over. A fragile warmth blossomed in her chest, delicate as a petal unfurling. "Where's Dad?" Poppy asked. "He's not here," Laurel replied, choosing her words with care. "He had to go away for a while." Poppy gave a slow nod. "Is it because of what he told me last night?"
What did he tell you?
He said.
Noel wasn't my mum. He said your daughter was?
Poppy turned suddenly, and Laurel saw her red, swollen eyes, evidence of silent tears shed alone.
Is it true? Are you really my grandma?
Laurel took a breath. "Would you want it to be true?" Another nod from Poppy. "Well, it is. Your mother's name was Ellie. She was my daughter. She was the most wonderful, bright, perfect person. And you, Poppy, are so much like her." Poppy was quiet, then turned back, her eyes wide with a new dread. "Is she dead?" Laurel nodded. "Is my dad dead?" "Your dad. My real dad. The one who made a baby with Ellie. Not the dad who raised me." "Your dad told you that?" "Yes. He said he doesn't know who my real dad is. He said nobody knows, not even you." Laurel focused on Poppy's hair, lifting it high and securing it with 3 twists of the band. "I don't know if your biological father is alive, Poppy. We may never know." After a moment of silence, Poppy asked, "Are you done?" All finished, Poppy slipped from the chair and went to the mirror in the hall. She touched her reflection's ponytail. "Do I look like her?" "You look just like her." Poppy studied her image, chin slightly raised. Was she pretty? She was extraordinarily pretty. Was she as pretty as Hannah? Laurel almost said, "Oh, she was far prettier," but stopped herself. "Yes," she said instead. "She was as pretty as Hannah." Poppy seemed content with that. "Are we still going to the party? Do you want to?" "I do. I want to see my family," Poppy said firmly. "My real family." "Then we're definitely going, Laurel. Yes, sweetheart? Is Dad ever coming back?" "I don't know. I truly don't." Poppy looked down at her shoes, then back up. The composed mask shattered, and she was suddenly sobbing, shoulders shaking, hands pressed against her eyes. Laurel gathered her close, holding her tight, kissing the top of her head. Love for this child washed through her, powerful and sudden as a summer downpour. "I have my passport. I have a handgun. A small bag holds a change of clothes, and my phone is fully charged. The plan is simple. Get as far from this neighborhood as possible, and then decide leave the country or end things here. I'll see how I feel when the moment arrives. Right now, I can't tell which is worse, shattering my daughter's heart, or shattering it and then spending my life either in hiding or a cell. At least the second option spares her a funeral. So, Noel, I've finally cleaned up your disgusting mess as I speak these words, or think them, or write them, or whatever it is you do when you're talking to someone who's gone. Laurel is introducing herself to her granddaughter all over again. Soon, they'll head to that sparkling Christmas dinner in the glowing Muse house in Belsize Park, The kind of perfect scene you'd see in a holiday film. Picture everyone's faces when they walk in together, Noel, those two remarkable women with their intelligent eyes and that radiant energy lighting up the whole room. I wish I could be there to witness it, but I gave up that right when I put my own happiness ahead of Laurel's. I'm not in London anymore. I'm driving west, watching Slow fade in the rearview mirror, and I feel incredible. I've finally sloughed you off like something old and dead. My hand finds the gun inside the plain grocery bag on the seat beside me. I trace its shape through the plastic, feeling the cool, solid weight. I picture the barrel against the roof of my mouth, the trigger's resistance under my finger. Outside, the day is still clear and bright. I imagine pulling off the road later, finding some quiet village in Cornwall as the sky darkens, maybe sleeping in the car. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day. The world would go quiet, all that noise and life tucked behind closed doors. And where would I be then? And the day after that? A strange calm washes over me. I feel scrubbed clean, renewed. What I just did was the most important thing I will ever do. Do I really want to be around when this story hits the news? God, imagine the awful photos they'd dig up of the two of us. We'd make other infamous couples look like celebrities by comparison. I drive past Glastonbury Tor. The sun is starting to dip, washing the sky in soft pearl gray. A pale gold light catches the ancient stones, and the few visitors are just dark outlines against the glow. On an impulse, I take the next exit off the motorway and find my way back toward the Tor. I pull into a field where I can watch the sunset, see the shadows of those stones stretch and shrink as the light changes. My mind drifts to Laurel and Poppy sitting at Bonnie's table in the candlelight, their faces open and bright. Then it snaps back to you and me, forever tied together, our faces destined to be side by side on front pages for years. I don't want to be here for that. I think of Poppy last night, her brave little face as I held her hands and told her the truth about herself, the firm set of her jaw, the small, solemn nod as she took in words no 9-year-old should ever hear. She'll learn to live without me. She'll thrive. I think of my parents back in Washington, the tight, disappointed line of their mouths, the unspoken thought hanging between them. We never should have brought him home from the hospital. I know this sunset is my last, this violent, beautiful wash of red and gold flaring across the horizon on Christmas Eve. I know these are my final moments. And that's okay. It really is. I reach into the plastic bag and take out the gun. 8 months later. Theo and Hannah walk hand in hand under an arch of white roses and baby's breath. Faint, recorded church bells ring out over the city streets of Finsbury Park as pastel confetti drifts around them. For a moment, the sun breaks through the clouds that have hung low all morning. Laurel stands holding Poppy's hand, watching her newly married daughter laugh and embrace friends on the sidewalk outside the church. Hannah is radiant in pure white, her hair sparkling with tiny gems, glowing like she's been dipped in gold. Her husband stands beside her, handsome and confident, his hand resting lightly against the small of her back, his expression beaming with pride. Laurel wonders how she could have ever believed Hannah was some kind of consolation prize for Theo. How could she have entertained such a thought? After a brief time, the wedding party, a modest group of 30, boards a vintage red double-decker bus. Poppy perches on Laurel's lap, still clutching the bouquet she carried down the aisle as the flower girl. Laurel wraps her arms securely around Poppy's waist, holding her close as the bus rumbles into motion. Poppy calls her Mama. Not Grandma, not Mum, not Laurel. Mama. It was the name Poppy chose all on her own. She is the bravest, brightest child. She has wept when her heart needed to, and she has stomped her foot in anger when the moment demanded it. She misses Floyd with a constant, quiet ache. But above all, she has been the radiant center, the joyful sun around which Laurel and her entire family now revolve. She has been, quite simply, a miracle. The mood on the bus is lively and full of chatter. Bonnie and Paul sit up front, Bonnie's spectacular hat nearly blocking the entire windshield. Directly behind them are Jake and Blue, cradles a minuscule puppy in a carrier on her lap. His name is Mr., and they say he'll never grow much larger than a bunny. She and Jake have been doting on the little creature like it's a newborn since they drove in from Devon yesterday. On the seat beside Laurel is Sarah Jade. Poppy had specifically asked if she could invite her, even though Sarah Jade doesn't really know Hannah or Theo. And even though Poppy now understands Sarah Jade isn't her blood sister, she still fiercely wants her to be part of the family. Sarah Jade looks, as usual, ethereal and slender in a silver jacket and a flowing pink dress. She's accompanied by a bearded man named Tom, introduced only as a friend. Partner status remains politely ambiguous. Across the aisle, Jackie and Belle sit with a twin boy on either side. The boys are just a few years older than Poppy, and Laurel feels a warm, familiar joy at finding her life rhythm once again in sync with her dearest friends. To her right are Theo's parents. Mr. Goodman appears quite elderly, but Becky Goodman still looks improbably youthful. Laurel notices the subtle pull of skin near her jawline, a quiet observation she keeps to herself with a small, private sense of reassurance. Scattered around are Hannah's old-school friends, Paul's father, and a smattering of strangers. 20-somethings in pinching shoes and heavy makeup, who Laurel assumes are Theo's friends or Hannah's co-workers, but as at any wedding, there are absences, silent spaces where ghosts should be. Laurel's mother passed away 8 months prior, but not before she got to meet Poppy. She had gripped the little girl's hand and whispered, "I knew it. I knew there was a reason I held on. I knew you were out there. I just knew." A nurse snapped a photo that day of the 3 of them together. It should have been 4, of course, but 3 was a blessing compared to 2. Ruby died just a week later. Laurel's wayward brother isn't here either. He flew back from Dubai for Ruby's funeral in January and claimed he couldn't manage 2 transatlantic trips in 1 year. And, of course, Ellie is not here. Laurel hasn't shared the full, brutal truth with Poppy. She explained that Ellie ran away, was tragically hit by a car, and was left in a forest, and that sometime during that terrible period she'd had a baby. She said that when Noel couldn't cope, she gave the baby to Floyd. She has also not told Poppy about the remains discovered in Floyd's garden. When the investigation began, Laurel simply packed a small bag for Poppy and brought her to her flat in Barnet for a few days, while police erected a large plastic tent over the flower bed and helicopters circled noisily overhead. Laurel had explained to Poppy that Floyd ended his life consumed by guilt over pretending to be her father. Poppy fought back tears, giving a solemn nod. "It never bothered me," she said, her voice steady. "He was a wonderful dad, truly. He had nothing to feel guilty about. He shouldn't have done that." Laurel wiped a tear from Poppy's cheek and held her close. "You're right," she whispered. "He shouldn't have." The bus arrived at the canal-side restaurant for Theo and Hannah's wedding reception. The group stepped off, straightening jackets and smoothing hair against the brisk wind coming off the water. Paul came to her side. "You all right?" he asked, his hand resting lightly on her arm. Laurel nodded. She was all right. Her entire world had been remade at 55. She was a mother again, making school lunches, marking academic calendars in her diary, navigating twice-daily school runs, and constantly putting another person's needs before her own. The trauma of learning the truth about Ellie's final months still haunted her. Some nights, closing her eyes, she was back in that pine-paneled basement, staring hopelessly at a window no one would ever see her through. But those nightmares were slowly losing their edge. Her daughter and mother were gone, and her ex-husband lived with a kinder woman in 100 small ways. Yet, she was okay. Laurel was genuinely okay. She had Hannah and Jake and now Poppy and Theo, too. In the months since Floyd's death, her bond with Sarah Jade had deepened into something essential. They saw each other often for Poppy's sake, but also for their own. Laurel recognized a part of herself in Sarah Jade, something vital, something worth fostering. Hannah lived with Theo now, having rented out that dreary flat in Woodside Park, which meant Laurel's days as a reluctant cleaner were over. Their entire relationship had transformed into a warm, easy friendship. Honestly, the whole situation had a bizarre, almost comical silver lining. Who would have thought that from the wreckage of Ellie's disappearance? Hannah and Poppy would emerge as the brightest spot. Poppy practically idolized Hannah, and Hannah adored her right back. They were nearly inseparable. Catching Hannah's eye across the room as they found their seats, Laurel smiled. Hannah winked and blew a kiss her way, her beautiful daughter, her golden girl. Laurel caught the gesture and held it close to her heart. Epilogue. A woman stood at the police station counter, clutching a folded piece of paper, her gaze fixed on the officer behind the glass. She'd been told someone would be with her shortly, but that was nearly 30 minutes ago. She needed to leave before getting a parking ticket and before the frozen chicken in her car trunk began to thaw. "Excuse me," she said, trying to sound polite. "My parking time is almost up. Could I just leave this with you?" She held up the note. The officer looked from her to the paper and back again, appearing confused. "I'm sorry? This letter?" the woman said, straining to keep impatience from her voice. "I found it in a book I bought last month from the Red Cross shop on Stroud Green Road, a Maeve Binchy novel. I only started reading it last night and this fell out." She paused, her tone softening with certainty. "It's her, isn't it? It's that missing girl, the one with the baby in the basement?" The officer lifts her gaze and the woman can see her eyes are glistening. "Yes," the officer replies softly, "it is." Their attention returns to the letter, a shared silence falling as they read it once more, leaning in to decipher the tiny script crammed onto that small piece of paper. "To anyone who finds this, my name is Ellie Mack. I am 17. Noel Donnelly took me to her home on May 26, 2005, and has held me in her basement for roughly a year and a half. I have a baby girl. I don't know who the father is, and I believe I am still a virgin. Her name is Poppy. She was born around April 2006. I don't know where she is now or who is caring for her, but please, I beg you, find her if you can. Find her, care for her, and tell her I loved her with all my heart. Tell her I did everything I could for as long as I was able and that she was the most wonderful baby. Please also let my family know you found this. My mother is Laurel Mack, my father is Paul, and I have a brother, Jake, and a sister, Hannah. Tell them I'm sorry and that I love them more than anything. None of them should ever blame themselves for what happened to me, because I am brave, I am brilliant, and I am strong. Sincerely, Ellie Mack." I completed this manuscript in December 2016. After reading it, I was utterly lost. Was this brilliantly strange or just a mess? Having no objectivity left, I handed it to my editor with zero idea how she'd react. When she asked to meet, saying she had a radical idea, I braced myself, convinced it was just a mess. But then she explained how she and another editor had wrestled with the story, brainstorming for hours to find a balance for its oddness, and they'd had a breakthrough. Her suggestion was, indeed, radical. My response was immediate gratitude. "Yes, that's brilliant. You're brilliant." So, thank you again, Selena Walker and Viola Hayden, for your courage and clarity, for huddling over my strange stack of pages, talking and thinking until you saw precisely what was needed and showed me how to get there. Some believe writers are overly possessive, thinking only they know what's best for their work. But a smart writer knows that isn't always true. Sometimes the writer is the last to see the answer, and the editors are the true geniuses. That was certainly the case here. My deep thanks to you both. Thank you as well to everyone at Arrow, Susan Sandin, Gemma Bareham, Celeste Wardbest, Aslan Byrne, and the entire sales team. A huge thank you to my agent, Johnny Geller, for his unwavering enthusiasm for this project, and to all at Curtis Brown for your steadfast support. To my incredible U.S. publishing team, Judith Kerr, Sarah Canton, Ariel Fredman, Lisa Siambra, and Haley Weaver, your dedication has helped my career soar. Meeting you all last year was a highlight. You're even more fantastic in person. And to my American agent and birthday twin, Deborah Schneider, after nearly 10 years of emails, finally sharing face-to-face time in London was unforgettable. Thank you for your years of hard work on my behalf. My gratitude extends to all my foreign publishers. To be published so widely and so beautifully by amazing teams across the globe is a dream. A special shout-out to Pia Prince in Sweden. not only for the beautiful editions, but for the unforgettable dinner and keeping this author out far too late. My heartfelt thanks go out to Anna, Frida, and Christopher. You are all truly wonderful. A huge thank you to the booksellers, librarians, and every reader who picks up my books, along with the entire network of people who help connect my stories with audiences. To the incredible community of book bloggers. I am so grateful for your reviews, social media posts, photographs, and endless enthusiasm. You have my deepest appreciation. A special shout-out goes to Tracy Fenton of the legendary Facebook group, The Book Club. You are an absolute force of nature and such a gift to both readers and writers. To my marvelous family and friends, I am incredibly fortunate to have such an amazing circle of support. An extra thank you to my inner circle, the ones on the board. Like a fine wine, we only improve with time. Above all, thank you to my readers, whether you're new to my work or have been with me for years, whether you read every release or just drop in occasionally. I am profoundly grateful that you choose to spend your valuable time and resources on my words, enabling me to continue doing what I love. You are all extraordinary. A note on the character name, Sarah Jade Virtue. The name Sarah Jade Virtue was generously provided by the real Sarah Jade Virtue, who was the winning bidder in last year's Get In Character charity auction, which supports the UK organization Click Sargent. Sarah Jade is incidentally one of the most dynamic, passionate, and influential figures in British publishing today, and I was honored to have the chance to use her name. Click Sargent is dedicated to transforming the experience for children and young people diagnosed with cancer. The charity is committed to ensuring they receive the highest standard of treatment, care, and support throughout their cancer journey and into recovery, championing their right to embrace life fully after treatment. Then She Was Gone. Liza Jewell, Reading Group, Groyd. This guide for Then She Was Gone is designed to spark lively conversation for your book club. The following questions aim to uncover fresh perspectives and deepen your discussion, hopefully enriching your overall experience with the novel. For discussion. 1. While Then She Was Gone is fundamentally a mystery, several key revelations occur relatively early. How quickly did you piece together the truth about Ellie? If you guessed it ahead of time, did that enhance or diminish your engagement with the story? 2. The prologue states, looking at it backward, it was obvious all along. Having finished the book, do you agree with this sentiment? What specific clues or warning signs hinted at in the prologue might Ellie have noticed if she had been more alert? 3. Did you find Laurel's emotional journey and her process of grieving to be authentic and relatable? Were you able to connect with her methods of coping, or did you find them distant and unfamiliar? 4. What were your initial thoughts upon meeting Poppy? Did your perception of her shift as the narrative unfolded, and if so, in what way? 5. The novel is organized into 5 distinct sections. What might be the reason behind this structural choice? How would you describe the unique tone or focus of each part, and what sets them apart from one another? 6. Laurel and her daughter Hannah share a strained relationship for much of the story, largely due to Laurel's inability to stop comparing Hannah unfavorably to Ellie. Do you believe it is common for a parent to have a preferred child? How should a parent manage these feelings if they emerge? 7. Laurel frequently senses that something is amiss but often dismisses it as paranoia stemming from her loss. Have you ever ignored your own instincts? How can one differentiate between baseless pessimism and a genuine gut feeling that should be trusted? 8. The narrative unfolds from 4 different viewpoints, yet only the chapters from Noel and Floyd are written in the first person, directly speaking to other characters. Why do you think the author chose this specific approach for their perspectives, while Laurel's and Ellie's sections are rendered in the third person? What impact did this shifting narrative style have on your reading experience? 9. Both Floyd and Noel are characterized by intense obsessive behaviors. What other parallels can you find between these characters, and where do they diverge? Did you feel a connection to either one, or perhaps both? In the chapters told from Ellie's point of view, the theme of responsibility surfaces again and again. She revisits every decision, every moment that led to her ordeal, wondering what she could have changed or what others might have done to intervene. While reading, did you find yourself assigning fault to the characters for the unintended outcomes of their actions? If so, which specific moments triggered that response for you? Near the novel's conclusion, Laurel reflects that she hasn't told Poppy the full truth about the past. Do you believe she ever will? How might Poppy respond to discovering the hidden details of her own history? Deepen your book club discussion. Consider selecting Alice Sebold's The Lovely Bones for your next meeting. Both novels explore the disappearance of a young girl and the profound lingering effects on the family left behind. Discuss the similarities you observe in how each story handles grief and uncertainty, as well as the key differences in their narrative approaches and resolutions. Laurel and Floyd each carry scars from difficult childhoods, yet they express a shared hope for Poppy's resilience and her capacity to flourish despite her troubling early years. Imagine how being raised by this particular couple might influence Poppy's development. Pick an age, 15 or older, and craft a brief story envisioning her at that point in her life. Explore how she has grown and whether the shadows of her youth still touch her. Share these stories with your group and compare your visions of Poppy's future. For further reading, you might explore other works by Jewell, such as I Found You or The Girls in the Garden. Emerging from the hotel's chilled lobby into the thick, oppressive heat of the night does nothing to clear his head. Instead, a sudden claustrophobic panic tightens his chest. A slick, feverish sweat, smelling sharply of spirits, breaks across his skin, soaking through his shirt along his spine. How can the air feel this heavy at 3 a.m? And where is she? He turns, searching, and sees the girl through the warped glass of the hotel windows, her image blurring and doubling before she hurries away, her bag held tightly to her body. Then a car signals and pulls to the curb, and a shaky relief begins to settle his racing pulse. Finally, this awful night is almost over. He blinks, trying to focus, looking for the familiar bright flash of her pale hair in the driver's seat. But it isn't there. The window rolls down and he takes an involuntary step back. You? He slurs. What are you doing here? Where's my wife? It's all right, the woman behind the wheel says calmly. She asked me to come. She wasn't feeling well. I'm to take you home. Get in. He glances once more over his shoulder, but the girl is already a retreating shadow. I have water here and coffee, the woman continues, her voice soothing. You'll be home before you know it. The small dog in her lap emits a low, soft growl as he clumsily lowers himself into the passenger seat and grapples for the seatbelt. I thought you'd left town, he mutters, confusion cutting through the fog in his mind. I thought you were gone. She offers a thin smile as she hands him an open bottle of water. I was, she replies, but she needed me, so I came back. Now drink. Drink all of it. He brings the bottle to his parched lips and drains it. Then he closes his eyes, surrendering to the motion of the car, willing himself home. Now, here's something truly unusual, brought to you by the creators of The Monster Next Door and The Serial Date Swindler. Think of it as a documentary wrapped inside a podcast, a podumentary if you like. Back in June 2019, celebrated podcaster Alex Summer, famous for her all-woman series highlighting accomplished women, launched a special standalone project. She titled it, Hi, I'm Your Birthday Twin, focusing on a local woman who shared her exact birth date. As the project unfolded, Summer discovered far more about her seemingly ordinary neighbor than she ever anticipated. In a matter of weeks, Summer's world was torn apart and 3 lives were lost. It's utterly chilling, offering disturbing insights into the deepest shadows of human nature. We promise you'll devour the entire series in one sitting. Hi, I'm Your Birthday Twin, a Netflix original series. The screen is black, then gradually illuminates the inside of a recording studio. On-screen text appears, recording from Alex Summer's podcast, June 20th, 2019. A woman's voice gently rises. Are you comfortable over there, Josie? Yes, I'm fine. Excellent. While I finish adjusting the equipment, why don't you describe what you ate for breakfast today? Oh, just to check the audio levels. All right, well, I had toast, 2 slices, one with jam, the other with peanut butter, and a cup of tea, the fancy kind from Mark's in the gold box. With milk? Yes, with milk. A brief silence follows. The camera slowly sweeps across the quiet studio, focusing on small details. The fluctuating lines on a sound monitor, a discarded set of headphones, an empty coffee mug. How does that sound? Is it clear? Yes, it's perfect. We're ready. I'll count down from 3, then I'll introduce you, okay? Okay. Great. So, 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome. My name is Alex Summer, and welcome to something a little different. The audio fades out and the screen returns to darkness. Opening credits begin to roll. Saturday, June 8, 2019. Josie senses her husband's unease the moment they step into the warm, amber light of the gastropub. She's passed this place countless times, always thinking, not for people like us. The crowd seems too trendy, the dishes listed on the outdoor chalkboard unfamiliar. What exactly is Botarga? But this year her birthday landed on a Saturday, and for once she didn't brush off Walter's question with her usual, "Oh, just a takeaway and some wine will be fine." This year, she pictured the Lansdowns' inviting glow, the lively hum of conversation, the champagne buckets on the patio tables during summer evenings. She remembered the modest inheritance from her grandmother last month, and standing before the mirror, she tried to envision herself as someone who celebrated her birthday at a Queen's Park gastropub, so she said, "Let's go out for dinner." "All right then," Walter replied. "Anywhere specific in mind?" And she answered, "The Lansdowne, you know, on Salisbury Road." He merely raised an eyebrow and said, "Your birthday, your decision." Now he holds the door for her and she steps inside. They hover momentarily by a sign reading, "Please wait here to be seated." Josie scans the early evening patrons, her arms wrapped tightly around her handbag pressed against her stomach. "Fair," she tells the young man who approaches with a clipboard. "Josie, reservation for 7:30. He smiles, glancing between her and Walter. "For 2, correct?" They are guided to a pleasant corner table. Walter takes the booth seating while Josie settles into a plush velvet chair. Their menus arrive clipped to wooden boards. She had studied the menu online earlier to look up any unfamiliar terms, so she already knows what she'll order, and they are definitely having champagne. She doesn't mind Walter's silent judgment. Her focus is suddenly drawn to a boisterous arrival at the entrance. A woman walks in, clutching a balloon that boldly declares birthday queen her hair is the pale shade of winter wheat, styled in a way that lets it flow like water. She's dressed in wide-legged trousers and a top of 2 black panels laced together at the sides. Her skin glows with a sun-kissed warmth, and her smile is broad and bright. A cluster of people close to her age trails in behind her. One holds a bouquet, another carries an assortment of upscale gift bags. "Alex Summer," the woman announces, her voice ringing clear. "We have a table for 14. "Look," Walter says, giving Josie a soft nudge. "Seems you're not the only birthday girl today." Josie nods, her attention drifting. "Yes," she murmurs, "so it appears." The party follows a waiter to a table directly across from theirs. Josie notices 3 ice buckets already waiting, each cradling 2 bottles of chilled champagne. They settle in with a cheerful commotion, debating seats and joking about not wanting to sit next to their spouses, for heaven's sake. Alex Summer guides them all with that expansive smile, while a tall, red-haired man, likely her husband, takes the balloon from her hand and secures it to a chair. Once everyone is seated, the first corks pop and champagne streams into 14 glasses extended by tanned arms adorned with gold bracelets or crisp white sleeves. They raise their glasses, some at the far end standing to reach across, and in unison they toast, "To Alex! Happy birthday!" Josie keeps her eyes on the woman. "How old would you guess she is?" she asks Walter. "Goodness, I'm not sure. It's tough to tell nowadays, early 40s, perhaps." Josie nods silently. Today is her own 45th birthday. It feels surreal. Once, she'd been young and imagined 45 arriving slowly, a distant, almost impossible milestone, a different world entirely. Instead, it rushed toward her, and it isn't what she pictured. She glances at Walter, at the faded version of the man he once was, and wonders how her life might have unfolded had they never met. She was 14. He was considerably older. Everyone was stunned back then. Except her. Married by 19, a mother at 22, then again at 24, life raced forward, and now she's supposed to be at her peak, coasting contentedly into a gentle decline. But there's no peak in sight, only a persistent, circling dread around an old trauma that sits like a stone in her stomach. Walter is retired now, his hair gone, much of his hearing and eyesight faded. His own midlife prime is buried so far in the past, lost in the exhausting blur of raising young children, that it's hard to recall what he was even like at her age. She orders a flatbread with feta and sun-dried tomatoes, followed by a tuna tagliata with mashed cannellini beans and a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. Reaching for Walter's hand, she runs her thumb over his age-spotted skin. "Are you doing all right?" she asks. "Yes, of course, I'm fine. What do you think of this place?" "It's nice, I like it," Josie beams. "Good," she says. "I'm glad." She lifts her champagne flute and holds it toward Walter. He gently taps his glass against hers.
"Happy birthday,"
he says. Her smile lingers fixed as she watches Alik's Summer and her lively group, the red-haired husband with his arm casually draped over her chair, large platters of meats and breads appearing before them as if by magic. Their noise, their gestures, their very presence seems to swell and fill the room. The energy they radiate is fizzy and bright, a dazzling, almost grating aurora of sheer, unapologetic privilege. In the center of the lively scene stood Alik's Summer, her wide smile and bright teeth catching the light, her hair glowing, a delicate gold chain resting against her collarbones. "Do you think today is really her birthday?" Josie wondered aloud. Walter shrugged beside her. "Could be. It's a Saturday, so it's hard to say." Josie's fingers instinctively went to the chain around her own neck, a 30th birthday present from Walter that she never took off. She considered adding a pendant someday, something with a little sparkle. Just then, Walter slid a small wrapped box toward her. "It's not a big deal," he said with a playful grin. "You claimed you didn't want anything, but I know you better than that." She unwrapped it to find a bottle of Ted Baker perfume. "It's perfect, thank you," she said, leaning over to give him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Across the room, Alex was surrounded by gift bags and cards, thanking her friends and family with cheerful enthusiasm. As Alex set a card down, Josie spotted the number 45 printed on the front. She nudged Walter. "Look," she whispered. "She's 45 too. We're birthday twins." The moment she said it, a deep, familiar sorrow washed over Josie, a feeling she had carried for years without understanding its source. Now, suddenly, it made a terrible kind of sense. It meant she was fundamentally wrong, that her entire life was off-kilter, and time was slipping away to fix it. She watched Alex stand and head toward the restroom, then quickly got up herself. "I'm just going to the ladies' room," she told Walter, who glanced up from his plate of Parma ham and melon but said nothing. A moment later, their reflections appeared side by side in the mirror above the sinks. "Hi," Josie said, her voice oddly high-pitched. "I'm your birthday twin." "Oh," Alex replied, her face instantly warm and friendly. "Is it your birthday today, too?" "Yes. I just turned 45. "Wow, me too. Happy birthday." "Happy birthday to you, too." "What time were you born?" Alex asked. "Goodness, I have no idea," Josie admitted. "Me neither. Were you born around here?" "Yes, at St. Mary's Hospital." "You." Josie's heart jumped. "St. Mary's too. Wow," Alex said again, her fingers brushing the pendant at her neck, a tiny golden bumblebee. "This is getting spooky." Josie was about to say more about the strange coincidence when the restroom doors swung open and one of Alex's friends walked in. "There you are," the friend said. She wore vintage-style faded jeans with an off-the-shoulder top and large hoop earrings. "Zoe, meet my birthday twin. Zoe's my big sister." Josie smiled at Zoe, born on the same day in the same hospital. "That's incredible," Zoe said warmly. But then the conversation shifted, moving away from the coincidence as if it were a minor curiosity. Josie felt the connection vanish, realizing it had been fleeting and light for Alex, yet for her, it felt heavy with meaning. She wanted to grab the moment and revive it, but it was gone. She had to return to her husband and her meal, and let Alex rejoin her celebration. With a soft bye then, Josie turned to leave. Alex beamed at her. "Happy birthday, birthday twin? You too," Josie replied. But Alex was already turning away, the words lost in the hum of the party. Later, at 1 in the morning, Alex's head was spinning from one too many tequila shots at midnight. Nathan poured himself a scotch, and the smell alone made her dizzy. The house was unusually quiet. Sometimes, if they had an energetic babysitter, the kids would still be awake when they got home, full of restless energy, the TV blaring, but not tonight. The babysitter, a quiet woman in her 50s, had departed half an hour earlier, leaving the house in order. The dishwasher murmured in the kitchen, and the cat was making a deliberate path across the length of the sofa toward Alex, purring in anticipation of her touch. "That woman," Alex called to Nathan, carefully extracting a claw from her pants. "The one who kept looking at me. She came into the restroom apparently. It's her 45th birthday today as well. That explains the staring."
"Birthday twin,"
Nathan replied with a short laugh. "She was also born at St. Mary's Hospital. It's strange. I've always felt I was meant to be a twin. I used to wonder if my mother accidentally left the other one behind. Maybe it was her?" Nathan lowered himself onto the sofa beside her, swirling his scotch around a single large cylindrical ice cube he'd made from mineral water. "Her?" he said, his tone dismissive. "That seems extremely unlikely. Why not?"
"Because you're stunning and she's... what?"
A flare of indignation rose in Alex's chest. While she appreciated Nathan finding her attractive, she wished he could recognize beauty in women who didn't fit a conventional mold. Comments like this made him seem shallow and unfairly critical, casting a shadow over her feelings for him. "I thought she was quite lovely, those incredibly dark, almost black eyes, all that beautiful wavy hair. Regardless, it's a peculiar thought, isn't it? Two people entering the world in the same place at the exact same moment." "Not particularly," he countered. "There were probably a dozen other babies born at St. Mary's that day, maybe more. But to actually meet one of them, on your birthday of all days?" The cat had settled into a perfect circle on her lap. Alex gently stroked the thick fur around its neck and closed her eyes. The room tilted unpleasantly. Her eyes flew open. She moved the cat aside and hurried to the hallway bathroom where she was violently ill. 8:12 a.m. Sunday morning arrived, hot and humid. Nathan was not in bed beside her, and Alex struggled to assemble the jagged pieces of the previous night into a coherent memory. The pub, champagne, tequila, the walk home through the park. She even recalled chattering at the ducks through the fence of the petting zoo, Nathan pouring scotch later, the cat on her lap, the cloying scent of the reed diffuser in the downstairs bathroom mingling with the smell of sickness. She remembered checking on the children, their eyelashes resting on their cheeks in the glow of nightlights. Then Nathan's face next to hers in the mirror, his mouth on her neck, his hands on her hips. The memory of his advance was met with a sharp internal rejection. Then, bed. But the pillow on his side was undisturbed. Had they argued? Where was he sleeping? She moved carefully out of bed and checked the attached bathroom. He wasn't there. Downstairs, she heard her children. The television was on in the kitchen. Eliza was sprawled on the sofa with the cat on her chest, and Leon was focused on his laptop. The long cream counter was littered with breakfast remains. "Where's your dad?" Eliza looked up and shrugged. "Leon, where's Dad?" He took off his headphones, blinking. "What? Where is Dad?" "No idea." Alex stepped into the garden. The flagstones of the back terrace were already warm beneath her bare feet. Nathan was not in the shed or his studio. She pulled her phone from her pajama pocket and called him. It rang until it went to voicemail.
"Did you see him this morning?"
she asked Eliza upon returning to the kitchen. "Nope. Mom?" "Yes. Can we go to the bookstore today?" Yes, of course we can. Alex made coffee, drank water, and ate some toast. She knew what had happened, and she knew what was coming. It hadn't occurred for a few months, but she remembered the oppressive, grinding pattern of it all. The joy of her birthday evening now lay in shattered fragments. As she sat with her second coffee, a detail from the night resurfaced, the woman in the restroom who shared her birthday. A sudden, sharp recollection struck her. That woman had slipped a small, folded note into her hand before leaving. A gesture Alex had been too tipsy to process at the time. What was her name again? Or maybe she never gave it. Alex wonders what the woman is up to this morning. She wonders if her own husband might have vanished quietly in the dark, leaving her to wake up alone. No, she tells herself, of course not. That isn't what normal husbands do, only hers. He materializes again at 4 in the afternoon, still in the same clothes from the night before. He moves past her in the kitchen without a word, opens the refrigerator, and pulls out a Diet Coke, gulping it down. Alex watches him, waiting for some explanation. "You were completely out," he finally says. "I was still wired. I just needed to have another drink. Well, yes and no. I mean, I could have had one here, but I just wanted to be out, you know?" Alex shuts her eyes and draws a slow, deep breath. "We were out for hours, from 6 until midnight. We saw everyone. We drank steadily for 6 hours. We had a good time. We came home. You had whiskey, and after all that, you still wanted more." "Yeah, I suppose so. I was pretty far gone. I wasn't thinking clearly. I just went with the impulse. Where did you end up?" "Went into Soho. Giovanni and Rob were there. Just had a few more drinks with them, until 4 in the afternoon. I got a room at a hotel." Alex lets out a low, frustrated sound. "You paid for a hotel room instead of just coming home?" "I wasn't in any shape. It felt like the easiest choice at the time." He looks terrible. She pictures him weaving through Soho after midnight, pouring drink after drink down his throat. She imagines him lurching into some hotel lobby at 4 a.m., his coppery hair a mess, breathing the foul, boozy air of a long night into the face of the person at the front desk, before collapsing onto a bed to snore loudly in an empty room. "Didn't they make you leave by checkout time?" He scratches at the gray-flecked stubble on his jaw and winces a little. "Yeah," he admits. "Turns out they tried a bunch of times to wake me up. They finally had to use a key to get in, just to make sure I wasn't, dead." He gives a weak, half-ashamed smile as he says it, and Alex realizes that 2 decades ago they might have laughed this off together. It would have been a wild story, a grown man drinking for nearly 12 hours straight, going missing in Soho, making hotel staff break into his room because they thought he might be dead, only to find him sprawled and half-dressed on the bed, unconscious and reeking of last night's poor choices. She would have found it darkly funny back then, but not anymore. Not at 45. Now it just fills her with a cold, weary disgust.